Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Tuesday morning, on the first floor of the first grade teaching building of Huan College. At this moment, many students had gathered outside the courtyard, looking at the corridor on the empty floor nervously. On the wall, there is a huge blackboard that is very different in color from the tiles next to it. At this moment, there is nothing above. Is it almost time? Really, I'm so nervous. How come the efficiency in this area has improved since the Academic Affairs Office changed its director, Longua? Before, the death penalty was suspended for a week, but now it's just one weekend. In the corridor of the mezzanine floor, a pink-haired girl in a JK uniform walked with her head held high, cutting through the noise of students' conversation. She was holding a huge roll of paper in her arms and followed by two student union members. Here he comes. The secretary has brought the imperial edict. Lady Yuanlina, please don't email my parents this time. Tonics, things like giving grades to parents. There were wailing sounds all around, and Yuanlina walked to the big blackboard surrounded by those sounds. This scene is a bit like the officials sent by the ancient imperial court to provide disaster relief, who were surrounded by a group of starving people and cried miserably. Upon hearing this, Yuanlina smiled brightly, gave everyone a thumbs up, and said, "Everyone, it's okay, even if you don't do well on the test. With the friendly encouragement of your parents, you will definitely improve next time. Yeah, do not. This is a death sentence for everyone." Yuan Academy requires students to provide their guardian's email address when they enroll. When a school has major events, they will send emails to invite them to participate. Of course, we will also send over the child's grades, final class ratings, and other things. This matter is coordinated by the Student Union and the Academic Affairs Office. Below, Yuanlina showed no lament for the hardships of people's lives. She just turned around and prepared to start posting report cards. The two student union members behind her immediately came forward to help her, spreading out the list of students covering the entire first year of high school and hanging it on the blackboard. On the second floor in the distance, Huan held a cup of black tea and watched the scene below with Sakuramiya Hitomi. He yawned and tried to drive away the sleepiness with black tea, but to no avail. As he watched, Huan suddenly smiled and said, "Sure enough, it is most appropriate to leave this matter to Yuanlina." Sakuramiya Hitomi retracted her gaze and also agreed with it. Yeah, after all, it's something that makes classmates dislike her. Fortunately, Yuanlina is very popular and everyone likes her. The scoreboard below was revealed little by little, occupying the entire huge blackboard area. When the list appeared, everyone held their breath and kept silent for a moment, looking at the names on it. Huan 499, rank 1. Sakuramiya Hitomi 491, rank 2. Yatsuhashiki 474, ranked 19th. Anil 457, ranking 41. Ashley Garcia 441, ranked 56. Yuanlina Shueya 398, ranking 107. By E292, ranking 152. Aria Spencer 66, ranked 178. The five main subjects are reading, writing, mathematics, social studies, and science. Including those who transferred this semester, there are a total of 178 people in the grade, with a full score of 500. Ah, Lao Gao, what's wrong with you? No, don't fall down. Haha, I won. I won. What the hell has happened to you, you beast? Every time the results are announced, the students always have endless things to do. These good jobs mask their inner emotions of seeing the achievements, and it was unclear how many were happy and how many were sad. In Linmin, test scores do not play a decisive role, but Yuan Academy still attaches great importance to this. Although the school systems are the same, there are huge differences between different schools in Linmin. They have completely different educational goals and policies. For example, High school students in the South District are quite happy every day. They are carefree and have no worries. At most, they go to the community hospital occasionally to check for gonorrhea, syphilis, etc. But the two schools in Jinghe District, Tatsuki and Suzy Academy, are obviously intended to incubate the next generation of a class, and therefore have many requirements. President, you are first again. Congratulations. Sakuramiya Hitomi beside her clapped her hands silently at Yin Huan and said congratulations. Yin Huan just smiled, but actually didn't even look at himself. All his eyes were looking downwards. Find the two known modifier users who are in the same grade as you. By Aria Spencer. As a result, we searched for a long time but couldn't find it. But in the end, we got together and had a party. It is understandable that Bai Yi's grades are not good. Because of her idle work, she only comes to school occasionally. She may be able to attend school fully when she is free, but she takes leave the rest of the time. This is also the reason why Yin Huan didn't remember who she was when he saw her using the modifier last week. What's more, she ran over to draw ghost pictures for Zhobin when she was halfway through the math test. Looking at her results, it didn't seem like she had finished and handed in the paper early. It is normal to lose a large number of points in mathematics. What about you, the yellow-haired Aria Spencer? Total score is 66. With an average score of about 13 points per subject, Yin Huan can only say, the poet holds. Choosing the same answer for all the multiple-choice questions resulted in more than this score. The score was about 100 points away from the second to last one. I don't know what's weighing on my neck. Maybe it's good luck 666. Okay, everyone. The replacement will be made today, and I will send you an email later. Woo woo woo. At this moment, Yuan Lina, who was standing with her hands on her hips under the blackboard, said this loudly. But her expression with tears in the corners of her eyes, her forced smile and pretended calmness, coupled with her trembling body, looked quite funny. One glance tells you that she, too, failed the exam. Ha ha. Secretary Yuan Lina, you have come to this day. You're the worst in the entire student union. It doesn't matter because the secretary is very cute, so we will vote for you again next year. Hearing this, Yuan Lina was not happy at all. Instead, she pouted and burst into tears. Why, I was chosen because I'm cute. Why can't I be happy at all? It's like I'm the student council's mascot. The students in the courtyard burst into laughter, causing Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi on the second floor to shake their heads. At this moment, a female teacher wearing glasses came towards them and said with a smile, Student Yin, Student Sakura, please come over here. The principal wants to see you about something. Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at each other and turned their eyes away from the farce below, neither of them knowing what tricks that old monster was going to play next. President Yin, Vice President Sakura, I am very happy to see that under your leadership, the student union delivered a nearly perfect performance last semester. Principal Hermes sat on the sofa, looking at Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of him with a smile, as if a chrysanthemum had grown on his face. This guy is definitely being fed man again. Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at each other secretly, and this idea came to their mind at the same time. Everyone takes care of us and is willing to cooperate with our work. Yin Huan smiled slightly and skipped Hermes' praise. Compared to this, what's the matter with the principal calling us here so early? That's it. Hermes hooked his finger at the assistant beside him, took a few documents, and said to Yin Huan and the others, famous companies such as the International and Lion Group have recently paid close attention to the development of our students. They have provided the school with a number of places for students to study in their companies this summer, covering many departments and fields. You can go back and take a look at the details. The document contains information such as company introduction and grade quota. Yin Huan took them and took a look, and he already understood the nature of these documents. There are many students from different backgrounds in the school, and these are resources that can give them an advantage in future school applications. After all, Yin Huan worked part-time and came to Yuanyue to study for these reasons. Thinking of this, Yin Huan asked Hermes, so what are the specific quotas? First, submit an application to the student union. and then the student union will submit the list to the principal's office before the end of the semester, and we will review it. The review generally focuses on three aspects: GPA, student participation in public affairs, and disciplinary records. The three records are supervised and managed by three school administrative departments: the Academic Affairs Office, the Student Affairs Office, and the Discipline Department, and cannot be manipulated at will by the student union. Understand. We will inform the students about this later. Hermes smiled and nodded, then turned around and took out another piece of paper. For some reason, when Huan saw him holding the paper, he felt as if he was watching Jing Ku presenting the map. There is one more thing, Yin. In the past, the student union has always organized academic assistance for students, but because it is voluntary, the effect is not very good. The essence of learning targeted assistance is to encourage students with good academic performance to help students with poor GPA under the leadership of the student union. But if you think about it carefully, since both parties are willing, there is no way this will succeed. Why would those with good academic performance bother with this? And those with poor academic performance don't want to embarrass themselves in front of their peers. So this year, the Academic Affairs Office hopes that the student union will take the lead and conduct a pilot program to promote the restart of this function. Hermes pushed the paper in front of Huan, on which was a list of some classmates. That is, forcing a small number of extremely backward students to join study groups to set an example, encouraging top students to lend a hand, and giving them priority when applying for scholarships and resource review quotas. When the plot is completed, the dagger is revealed. No wonder you handed over the list first. So you were waiting here, right? Sakuramiya Hitomi frowned slightly. She glanced at the list and saw several surnames that were quite famous in Linmen. She probably understood what the school committee was up to, but she didn't respond. She just waited for Huan to speak. Huan originally just intended to deal with it briefly so as not to offend the principal. It's time to publicize it and talk about this matter. As for how it will be implemented in the end, we'll talk about it another way. But as he scanned the list, he soon saw two familiar names by E suggested to join. Aria Spencer, mandatory. Spencer's name was also highlighted in red. Oh, previously, he had said that he would make a fuss about agreeing to Spencer's request. Now, isn't the opportunity here? Okay, they're all in my hands. Huan's gaze lingered on these two names for a moment. Sakuramiya Hitomi knew in her heart what Huan would say, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't open his mouth. So, it is inevitable to look. Then he saw Huan looking at the name Aria Spencer on the list in a daze, as if hesitating. The name. Last night, she was still worried about the blonde girl who could break her barrier with one kick, so she checked it out. Aria Spencer was the name of the blonde girl. Why did the president have a strange expression when he saw her name? Why on earth is that? What exactly happened between the two of them yesterday afternoon? President, thinking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi became anxious and quickly called out for Huan. Though we understand, I will inform the corresponding students later. I will be responsible for this matter. Main, take the initiative to be responsible. Hermes blinked and looked at Huan, who was smiling in front of him. The smile on his face became more obvious. That's great, Mr. Yin. I'll leave this matter to you. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Sakuramiya Hitomi opened her pink lips slightly, and her hands couldn't help but pinch the hem of her skirt. Previously, it was the sister named Yi Shiyu, and now it is this Spencer. If the president is particularly gentle, it is because he regards Yi Shiyu as a family member. What about this golden-haired woman? Her personality seems so annoying, and she doesn't seem like she can get along well with the president. So why would the president hesitate when he saw her? No, Sakuramiya Hitomi, don't think too much. Maybe the gentle and kind president just wants to help students who are not doing well in their studies. Besides, it wouldn't matter even if the president personally tutored the other party, right? These are all normal. Sakuramiya Hitomi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but her pupils suddenly shrank again, and a burst of anger suddenly burned up. Normal size. Why did I suddenly think like this? Where did this idea suddenly come from? That's it then. Sorry to bother you too this morning. Go back to class. Okay, principal. Huan stood up with the documents in his hand, but Sakuramiya Hitomi was still sitting beside him, which made him raise an eyebrow. Sakura, what? Sakuramiya Hitomi came to her senses and stood up belatedly. Sorry, President. Deep down, an intuition made Sakuramiya Hitomi more and more certain. That guy named Spencer must have done something secretly to the president. Following behind Huan, Sakuramiya Hitomi's face immediately turned cold, almost murderous. Calm down, Sakuramiya Hitomi. She comforted herself in this way in her heart. Things are accomplished through secrecy, but they fail through disclosure. We have to hide it and not lose our composure. Who cares about Yishiyu or Spencer? Just hide and plan secretly without exposing any flaws. One day, the president will become someone that only you can see and no one can take away from you. Exclusive. Class C, Grade 1 classroom. Spencer sneezed, and the house of cards he had built with great difficulty on his desk was blew down. Who is cursing me? Could it be that I cursed Santa Claus last year, and he found out? Spencer stroked her chin and came up with what she thought was the most likely conclusion. But soon, she gave up thinking about this problem. She pouted, seeming a little unhappy. Spencer has had a problem since yesterday. I don't know why, but her classmates... No, it seemed like everyone around her hated her. It's only been one day since she was transferred here, and she hasn't done anything. When you talk to someone, they just say a few polite words with an awkward look on their faces. When asked for help, they pretended not to hear and then left with an excuse. During the free time in basketball class yesterday, she wanted to find someone to form a team with, but her classmates avoided her when they saw her, so she had to play alone at the end of the get out of class. We were supposed to gather in the gymnasium and return the balls to the equipment room together, but she had just arrived and knew nothing. Others left one after another, and no one notified her to do this. So she went back to the teaching building, but found no one there. She went back dejectedly to return the ball, but the door was locked. That's why she was so angry that she kicked the door to enter the equipment room, and she just happened to run into Huan and her couple doing something bad inside. Although he had the upper hand over him, Spencer was still unhappy. Ding, ding, ding. As the bell rang, Zhou Bin, the math teacher of Class C, walked into the door. Zhou Bin, known as the model worker of the mathematics group, is famous for his inhuman strictness. However, mathematics is a rigorous subject, and he teaches mathematics very well. At least that's what Huan thinks. This semester, he is responsible for teaching 3 first-grade classes, B, C, and D, and also for teaching an afternoon elective mathematics course. People from Longwa are always competitive wherever they go, and for some reason, parents in Linmin trust people from Longwa to teach them math. At this time, Zhou Bin was wearing a loose, dark blue t-shirt, which was bulging due to his slightly bulging belly. There was a cross hanging on his chest, his left hand was wrapped with red talismans, and his right hand was wearing a rosary bracelet. With the blessing of these items, his bald head that reflects light in the sun seems to be illuminated by Buddha's light. Amen. May you be blessed with infinite happiness, Amit Ba. Please save me from last week's Friday ghost. Zhou Bin rubbed the talisman band on his wrist with his fingers, then changed his usual seriousness, forced out a very ugly smile, and said to the students below, "Good morning, dear students. Let's take out our textbooks and turn to page 15. Everyone widened their eyes and stared blankly at Zhou Bin on the stage. It was like seeing a monster disguised as Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin raised his glasses with a forced smile and repeated, "Dear classmates." Oh. Zhou Bin seemed to think that the supernatural incident last Friday was because he was usually too strict, causing the students' accumulated resentment to turn into vengeful spirits. Everyone took out their books, but Spencer just stood there, not knowing what to do. She glanced at the textbooks that the others were reading, then immediately looked through her own bag. A glimpse inside. Comics, computers, snacks, power banks. She slapped her forehead. It seems I forgot to bring my book. I turned around with my hands folded and looked around, and found that the seat next to me was still empty. The owner of that seat had gone somewhere and hadn't returned for class yet. It seems to be someone called Anil, a girl with very big breasts. Spencer saw the textbook on the other person's desk at a glance. After thinking for a second, she reached out and took it naturally. Following Zhou Bin's instructions, she turned to page 15 and tilted her head as she looked at the contents that seemed like a divine book. He lowered his head again, got closer, and read the words carefully. After a few seconds, Spencer's wrinkled little face was almost overloaded. Then she yawned loudly and suddenly became listless. Sleepy. Also so boring. She was bored and spread Annel's book on the table. However, I didn't expect that such a simple action would cause a bookmark clipped between a page and the book to slip out. Hey, what is this? Spencer tilted his head, curiosity in his eyes. I reached out and picked up the crumpled cardboard bookmark, only to see the words written on it in crooked, childish handwriting. Yin Huan and Lu, stay together forever. The handwriting of the first and second sentences is different, as if they were written by two people together. Looking at the words written above, Spencer's extremely bored expression suddenly froze. Then, it gradually melted away as her eyes widened little by little. Into this chapter, Tatsuki Academy, first year department, in a cubicle by the window in the girls' bathroom. Annel was opening a web page and looking up information about small snake species. A small, strange white snake suddenly appeared on her windowsill last night. She knew quite a bit about snakes. After all, when she started raising reptiles, the first thing she considered was a pet snake. But because her parents were so afraid of snakes, they finally replaced the pet with a gecko, which they could accept. As for the remaining spiders and insects, don't even think about it. And what about the snake last night? Although it was so small, it looked very similar to a cobra, which made Annel wonder whether it was poisonous. She gave the snake a little food and then locked it up to make sure it wouldn't get out. After coming to school, I searched for various information on the internet, wanted to find out what species the snake was and whether it could be domesticated. There are almost no native creatures in a huge sea city like Linmen. Since it can appear in the residential area, it is most likely that it is someone else's pet that escaped. Seeing how badly it was injured, it must have been treated badly by its previous owner. Annel wanted to raise it, but after searching for the whole morning, he couldn't find any corresponding information. Pattern, size, shape. Can't find any similar counterparts. Also, are there really small, creamy white cobras? Hey, Huan, I heard this morning that the president rejected all the gifts again. Yes, if the president doesn't sleep, there will be no chance at all. Just as Annel put down his phone in the cubicle and prepared to return to the classroom, the sound of several classmates talking came from outside the door. She immediately fell silent and sat there, not daring to move. Park Shu-won seemed to open the next cubicle, and then the voice came. Silly, the key is not whether the president is asleep or not, but the student union accountant. Hey, is it the otaku you mentioned before? Yes, he has a very good relationship with the president and is easy to talk to. If you ask him seriously and in private, he will definitely deliver it to the president. Annel eavesdropped on their conversation and couldn't help but pursed her lips, remaining silent. Is it really possible? Of course, but there can't be too many people. One or two occasionally is fine, but if there are too many, he will refuse no matter what. After waiting for a while, the door of the compartment opened and Park Shu-won seemed to walk out again. So, we just need to ask him to help us every other week. We need to act cute and sweet. As she was talking, Park Sil-won, who was washing her hands, said in a sweet voice, Wow, Yahashi-san, you're so kind. I don't know how to thank you. Oh, that's so annoying. It's squeezing me to death, haha. Sure, I summarized these secretly. Don't tell anyone else. The main thing is that he is the only one in the student union who can help. Secretary Yuan Lina will help, but she has read the letter countless times before it was sent out. And that Ashley, she has a sour face all day long and is so difficult to get along with. As for Sakura Palace, haha. The sound of their conversation gradually faded away with the sound of the school bell, while Annel sat in the cubicle, seemingly still chewing over their conversation. If I send a message to the accountant named Yahashi, will Xiao Huan accept it? But I always feel, and if Park Seo-mun and the others knew that I was eavesdropping, they would do the same. Annel pursed her lips and gently covered her chest, feeling stuffy there. She gasped and unbuttoned a button on her collar because the dress was too tight around her breasts. Yet even after she did that, the place remained dull. Only then did she realize that what was heavy was not her chest, but the heart underneath. Gulyalu. Just as Anil was hesitating, an illusory, snake-shaped tattoo that appeared from nowhere on her body began to wriggle out from under her clothes. Anil held her face in her hands, but Yu Guangzhong saw something moving on her arm. She was so scared that she stood up quickly and looked at her arm. Snake! 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 How did it end up in my hands? Just when her eyes were misty and she was at a loss, the snake-shaped tattoo fell from her finger and gradually turned into a small white snake in reality. Gulyalu. The little snake was exactly the same as the one she rescued last night. Hello, Anil. The little snake stood up, looked at the girl in front of it, and suddenly spoke in its mind, its voice more feminine. Speak now. Anil covered his mouth and even began to suspect that he was hallucinating because he was touching himself too much. The little snake rolled its eyes in a humane way, then looked at her and cursed. Waste! Hey, why are you scolding me all of a sudden? If you don't refute when someone calls you a waste, are you still a human being? But I don't know why you were scolding me. What if it's because I locked you up last night? The little snake was so angry that it laughed, and for a moment it didn't know what to curse. After a moment of silence, it squinted at Anil and murmured helplessly, I'm really convinced. There's no other way. If I keep dragging it out, the other fingers will all be defeated. Eat some chicken. Anil's face turned red. She only heard the other party seem to say, eat chicken. She didn't know what she suddenly thought of. Listen carefully, Anil. I like to tell the truth, so I will come straight to the point. The little snake spit out its pink, translucent tongue and said to Anil, Do you know Goldfinger? You know, I've read a lot of Dragon Country novels. I'm the Golden Finger. You can call me a plug-in or a system. Anyway, I am here to help you realize your wish. Grant my wish. That's right. You are the protagonist of this world, the son of destiny. You can do whatever you want. The little snake spit out its tongue and flew towards Anil, wrapping itself around her arm and twisting and circling towards her. I can give you the power to manipulate feelings. You can use them to manipulate anyone's pleasure and pain. As the little snake coiled up, Anil's arm felt numb, then itchy, then painful, and then Anil's face turned slightly red and her body softened uncontrollably. But that feeling was fleeting and soon faded away like the tide. In return, you must show me your wish. One by one, make all the small, big, easy, and impossible wishes come true. As you use it, the power I can give you will become stronger until it evolves. As sweet as the apple Eve stole, the white snake stopped talking abruptly and then changed her tone. However, you must be careful, 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 and careful. You must not let others know that you have this ability, and you must not be discovered. Anil swallowed his saliva and asked subconsciously, Otherwise, what will happen? Otherwise, we'll all be finished in an instant. These fingers hold the whole world together. No one other than the owner of the finger can know about the existence of the finger. This is the rule set by the god. If someone can find out, it can still be called a Japanese anime. God said so. This is the main reason. As for the second reason, what do you think? What would happen if other people found out that I have this special ability? Being taken away for research or something? Not too stupid. The little snake stuck out its tongue and gave Anil a cold look. It's more likely that you'll be killed after your research turns out to be fruitless. Although it will not die, it will need to change its host and start over, and its progress will be slower than other fingers. Originally, he was planning to bind the woman named Tong Ying. Even though he had already let her know his usefulness, she still voluntarily chose to give up having him. As a result, it was seriously injured. I can only say that it's a good thing that it wasn't completely bound, otherwise it would have been sent. Now I can only settle for the next best thing and run to find this dried fish girl in front of me. How about accepting my help? Anil opened his mouth and looked at the little snake in front of him. Watching it spit out its tongue, its distorted figure was reflected in its scarlet snake eyes. Are you sure you want to be bullied by others for the rest of your life? In elementary school, middle school, and now. Are you sure you want to be a coward for the rest of your life? Not even daring to talk to him to regain his memory, and watching him with other women? No, that's not it. As he listened, Anil suddenly grabbed his hands and fiercely retorted, I just want to get to know him. As for who he likes, No, ladies, I've laid all this groundwork, and you're just telling me this? How is this any different than having the ability to pause time, but using it to increase study time? Damn, even with this kind of superpower, you still want to do this kind of if you are well, it will be a sunny day, right? Okay. The little snake had a dark face, slapped her hand with its tail, and cursed. You are useless. Don't even mention that person called Huan. I tell you, you could get whoever you want. Can you be more promising? Don't even dare to think about it. But I only... Clap, clap, clap. Before she finished her next sentence, the little snake's tail came like a whirlwind. Anil quickly protected the back of his hand, babbling to stop it. No, don't slap me. I accept your help. The little snake was also very angry with her, and he gasped and spat. How could I, who's so smart, fall for a loser like you? I'm telling you, from today on, you have to stand up for yourself. If anyone bullies you again, you should beat them hard. You turn anyone you like into your slave, just like the characters in those games you play. Anil opened his mouth wide. Actually wanted to say, how can things in games be brought into reality? But seeing that it was very angry, she didn't dare to say anything more. So he asked, Little snake, since you can talk, do you have a name? You can call me Pinky. What a strange name. Anil touched its head, but was angrily slapped away. Not taking it seriously, Anil just said what he had not finished saying because it interrupted him. Little finger, what I want to say just now is that although you sound so powerful, but if you only have the ability to control pleasure and pain, it sounds like you can't do anything at all. The little finger was slightly stunned and almost blushed at Anil's simple words. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me for being weak? I'm so smart that I'm more than capable of helping you, okay? No, I'm just being realistic. Bullshit. And this is just the beginning of my ability. It will get stronger as you use it more and more. Well, but isn't it useless no matter how powerful this thing becomes? But she didn't have the heart to say it out loud for fear of breaking her little finger's defenses. Anil is a gentle girl. Okay, but little finger, you are a snake. I can't bring you to school normally. If you are at home, I have to worry about whether my parents will see you. Do you think anyone can see me? Only you can see me. No one else can see or hear me. As he spoke, his little finger slowly melted. The milky white body seemed to be dyed with ink, turning into an illusory tattoo on Anil's hand. The tattoo on her hand began to move a little bit, and then, as if by magic, illusory words appeared before her eyes. Current level 1. Effect, pleasure, and pain manipulation. Usage method 1. Once a day, each time lasts for 15 minutes, and it will take effect if you meditate on any target within a meter radius in your mind. Usage method 2. Summon the snake-shaped tattoo and use the tattoo position to contact the target to manipulate the sensitivity. There is no duration limit or cooldown when using this method, but it can only be effective on one person at a time. Looking at the illusory subtitles in front of him, Anil opened his mouth slightly and murmured, It's exactly the same system as in the novel. It's good enough that you know I have the golden finger. Now what you need to do is to teach those guys who have been bullying you a lesson, understand? In my head, the voice of the little finger came. Anil pursed her lips and didn't say whether she agreed or not. She just glanced at her phone, and after seeing the time on it, she stood up in a panic. No, the class has been going on for so long. I have to get back to the classroom quickly. Hey, did you hear what I said? Anil quietly walked out of the cubicle and came to the sink. The thoughts in my mind seemed to be messed up by this sudden little snake. She didn't think about taking revenge on Park Shu-won and the others, but the scene from more than 10 years ago suddenly emerged in her mind. At that time, her family had not yet moved out of the South District and lived in a somewhat dirty and dilapidated community. Then, like now, she had basically no friends. The difference was that at that time, she had a childhood sweetheart with whom she had a very good relationship. The children in the community often played together, but they rarely took her with them because she was too dull and unlikable. She still longed for friendship. So even if she had to follow the kids silently or sit by their side doing nothing, she still wanted to be with them. There's an orphanage in the community, and children from the community often go there and play with the children living there. It was also there that Anna met a boy named Huan, a very special boy. Among all her companions, only Huan noticed her sitting alone in the corner. Only Huan would take the initiative to find her, talk to her, and play with her. Anna would also carefully prepare birthday gifts for him, take him to her home, and sleep with him. My parents also liked him very much, and I naively suggested to my parents that I should bring Huan to live with us. The happy times of those years are unforgettable for Anna. But all those beautiful things disappeared when Anna moved away from Linmin. She still remembered that she had been hugging him and crying when he left. He had no choice but to cut a piece of cardboard and said to herself, "Don't cry. I'll make you a bookmark, okay?" Wow, Xiao Huan, what is a bookmark? A bookmark is a record of where you were when you were apart from the book. So this bookmark is also a record? Well, the meaning of a bookmark is to allow us to start from where we parted the next time we meet again. He wrote a line of words on the cardboard with a pen. It was their names, Huan and Enle. He asked himself if he wanted to write something on it. She picked up her pen and thought, but there was only one extremely simple idea in her mind. I don't want to be separated. So she wrote a line on the bookmark to make it complete. Huan and Enle, together forever. After that, the family returned to Longhua and did business for many years. Seeing no improvement, they moved back to Linmin and lived in Luoqiao district. She had returned to the orphanage in the South District, but so many years had passed, and Huan had long since left the orphanage, and no one knew where she had gone. Maybe fate was reluctant to let her search, but after she had struggled to get admitted to Tatsuki, Huan appeared before her. It turns out that Huan was also admitted to Yuanyue, and is in the same school as Anna. But clearly she missed him so much in her heart, and after a semester had passed, why didn't she go looking for him? Crash! The cool water flowed over the back of her hand, absorbing her body temperature, causing her to look up at the mirror in front of her. In the mirror, her long and thick black hair dragged her temperament down. After a moment of silence, she pushed aside some of the black hair in front of her forehead, revealing her fair, pure, and lovely face. But even when she saw herself in the mirror, her eyes subconsciously avoided it. That evasion was tinged with the gloom of inferiority, burying everything about her. Such a self. And Xiao Huan, who has become the president and is loved by many people. How is this possible? How can we be together forever? Anna pursed her lips and lowered her head a little. Her long black hair fell again, hiding her face. She walked out of the bathroom, feeling a little uncomfortable, and headed towards the classroom. After knocking on the door gently and walking into the classroom, Anna stammered as he looked at Zhou Bin, who was giving a lecture at the podium. "Sorry, I'm late." Having already prepared to stand in the corner as punishment, Anna prepared to walk to the last row. Anyway, she was sitting in the last row. But what was unusual was that Zhou Bin just raised his glasses and forced a smile. "It's okay. Just go back to your seat." "Hey, I'm fine, Teacher Zhou." Anna looked at Zhou Bin gratefully, then lowered his head and walked towards his seat. She breathed a sigh of relief and was about to sit down, but her body suddenly froze. Where's my book?" "The book is not important, but the bookmarks I put in it. If you lose your bookmark." Her eyes, hidden under her black hair, trembled and gradually became empty, and a snake-shaped tattoo seemed to be nourished by some kind of horror and became restless. Gulyalu. Turning to look to the side, I saw the blonde Spencer holding the bookmark that had become wrinkled due to time. In her hands. Spencer turned around and looked at the girl in front of him curiously, and saw Anna whispering to him anxiously, "Please, please give that back to me." "What?" Hearing this, Spencer raised his eyebrows and looked Anna up and down in front of him. After a moment, her expression, which was originally full of interest and fighting spirit, gradually faded and became bored. "Okay." She handed the bookmark and the textbook back to Anna. "Thank you." Anil held the bookmark, breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly sat back in his seat. But at this moment, Spencer's voice came slowly from beside him. You like him too? The president named Huan. Oh no, not me. Anil's face suddenly turned red, and she waved her hands subconsciously to deny it. Seeing her like this, Spencer showed a little sympathy in his eyes. She propped up her cheek, looked at the direction of the podium, and said leisurely, What's there to be embarrassed about? But it's best if you don't have any. I'm just reminding you. Hey. Anil withdrew her hand awkwardly and pursed her lips, as if she thought the other party also liked Huan. After all, he was already with that Sakuramiya Hitomi, and they had done that kind of thing. Anil's body stiffened slightly, and she turned her head blankly. That kind of thing. Spencer had a sarcastic smile on his face, and his golden hair seemed to be dyed by the sun. She moved her red lips towards Anil and made mouth movements. The meaning of the lip movements came silently, as if it turned into some confusing picture and crashed into Anil's mind. In just a moment, she seemed to have foreseen that in a certain room, Huan looked at the vice president who had always been by his side with loving eyes. Uncontrollably, Anil's little face immediately turned pale. End of this chapter. Suck. Stare. In the restaurant of Yuanyua College, Huan was sipping apple juice at a table in the corner. Opposite him, Lina stared at the paper box in his hand as it gradually shrank. She held her hands, pouted her mouth, and looked sulky. Stare. While eating, Yashimu glanced at Huan beside him, then glanced at Lina opposite him, and couldn't help asking, What's wrong with her today? Why does she look so weird? Ashley, who was eating opposite, laughed and said without raising her head, What else can it be? I failed the test. Stare. Lina's resentful eyes immediately swept towards Yahashiki, causing him to involuntarily slow down his chewing movements. It's just a test to get started. It won't be counted towards your GPA. The dean has already said that you should focus on your studies. Yahashiki couldn't stand Lina's resentful gaze, so he had to speak out to comfort her. Look, the last person only got 66 points, just like a person. You're more than 6 times better than her. Isn't that pretty strong? It's not because I failed the test. Lina sniffed and tapped the table, looking like she was going to liquidate everyone. She felt very aggrieved. It's obviously all your fault. What did everyone say in the group during the winter break? Her sharp eyes fell on Huan first. President, you speak first. Huan remained calm and said with a smile, Lina, you know me well. I usually have to work outside, and I even took on a temporary job during the winter vacation. Didn't you come to my store to buy milk tea? How can I have time to review? Lina pouted and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi beside her. She wiped her lips gracefully and said to Lina, You know me well. I just adopted a Maine Coon cat named Miyue. Didn't you come to my house to pet it? It's in poor health. I spent the whole holiday taking care of it and didn't review. Sakuramiya Hitomi is a shrewd student, and her tone of conversation has been distorted by Huan. Lina pouted and looked at Yahashiki. Without hesitation, Accountant Yahashiki raised his hand to answer. Secretary, you know me well. I am just a second-dimensional person. I play mobile games every day to earn resources and spend money to get a wife. Every time you ask me to play games, I am online. I have never read a book. Finally, Lina's eyes fell on Ashley beside her. But Ashley looked at her with an even more terrifying look and said expressionlessly, Are you serious? I just said in the group that there were exams at the beginning of the semester and it was best to review. They all said they were too busy to review, and you didn't respond, but you kept looking for them to play in private. Wawa wawa. I finally heard it. Each of you has special skills. Only I'm stupid. Only I'm lazy, woo. She burst into tears and wanted to throw herself into Ashley's arms. But Ashley blocked her with her hand and bounced her directly into Sakuramiya Hitomi's arms. Boom! The flatness of her arms provided almost no cushioning, causing her headache. Ouch! Then, Lina cried, even louder. No! Woo! I don't want to be the student council's mascot. I also want to be a top student. President Sakuramiya, Yatsuhashi, please help me. Sakuramiya Hitomi patted her back gently and let her arch back and forth in her arms. Ashley, who was standing next to him, had veins popping out on her forehead and said with a fake smile, "You asked for help, but I was left out, right? I feel a little unhappy for some reason." Yashiji thought for a moment and said to you and Lena, "The president just said this morning that he wanted to restart the study group and force those lagging students to join. We discussed it and decided to take charge of this together. You and Lina, do you want to join?" Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned, and the grip she held on Yu and Lina suddenly tightened a little. But on her face, she just looked puzzled. "Has the president discussed this with Yatsuhashi? Don't you need my help?" "What do you mean? Doesn't that mean I have to study with that Spencer? What should I do if sparks of love arise?" Study group turn blind date, right? Sakuramiya Hitomi has naturally excluded everyone else and feels that the situation is becoming more and more critical. Huan smiled slightly and explained, because this is going to be a bit troublesome. Yasi and I really need that summer corporate study quota. After all, the Golden Lion Group is very famous. In fact, it was mainly because Spencer's modifier was very special. His thoughts were strangely affected at the time, and he was not sure whether it would have the same effect on Sakuramiya Hitomi. I don't know what kind of role the victim will play in her modifier. After all, there are quite a lot of types. For Sakuramiya's safety and to make his own operations easier, Huan decided not to involve her. Sakuramiya doesn't need these, why bother? It's okay. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled, causing Yuan Lina in her arms to look up in a daze, because she suddenly felt the temperature in Sakuramiya Hitomi's arms drop sharply. It just so happens that I have thought of a series of methods to help lagging students improve their grades. Maybe I can give it a try and see the effect. Sakuramiya Hitomi opened her pink lips slightly and said this with the terrible intention of killing that Spencer in her heart. Every day, I have to write 2 sets of exam papers for all subjects, 10 pages of math workbook exercises, 10 exam essays, 10 reading comprehension essays, and a random check of sociology knowledge recitation. And then, it was still unknown whether Spencer would be frustrated. But at this moment, Yuan Lina's face became paler and paler, and she struggled in Sakuramiya Hitomi's arms with fear on her face. No, I don't want to be a top student anymore. I don't want to be a top student anymore. I want to be a mascot. Oh. She quickly escaped from Sakuramiya Hitomi's arms and threw herself into Ashley's arms. And this time, she was not stopped by the other party. Ashley just sighed silently, pinched her ear, and said, "Sakuramiya, I'm kidding you. How could you do so much?" Sakuramiya Hitomi covered her mouth and chuckled, but she looked very serious. Huan held up her cheeks, looked at the pitiful Yuan Lina, and consoled her. "Yuan Lina, there's no need to worry about a test. It's just a test at the beginning of the semester. It can't decide anything. You have to know that you're the only one who regards yourself as the mascot of the student union." President. Yuan Lina looked at Huan with great emotion, but Ashley, who was holding her, poured a bucket of cold water on her. "Besides you, I also feel the same way. Ashley, as for Sakuramiya Hitomi." Huan slowly cleaned up the almost finished dishes and asked them, "Okay, I'm almost done eating. I'm going to go back to work and take a nap in the morning. What are your plans?" Ashley and Yahashiki were preparing to go to the commercial street outside the school to buy some things, but Sakuramiya Hitomi still chose to go back to the student union office. Yuan Lina had completely forgotten the pain. She was clearly worried about her grades just now, but now she was going to go back to senior year to play with her senior classmates. After returning the plates to the recycling center, they separated at the cafeteria entrance, and only Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi were left walking towards the first-year teaching building. Huan yawned lazily, and the breeze blew past, bringing down his crooked bangs and slightly covering his eyes. Sakuramiya Hitomi beside her walked with graceful steps, as if she had caught the breeze that brought Huan's scent, ruffling her long hair that was tinged with a slight pink at the end. She has a petite figure, but she doesn't look weak at all when standing next to Huan, who is 1.84 meters tall. It's all due to her unique temperament. Spring is coming, young boys and girls are in their prime, walking side by side. It's always been a perfect match. President. Just as Huan closed his eyes and yawned, Sakuramiya Hitomi beside him suddenly spoke. What's wrong, Sakura? I just mentioned that I wanted to join the study group, but it seems like the president hasn't replied to me yet. Because of you and Lina's interruption, just now, the conversation between Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi was interrupted. After that, Huan took the initiative to end the lunch and did not continue. Until this moment, she brought it up again. Huan blinked and smiled helplessly. The main reason is that Spencer's modifier is not a good thing, and it is closely related to Sakuramiya. Sakura has no resistance. What if his consciousness is distorted by the modifier? After all, we have been together for half a year and are good friends. No matter what, we can't let her get hurt, right? I understand what you mean, but the president seems to have been yawning these past 2 days. Before he could finish his words, Sakuramiya Hitomi beside him continued speaking. Huan was slightly startled and turned to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi beside him, only to find that she had already raised her head and looked at him. President, you are already very busy. You have to take care of your studies, student union affairs, and work after class. Now, add the study group affairs to the mix. You must be very tired, President. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at Huan with seriousness in her eyes. So, even if it's just a little bit, I can share some of the burden for the president. After all, I'm also the vice president of the student union. There was a pause after all, and I wonder if the girl's words were secretly changed in my heart. Although Huan's sleepiness was not due to his body being unable to bear the workload, he seemed to have endless energy all day, probably because his yang qi had not been released and was naturally full. But it doesn't sound bad to hear Hitomi Sakuramiya say that. He stopped yawning, but could only smile and decline. I've always been very polite to you, Sakuramiya, when I need help, but forget it this time. I'll definitely help you next time. Sakuramiya Hitomi pursed her lips, but now that things had come to this, she could only nod and end the topic. More to come later. As they walked, they had already reached the bottom of the teaching building, and it was almost time to separate. Good afternoon, President. Good afternoon, Sakura. Huan was in a Class A on the first floor, while Sakuramiya Hitomi went upstairs via the stairs. The teaching building was empty at noon, and there was no one in their class. The commercial street outside the campus might be more lively. He planned to come back to pack up his books, then take his school bag and find a quiet place to take a nap and study for a while, and then go play mahjong after studying. Today is Tuesday. Huan was supposed to take a handicraft class with Yishiyu. He chose this class for her to increase the chances of them meeting and to check on her and the editor's situation at any time. But today, the handicraft teacher sent an email this morning saying that we can all volunteer to go to the city to buy handicraft materials. She has chartered a school bus, and those who don't go will have to wait until Thursday. Huan had already bought it in advance when school started, so she didn't have to worry about it this afternoon. Mahjong, here I come. After making the arrangements happily, Huan walked out of the classroom humming a song when she was greeted by a familiar scent of flowers. No way. Huan was walking to the classroom door at this time, and he paused. However, when he stuck his head out of the classroom door, he still saw the cold girl standing in the corridor outside the door. She was wearing a white dress, with black hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her expressionless and beautiful face was only slightly moved when she saw Huan walking out of the classroom. Needless to say, it's Yishiyu. She was holding a cloth bag in her arms, which seemed to contain something. However, Huan had lived in Bungbu for a while. He felt that at this moment, he was a bit like a worker who was preparing to go home nicely on Friday and welcome the weekend. Just when you were about to happily clock out, your boss came over to inform you of a meeting. That's probably the feeling. Thanks to the perfect expression management, Huan is still the smiling boy. Sister Shiyu. He greeted Yishiyu with a smile, and Yishiyu walked up to him with an expressionless face. Why are you here all of a sudden, Sister Shiyu? Is there something wrong? Yishiyu looked at Huan in front of her and nodded. Just when Huan's smile was about to collapse, she suddenly opened the small cloth bag in her arms and took out a small black lunchbox. Needless to say, her name was also written on the lunchbox. Yishiyu gently opened the lunchbox, revealing the neatly arranged cookies inside. Huan was slightly startled when he saw this. He looked up at Yishiyu in front of him and asked, "Is this what Aunt Shan was going to give it to me?" Yishiyu tilted her head, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "But I did it." Huan raised his eyebrows and was about to say something, but Yishiyu in front of him spoke again. "I have something I want to ask you for help with." These words came suddenly, as if they were pushed out by some emotion in her heart. She lowered her head, took out her laptop from the bag in her arms, and said to Huan, "My computer has been lagging since last night. I don't know why. It takes a long time to open anything, and ads pop up for no apparent reason. I'm not familiar with Linmin, so I don't know where to get it fixed, and I don't want to trouble my mom. So, that's it. Lag? Unable to open browser or other applications. Ads pop up? This problem, or thinking of this, Huan asked, "Sister Shiyu, do you have the power supply?" Huan turned around and looked at the time, then said to Shiyu, "I know a little about computers. I'll help Sister Shiyu take a look first. If I can fix it, we won't have to go to the repair shop." "It is good. Then come to our class. There aren't many people in the class." Huan took Shiyu into the empty classroom, came to his seat, put down the computer, plugged it in, and turned it on. In fact, it is not turned on. The computer itself is in standby mode. Shiyu seemed to think that the computer could heal itself. She left it alone overnight, and then turned it on the next day, and it would be back to normal. However, it was of no use. When I opened the card the next day, it was still stuck. He sat down and slid the mouse on the touchpad. Shiyu sat next to him, with her hands on her thighs, watching him operate while blinking her long eyelashes. "Sister Shiyu, have you been doing anything on the computer recently?" "No." "Did you download anything?" "No." "Well, I don't know anything about this, so I might as well check it myself." Password, Sister Shiyu. My mom and I's birthday, 06270903. Huan glanced at Shiyu, tapped the keyboard to open the interface, and revealed a photo of a life-size doll wearing exquisite clothes as the background picture. Huan dragged the mouse with the touchpad, and as soon as he started dragging, he felt it was extremely heavy. It's like flashing and extremely difficult to operate. After taking a glance at the desktop in the lower right corner, I found that Shiyu had not downloaded any strange software, and there was no weird wallpaper like bird wallpaper. It was extremely clean. I didn't see any rogue software. Shiyu nodded. There is plenty of disk space. Drive C, drive D. Shiyu nodded again. Hearing this, Huan turned to look at Shiyu beside him, and she also looked at him blankly. Every time he muttered something to himself or checked something, she would nod in response. It feels like a girl who knows nothing about computers or games is sitting next to you, watching you operate the system and responding to you all the time. I can only say that I am secretly happy. However, since neither this nor that is the case, then how exactly is this computer working? Huan thought for a while, clicked on the task manager, opened the performance interface, and prepared to check the status of the CPU and disk. You won't know until you check it out. You will find that the CPU utilization has reached 100%, but now no application is open. After opening the process again, Huan discovered that the CPU was fully occupied by the system process. This kind of system process occupies the CPU for a long time, which is abnormal, and it will pop up ads. Is this a downloader virus? Huan raised his eyebrows and said to Shiyu, "It should be a virus, Sister Shiyu. Just download an antivirus software online to check it out. It's not a big deal." Huan, you're also very good at this. Shiyu thought silently in her heart, looking at the cookies in her arms. This is a thank you gift for helping me fix my computer. But the return gift that I had given with guilt has not yet been received. Yesterday, I clearly wanted to ask him what he likes, but in the end, I still couldn't ask. Now, there were only the two of them here, and the atmosphere seemed good, so it was a good time to ask. She opened her mouth and raised her eyes, the words already in her throat. Yen. However, the moment she raised her eyes, she saw Huan moving the mouse towards the browser icon. However, In the lock bar below, the icon already exists, indicating that the browser is already open. She suddenly remembered that when she woke up in the morning, she tried to open the browser and enter the strange website again. We got in, but it was very difficult. It was time for school, and Aunt Shin came to urge her, so she zoomed out the page, closed the computer, and put it in her school bag to let Huan take a look. After a whole morning of classes, she suddenly forgot about it, and even forgot to close the browser. And now, Huan's mouse is about to open the browser? Sister Shiyu, I can help you download an antivirus software online and check it. It will be solved quickly. Inside, there is something inside that he absolutely cannot see. Beside him, Yishiyu's face became paler and paler. The cell phone in her hand slipped silently and turned an evil purple. Her lips trembled slightly, and she suddenly pronounced Huan's name, using the name that only a mother would use. Xiao Huan. Ah, Sister Shiyu, what's wrong? Hearing this address, Huan immediately turned around to look at her in surprise. However, what caught his eye was an all-too-familiar phone screen in a deep swirling purple color. Effect: individual hypnosis. Time: 15 minutes. Timer start. Huan. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. There's a saying that goes, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. So if someone were to ask Huan what his mood was, he would most likely tell you a story that was essentially the farmer and the snake in a tearful manner. However, it is necessary to simply apply a modern background and change it to Huan who repairs the computer and his sister Yishiyu. But when Huan raised his eyes and saw the mobile phone screen held up by Yishiyu, the purple vortex above it pulled at his consciousness like an abyss. Just like when he was hypnotized last Friday. After a moment of losing control of his body, Huan's body fell into a purgatory of numbness. I can still control my body freely, but it is very uncomfortable. And underneath the mask of perfect expression management, Huan's face was full of question marks. Nah, how'd I offend her again? I ignore my lunch break and helped you with your computer problem with good intentions, but you didn't even say thank you and instead raise your phone to hypnotize me without a second thought, right? Where did you learn this bad habit? Japanese TV series. Yishiyu looked at the handsome boy in front of her, whose eyes gradually lost their luster and expression became blank, and her expression became regretful. I had clearly told myself before not to use hypnosis on him. The result happened again. However, if I don't do this, if Huan sees what's in the browser, it might be more painful than killing her. The phone in her hand seemed to have weight. She pursed her lips, lowered her eyes, and said with trembling lips, Sorry, but the boy's consciousness seemed to have been devoured by her greedy power, and he could not understand the apology she wanted to express. In that case, quickly delete the content in your browser and then end the hypnosis. Yishiyu quickly took the computer from the desktop, slid the touchpad, operated the mouse to open the browser, and started the operation. However, the computer was still stuck due to a virus, not to mention that she herself was a computer novice. Normally, she finds the mouse too hot to use, and now using the touchpad is even more difficult for her. Hey, hurry up. Chris is waiting for us. I'm coming. As luck would have it, Yishiyu's heartbeat suddenly quickened as she could faintly hear classmates talking outside the class. Plop, plop. Only then did she remember that she was still in Huan's class. In the past 2 days, she had roughly learned how popular Huan was in school. If his classmates came back and saw him being hypnotized, Yishiyu's pupils shrank slightly, but her hands moved faster and faster. After much trouble, I finally opened the browser with the mouse. A colorful search interface popped up, showing the search history above. Women's Zone. Younger brother, sister and brother. Hypnosis. Yes, since discovering this treasure website, on Saturday, Yishiyu felt like she had opened the door to a new world. A child who had never been interested in these restricted movies before now goes into the women's area every day and can't get out. Of course, she knew that these were not serious things, but the content is so fascinating. Yishiyu was always extremely excited, especially when she saw the various stories happening between the heroines in the movies and their younger peers. But returning to the reality at this moment, Yishiyu felt quite ashamed looking at the search column in front of her. Her face turned slightly red, and even Huan, who looked like a puppet after hypnosis, had to hide her face behind the computer screen. Sorry, I'll finish soon. As for Huan, he realized it when he saw Yishiyu anxiously taking the computer and operating it. The browser he almost opened just now might contain some content that would lead to Yishiyu's social death. No wonder she was so stressed. Now think about it. After he died suddenly in his previous life, would it be possible that the police checked his browsing history? If anything is found, it could be unlocked and given to family members as a relic. Thinking of this, even though so much time had passed, Huan still had an urge to crawl back to his previous life and snatch the phone back. It was true that Huan was a little surprised. He had never expected that Yishiyu would also read these things. Besides, what can Yishiyu see by looking at these? Puppet Jenga? Don't mention it. I'm a little curious. Huan's confused eyes moved quietly and locked onto Yishiyu's face in front of the computer. Website page, close. History, delete. After doing all this, Yishiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, before Huan found out. Hey, Yishiyu was stunned for a moment, because she realized that she subconsciously called him the same way her mother called Huan. But I don't hate calling him that. There's always a feeling of giving a nickname to the most beloved doll. Huan. She looked at the browser that had become clean and murmured something, as if she was recalling the feeling of calling him by this nickname. However, right in front of her, Huan, with his lifeless eyes, seemed to have received a signal and responded with a lifeless look. Sister Shiyu. Duh. Did he take his words as orders? Yes, when under hypnosis, Huan will obey whatever I say. Yishiyu blinked. She had originally planned to lift the hypnosis after putting the computer back. Anyway, her goal had been achieved. However, when she raised her eyes and looked at the handsome young man in front of her who was completely obeying her orders, an indescribable darkness suddenly grew. In particular, the teaching building was very quiet at the moment, and there were only 2 of them in the classroom. The afternoon is the hottest time of the day, but since it is early spring, the temperature is just right. The warm temperature is like a feather scratching the skin, making people feel itchy. Yishiyu opened her mouth, but the command "stop hypnosis" that she was supposed to say was stuck. I really want to hear Huan call me sister. This is a title that is emphasized in movies in order to blur the identity of the subject. Desire began to spread invisibly, making the phone in her hand even brighter. Just give this command, listen to Huan call sister, and then end the hypnosis. Yishiyu thought so, but her voice seemed impatient, and she whispered to Huan, Huan, call me sister. Elder sister? Huan, who was hypnotized, was a little confused, but the muscles in his throat began to feel itchy. Feeling the urge to speak, Huan had no choice but to open his mouth. Elder sister. After hearing Huan open her mouth and whisper the name she had been expecting so much, Yishiyu's pupils inevitably shrank a little bit. In my ears, I could hear the rhythmic heartbeat again. Plop, plop, plop. That's awesome. However, he did not look at him, and his expression was confused. Although this is also good, still a little short of that. Just give one last order. After giving this command, I will definitely end the hypnosis. Yishiyu thought this again in her heart. Huan. Yishiyu opened her mouth, her voice trembling a little. Please look at me and call me sister with a smile, okay? In an instant, the command was implemented on large areas of facial muscles, but it was invisibly disintegrated due to Huan's perfect facial management ability. When Yishiyu called out sister for the first time, her expression actually revealed a little flaw, allowing Huan to read a hint of excitement leaking out from her heart. No way. Huan felt a little bit unbelievable when he discovered something, as if he had discovered someone's interest in something. After a moment of silence, Huan raised his eyes little by little and looked at Yishiyu in front of him. Then, he smiled slightly and spoke softly to Yishiyu again, sister. During the quiet lunch break, a two-person classroom with a handsome boy standing with his back to the light. The moment he smiled, it seemed as if he had become one with the sunlight outside. The hypnotic dullness was concealed by the feeling of a smile, so it was as if Ishiyu had never used the app on her mobile phone. Yin Huan's extremely lively and beautiful smile made the word sister go beyond being kind and gradually become intimate. Plop, plop, plop. It was as if the scenes in the movie had turned into reality, urging her to do what the heroine in the movie would do. Some kind of filthiness in Yi Shiyu's heart seemed to be manifested on the screen of the mobile phone, and the dark purple color on the screen seemed to become particularly sticky. She blinked, her long eyelashes shielding her eyes from view, her black hair falling down, highlighting her rosy skin. No, no, I've already said that what I just said was my last wish. How can I go back on my word? Yi Shiyu's face turned slightly red, and her right hand, which was about to reach out to Yin Huan, was suddenly held in place by her left hand. Yi Shiyu was struggling internally, as if her conscience was wrestling with her desires. She glanced at her phone and realized that only a few minutes had passed. She still had nearly 10 minutes left to do whatever she wanted. So, how about giving one last command to end the hypnosis? No, no, you have already issued 2 orders. What are you going to do next? This is a classroom, and he was so kind just now helping me solve my computer problem. It was clearly me who accidentally browsed that website and caused the computer to have problems. It was clearly me who came to ask for his help, but now he is repaying me with hatred. Yi Shiyu, are you such a despicable person? Conscience delivered a heavy punch, knocking desire to the ground, unable to get up again. Very good. On the stage, Yi Shiyu's panting conscience looked at desire falling to the ground in front of her. However, he did not expect that the desire would not be avoided, as if he had prepared a killer move. The next moment, desire took a deep breath and suddenly shouted in his heart, "But you can do whatever you want now." He's been hypnotized, and his memory will be corrected by the app when he wakes up anyway. So what does it matter? What? His conscience was horrified, and his momentum was gradually overwhelmed by his desire. Yes, I have such props, so it doesn't matter even if I do it, and Yin Huan won't lose a piece of meat. As long as he doesn't notice anything unusual when he wakes up, doesn't that mean nothing has happened? Now the app still has a duration. During the duration, issue the last command. Xiao Huan. After struggling for a long time, Yishiyu seemed to have finally made up her mind and spoke to Yin Huan. The voice trembled slightly when he spoke, but it was not the regret and guilt he felt at the beginning, but excited. It was as if they were the audience watching the most exciting second act of the movie. Yishiyu blushed slightly, holding the phone tightly in her hand, raised her head and looked at Yin Huan and ordered, "Can you please become the brother who loves your sister the most and act like a spoiled child to her?" Not. What? Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Yin Huan's brain seemed to have been hit violently by some blunt object, leaving his mind filled with question marks for an instant. Sister Shiyu, your XP seems a little strange. Brothers and sisters are brothers and sisters, and they cannot become brothers and sisters. Forget it, sister. You have a hypnosis app, so you have the final say. The most exaggerated thing is that not only Yin Huan himself was down, but even the part that was hypnotized was a little down, and no commands came for a while. It seems that it doesn't know how to act like the little brother who loves his sister the most, and then act coquettishly. After a few seconds, an itchy feeling came from his throat, conveying some words that made Yin Huan get goosebumps just thinking about them. It's the kind of thing that will guarantee social demise if you say it. You call this acting like a spoiled brat? Yishiyu, you accidentally forgot to delete the browser, and when you were about to die socially, you used a hypnosis app to hypnotize me to avoid social death. And then, on the contrary, I did nothing but you used hypnosis to make me die socially? Then don't blame me. Yin Huan's heart darkened instantly. He had no intention of honestly saying the shameful words that the hypnotized part of him conveyed. After a brief pause, Yin Huan showed a sunny smile. Under Yi Shiyu's expectant gaze, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Yi Shiyu's hand. Snapped. The soft, boneless little hands were instantly swallowed up by the burning body temperature. Her hands were very cold, like the temperature of early spring, but they were too cold for Huan. Yishiyu's expression changed slightly, and instantly her whole face began to heat up rapidly as if being burned by Huan's body temperature. This was the first time in such a long time that she had been in such close contact with a boy. She subconsciously wanted to pull her hands back, but those hands were like a pair of iron clamps, preventing her from getting away. Little Joy. She couldn't stand it, and subconsciously wanted to refuse, feeling extremely uncomfortable. But before she issued the order, "Let me go," Huan seized the opportunity and rushed in. He raised his eyes, looked at Yishiyu in front of him, and called out affectionately, "Elder sister." This call suddenly made Yishiyu freeze, and she even forgot to resist. She stared blankly at Huan in front of her, and then the movements of her hands suddenly intensified, and she was actually trying to pull her over there. Ah-da-da. No, it's not like that. So hard. It was so sudden, I wasn't prepared at all. Yishiyu then realized that Huan's understanding of being coquettish was probably direct physical contact. Hypnosis would indeed carry out her commands, but how it would be carried out needed a more detailed explanation. Just like a not-so-smart computer or AI, it needs to be trained to get a model that meets people's needs. What was even more terrifying was that there was a sudden sound of dense footsteps outside. It seems that some students from Class A have returned. Thump, thump, thump. No, no. Even as his heart was beating wildly, Huan held his hand and refused to let go. He struggled and struggled, but failed, and in his anxiety, he even forgot to give the order to stop immediately. If a third party finds out that Huan is not in the right state, then I will be... Her face was slightly red, and there was a hint of moisture in the corners of her eyes, but she couldn't seem to tell whether she was excited or uncomfortable. It seemed that it was because of Huan's word, sister. That word seemed to have turned into a curse, making Yishiyu completely unable to refuse Huan's excessive behavior. Looking at her like this, Huan was speechless. Just like when she was hypnotized at Yilan's house, she loved to do these stupid things. Why don't you just say something? Just give an order to stop. However, at the last moment, it was not Yishiyu who saved the stalemate, but the voice coming from outside the door. "It's Bai. She came to school today." It's really rare. It turned out that he was not a student from Class A. The sound outside the door suddenly woke Yishiyu up, so she quickly opened her mouth. "Xiao Huan, stop." Huan's movements suddenly stopped, and his hands holding Yishiyu suddenly loosened. Yishiyu quickly stepped back, seeming to be still in shock, but her eyes kept looking back and forth between him and her hands. If Xiao Huan likes one sister the most, will he do this? Yishiyu had some doubts, but her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. The noise outside the door was still there, in stark contrast to the quietness in Class A. "Where did you go? Didn't some students from the fan club see Bai walking towards the teaching building just now?" "Fake news. Gone. Sorry, I had something to do today and came back late, so the update is a little slow. Sorry. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Plop, plop, plop. The sound outside the classroom gradually faded away, like an invisible hand that was strangling Yishiyu's heart, and slowly left. Her breathing gradually stopped, and she looked up at Huan, whose eyes were lifeless. It seemed that rationality had just regained control of her brain, making her realize what had just happened. Looking at his wrist that Huan had grabbed earlier, he saw a circle of red marks formed on the fair and delicate skin due to the force, and there was no sign of it disappearing immediately. It seemed to be caused by the surge of qi and blood under the skin, making the area numb and a little itchy. Yishiyu has a physique that easily leaves marks on the body. Especially her skin is fair and tender, which easily shows color like a clear canvas. This action, which symbolized the expansion of others into her territory, was what she hated the most. Physical contact from outsiders is as unforgivable as someone taking her things. But since Huan came, there seemed to be an exception. Perhaps it was because of the kindness he showed that night, or perhaps it was because of the smile on his face that made Yishiyu take the initiative to restrain her stinginess and want to give something in return. I just wanted to ask him for help in what he likes, or use hypnosis on him. Sorry, Huan. I will definitely not use hypnosis on you next time. Yishiyu thought so with guilt in her heart. Although it is great to be called sister by Huan, it would be better if she was more gentle when she was acting coquettish. However, I will definitely not use hypnosis on Huan next time. Yishiyu promised herself this, as wise and holy as a half-sage. As for why it is half, because I didn't feel completely satisfied when I asked Huan to act coquettishly just now, so it could be considered half-satisfied. Huan, after I count to 3, 2, 1, you will be released from hypnosis 3, 2, 1. In her heart, she expressed her desire to delete the app, but also felt a little nervous. Because she left the room early during the last hypnosis session, I didn't know what it would be like to remove the hypnosis face-to-face. And with her order, the feeling of memories being peeled away like a tide came again. Both Sakuramiya Hitomi and Yishiyu's editors will have this feeling. First, all the memories of what just happened will leave the brain, and then a new memory will be formed. The memory was forged so well that without a modifier or a third party's reminder, the subject would basically not realize what had happened. Huan's dazed eyes gradually closed, and when he opened them again, he was unaware of the strange gaze. Sister Shiyu, let's continue repairing the computer. Seeing that Huan didn't notice anything unusual, Yishiyu felt relieved and returned to her doll-like appearance. But his eyes were like a murderer touring the crime scene, sizing Huan up and down. Huan smiled and turned away, then continued to help her fix the computer, but she started thinking in her mind. When a person gets a similar modifier, his desire to use it actually develops gradually. The idea of achieving something in one step probably comes from a book with dozens of pages of drawings. Before they evolve to the I don't eat beef stage, they must first enter the Beware of Superman stage. In particular, the validity period of Yishiyu's modifier is only 15 minutes, which invisibly limits the implementation of many of her ideas. But this gradual progress was still much faster than Huan had imagined. It was obvious that he had been operating like a tiger last Sunday night, trying to stimulate Yishiyu's guilt and suppress her desire to use the modifier. Miaojiang also said at the time that Yishiyu dropped the fragments, so the operation should be effective. The truth came out again on Tuesday afternoon before the incident had been resolved for a few days. Although the reason she used the modifier was to prevent herself from social death, it was an accidental use. But what about after that? She still couldn't resist the temptation of the modifier's effects and issued a series of commands to herself. These commands are not too extreme, but they symbolize the resurgence of the desire to use mods. It's not that Huan's previous attempt to stimulate her conscience was ineffective. This can be seen from Yishiyu's repeated hesitation and apologies. The only problem is, the efforts are not strong enough. When facing a patient like Yishiyu, the dosage of the medicine has to be increased. Huan, the fake psychiatrist, thought so. Sister Shiyu, you can just download a Zhoujia security guard. If you don't know much about computers, this is pretty easy to use. Basically, security is not a problem. Yishiyu didn't understand, so she just nodded and let him do whatever he wanted on her computer. She didn't care at all that he was holding the mouse with his name on it, nor did she care that he was typing his fingers on the keyboard of his computer. Huan also forgot about Yishiyu's special habit for a moment. After all, he was thinking about the strategy for the future, and now he had to act like a normal brother after being hypnotized. These two items were like the downloader virus in Yishiyu's computer, occupying the running memory of his brain. Moreover, did the group of guys outside just now shout by Yi's name? The name of the idol with the don't care modifier. L. In the teaching building in the afternoon, the illusory sound of a clock ticking, like water drops, rang out from the void. But many of the students who came and went seemed not to have heard anything and just walked by as usual. In the middle of the crowd, a beautiful girl wearing sunglasses, A milky white long-sleeve dress and a black cotton linen knee-length skirt stood at the school gate with her hands folded, where people were coming and going. It was the famous idol lady of Tatsuki Academy by E. Her beauty cannot be concealed even by sunglasses. A sense of confidence, fashion, and beauty emanates from her energetic body, telling the beauty of youth to everyone who sees her. She was chewing a piece of strawberry-flavored bubblegum, and from time to time she blew air into the candy in her mouth to make it expand and finally burst like a balloon. Boom! Made such a sound. She put on some light makeup, and half of her lips were coated with a layer of high-quality pink lip gloss, which sparkled with a delicious crystal luster. Her lips are as sweet as that piece of strawberry-flavored bubblegum. I don't feel like going to class this afternoon. I might as well sneak out for a walk. I can use that anyway. Thinking of this, she took out something like a pocket watch from her bosom. Although the pocket watch has a simple style, its interior appears to be exquisitely crafted and is on par with priceless handicrafts. There are also imaginary words floating in the middle of the dial, adding a touch of fantasy. Nameless. There are 3 hands on the dial, but they do not correspond to the real time at all. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but the hour hand, which seemed to be made of ice, was pointing to the 12 o'clock position, and it looked like it had not moved for a long time. The minute hand was covered with rust and fell at the 9 o'clock position. A line of illusory words floated on the rusty minute hand. Accumulated usage time, 30 minutes. The second hand seems to be completely non-existent. It can only be judged from the bottom of the rotating pointer that there seems to be an invisible pointer moving on the dial. When Baiyi's consciousness touched the spinning second hand, illusory information surged out. Welcome to use Nameless Pocket Watch. Pocket Watch Level 1. Current effect. No care. 10 minutes a day. After using it, you will enter a state where you will not be discovered no matter what you do. If you do not use the effect on the same day, the time can be accumulated for next use, up to 60 minutes. During the period of the effect, all your actions will only have immediate consequences for you. For others, the consequences of your actions will occur the moment the effect ends. It sounds like a mouthful, but you'll quickly understand what it means once you try it. When Bai-Yi enters the state of indifference, he will feel the touch immediately when he touches others. But what about other people? When she touches someone, they don't feel it immediately, but instantly when the effect ends. No matter how many feelings there are, they will come in an instant. There is actually an effect on items, but the modifier seems to have forgotten to explain it. Or does it just want Bai-Yi to do whatever he wants to people in effect? Let's talk about the items. The pocket watch will automatically correct unreasonable item changes. For example, the marker pen used to tease Zhou Bin will automatically return to its original position after Bai-Yi uses it, without fingerprints or ink loss. But the ghostly symbols painted on Zhou Bin's face still exist. Just by listening to this description, you can know how magical this power is. So since this pocket watch inexplicably appeared in Bai-Yi's bag last Friday, it has almost become Bai-Yi's favorite toy. With this thing, she can do many things that she never dared to think of before. For example, Zhou Bin was the #1 victim because he called his mother many times to complain last semester. When I came here at noon today, I saw that he was covered with strange theological items. I guess he's still worried now. Bai-Yi smiled happily, then turned around and walked out of the school under the cover of indifference. She planned to skip classes directly in the afternoon. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The world around her seemed to be divided by the rhythmic sound of a clock, like water drops. On one side was Bai-Yi, and on the other side was the entire world except her. Then the world overlapped, forming everything she saw. Walking to the commercial street in the park outside the school gate, she picked up a string of candied haws sold in the dessert shop and tasted it wantonly. The agent monitors Bai-Yi's eating habits every day, fearing that he will gain weight and get acne if he eats high-calorie foods. He wishes to cram things like salads and light meals into Bai-Yi's brain so that they become common sense. She obviously eats a lot of meat and fish in private, and even posts pictures of her eating hot pot on her moments. But she is left alone to drink green juice and eat salad, right? Thinking of this, Bai-Yi's movements of eating the candied haws became more ferocious. as if she was biting her agent's head. Huh, the president has already said that I'm not a mascot, okay? Hey, would President Yin say something like this to you? Of course, but the iron must be strong itself. I think the president thinks so because I am too smart. Ha ha, President? Yin Huan, by E, who was eating candied haws, glanced at the source of the sound with her beautiful eyes under her sunglasses, and saw Yuan Lina chatting with several senior high school girls at the door of a milk tea shop. That nasty guy, Bai Yi silently withdrew his gaze and prepared to leave here before today's 10-minute effect ended. After all, if she uses it again, she will have to use up the time she saved on the weekend and Monday. Bai Yi has some Tunton rat characteristics, but my eyes were still inevitably attracted by a signboard at the school gate. On the signboard was the logo of the student union, with an introduction to the student union members above it. Yin Huan, the president of the student union, won the favor of classmates with his excellent grades and absolute affinity in the fall semester, and received a total of... Bai paused slightly while eating the candied haws. Just looking at the photo of Yin Huan on the notice board, she couldn't help revealing annoyance on her face. Tisk, the candied haws in her mouth gradually lost its flavor, but she couldn't bear to throw it away, so she took it with her as she left Tatsuki Academy during the lunch break. In the evening, on the first floor of a high-end villa in Jinghe District, he scanned his fingerprint and walked into the room. The sound of the range hood came from the kitchen, probably because his mother was cooking. She glanced in the direction of the kitchen, changed her shoes at the door, and took off her fisherman's hat, sunglasses, and mask, and threw them into the basket beside her. I'm back. How was school today? However, the voice that responded to her came from the living room, not the kitchen. He was slightly stunned and combed his smooth black hair, which was slightly messed up by the fisherman's hat. He walked into the living room carelessly and said, "What else can I do? It's just like that. It's just an elective class." A middle-aged woman in gray home clothes was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at her. That was Bai Yi's mother, Zhua Jiangxin. Listening to Bai Yi's words, Zhua Jiangxin frowned and exposed her lies. "I asked Xiaoji to pick you up from school this afternoon, but she said she didn't see you come out. Xiaoji, whose full name is Ji Lin, is Bai Yi's agent." Bai Yi paused as she was about to enter the room. She frowned and looked at her mother, who was sitting in the living room. She asked, "Didn't I say I would be back by myself this afternoon? You didn't go to school at all, did you?" So, Bai Yi took a deep breath, but did not go back to the room. Instead, he came to the living room and said to Zhuo Jiangxin, "It's just an elective class. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? Just give me a good look." The woman became even more furious after hearing Bai Yi's nonchalant words. She took out her cell phone, opened her email, and showed Bai Yi a message sheet. "The student union of your school sent me an email this morning to inform me of your entrance exam results. The full score is 500 out of 292. There are 178 students in the grade, and you are ranked 152nd. Isn't that embarrassing? If your fans knew that your academic performance was so bad, I wonder what people would say online. Why do you care what they say? I have activities scheduled every day, and I haven't attended many classes. How can I take the exam? You haven't attended a few classes yet. I sent you there this afternoon, but you didn't go? You're just slacking off and being lazy. Mom, if you don't understand, please don't pretend to understand, okay? You can't even tell the difference between required and elective courses. So what are you giving instructions for?" It was totally a miscommunication. He waved his hands irritably and said, "I'm tired. I want to go back and rest." He was annoyed by the nagging, but the woman behind him stopped him from leaving. "Stop right there. You're such a jerk every day. Xiaoji told me that you were reluctant to participate in activities and you were so lazy at school. What are you doing?" "Activities. Those crappy activities were not arranged by you. She doesn't let me write songs, saying that I'm slow to get exposure, and she wants to capture the market of fans with good looks, so now she has to eat grass every day. My mother was also eager to cash in. She would get excited when her agent said there was a business order, but she was the one who was tired, running around. But even though he had 1,000 things to say in his heart, he decided to avoid it after taking a deep breath. She just looked downcast, too lazy to talk nonsense with her mother and turned around to return to her room. Wait a minute, you kid ate the salad off the table. Ugh. Ely ignored the mother behind him and put his hand on the door handle. But her mother behind her no longer looked at her, as if they were already familiar with the process. But today, it seemed that because of the email announcing the results, was what Jiangxin said with great emotion. Look at Huan from your student union. He has such good grades and is the president of the student union. He always gets first place in exams. And don't forget, he was there when you took me to the child star selection. Listening to his mother's words, he pushed open the door, and just as he was about to walk into the room, he stopped where he was. But her mother didn't notice at all, her fists clenched under her sleeves. As soon as he smiled, the leaders of the station took a liking to him and insisted on signing him. He just showed up and the station begged him to go, but he refused to go. We worked so hard, writing songs and practicing instruments before we got the spot. When talking about this, Zhuo Jiangxin became angry. What qualifications do you have to not work hard? People who work for 3 days and rest for 2 days have a choice, but we don't have a choice, so we must seize the opportunity. I help you get into the entertainment industry. You should cherish your fame and be more active in participating in activities. I invested money to get you into Tatsuki. You should work hard and improve your academic performance. It will also help you build a good reputation for Xiaoji. Did you hear me? Bai Yi's mother looked up, only to find that she had been looking at her with a cold face. Look at yourself with an unprecedented look. In the darkness, a certain desire seemed to freeze the air. Even though the soup was still cooking in the kitchen, the heat could not dispel the chill. Bai Yi just looked at her mother. After a moment of silence, she smiled mockingly and said, "Since you like him so much, you can just let him be your son." You, bum. Before Zhuo Jiangxin could say anything else, Bai Yi had already opened the door and slammed it in. This kid, Zhuo Jiangxin frowned, still looking disappointed in someone. They sat on the sofa with their hands folded in a stalemate for a long time, and the sound of the guitar no longer came from Bai Yi's room as usual. The dead silence in the villa made Zhuo Jiangxin finally reluctantly admit. Maybe her words were a little harsh. But isn't it because Bai Yi doesn't work hard every day and is too lazy to study? How can this continue? Zhuo Jiangxin felt that his starting point was correct, but the method he adopted was wrong. She had often mentioned the child named Huan in front of Bai Yi. After all, when the company was selecting child stars, that boy with outstanding looks was so impressive. When it comes to Tatsuki, they're very popular and their performance is amazing. Zhuo Jiangxin just thought that creating a competitor for Bai Yi could inspire her fighting spirit, so she emphasized it over and over again. Drip, drip. At this moment, the timer in the kitchen suddenly rang. Her soup is ready. Zhuo Jiangxin sighed and walked into the kitchen, turned off the fire, then took a bowl and scooped out a bowl of pork rib soup. He walked back to the living room, holding the salad on the table, and walked towards Bai Yi's door. Dong, dong, dong. Going out to eat. This is Zhuo Jiangxin's signal of reconciliation. But after a long time, there was no response from inside the room. Seeing this, Zhuo Jiangxin, who had just convinced himself to calm down, became a little angry again. She put the soup and salad on the table and came back to open Bai Yi's door directly. I said I wanted to eat. Did you hear me? However, when he opened the door again, the girl's boudoir, which contained a guitar, sheet music, a computer, and a game console, was empty. Zhuo Jiangxin was slightly stunned and called out Bai Yi's nickname as if she was startled. However, the room was dead silent, except for the wind blowing from the first floor outside the villa, which made the curtains in the open window flutter in response. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. President, guess what good news is? On Wednesday at noon, in the student union office, Yahashi Mu suddenly opened the door and asked Huan, who was sitting on the throne as student union president, to raise his head. Huan was the only one in the office. Sakuramiya Hitomi went home at noon today. It seemed that she saw through the surveillance on her mobile phone that the kitten named Miwa at home was not in a good condition. Hitomi Sakuramiya's house is not far from the school. At this moment, Huan is organizing materials to form a study group as required by the principal. Of course, I am mainly thinking about how to educate those two guys who have the modifiers. There was no progress. Bai never came to school. Who knows if he used the modifier to do bad things outside the school. As for Spencer, Huan originally wanted to wait for her to make some requests and then respond accordingly. As a result, 2 days passed, and not a single hair was seen. With her IQ of 66, she might have almost forgotten about it. Therefore, Huan planned to take the initiative, especially since that guy was forced to join the study group. Before he could send her an email, his thoughts were interrupted by Yahashiji, who suddenly barged in. I raised my eyes and glanced at Yahashiki, and saw that he couldn't suppress the excitement on his face, but his words were mysterious, and he insisted that you guess. Huan followed his words and guessed a reasonable possibility out of boredom. It seems that Zhou Bin has converted to the 3 religions and become a devout and friendly mixed-race believer. Well, this is good news, but it's not right, President. Guess again. Huan sighed speechlessly and continued. Either the European emperor is possessed, and the figure is finally delivered. Yahashiki shook his head, raised his glasses, and slapped the 2 tickets in front of Huan. I looked down and saw the words written on it. Linmin Jinghe Game Exhibition, Admission Ticket Package. After reading the words clearly, Huan raised his eyebrows. So what? President, do you know how big an event this is? Look, all the world's famous game manufacturers are here. So many famous guests have been invited. I spent a lot of effort to get these 2 tickets. I think you went there purely for the sake of Seijo AI. Huan glanced at the name of the guest on the back of the ticket, and sure enough, found an extremely conspicuous name in the 2nd dimension zone. So Huan said this somewhat speechlessly. Seijo AI, the voice actor who voiced the Lolita heroine in the 18-plus gal game that Yahashiki regards as a masterpiece. Meeting a Lolita after get-off work at. This is considered one of her earlier works, and it is from the erotic world and contains a lot of restricted content. Now, Seijo AI has already made it on the big screen and is very famous in the voice actor industry. Basically, you can often hear her iconic, immature, lowly voice in the anime that Linmin watches. Am I that kind of person, President? Yahashiki in front of him looked serious, but Huan didn't know what to say. Yahashiki once had a feat. Last semester, the school organized a class outing for a group camping trip. This brilliant guy set the dubbing of 4 AI as the alarm on his cell phone and even forgot to change it. So, when she woke up the next morning, the arrogant little girl scolded all the boys in Class B. When he woke up in a daze to turn off the alarm, he accidentally pushed his phone into the crack of the bed and couldn't get it out for a long time, causing the ringtone to enter the exciting part of the gal game. In this way, Yahashiki gave a little otaku shock to the boys in Class B who were waking up one after another. From then on, he became famous. No wonder Park Shuwen and the others from Class C were able to accurately grasp Yahashiki's weaknesses because he had already been famous. If you want to go, just go. Why do you need 2 tickets? Why do you want to take me with you? Correct. Yahashiki nodded honestly and said, I bought them from Scalper. 2 tickets were sold in a bundle. All other channels were sold out, so I had no choice but to buy them together. Anyway, there's 1 more ticket, so why don't you come with me, President? I will think about it. Having said that, Huan actually had no intention of going. He was already busy enough, busy with the editor and other things, and it was already overwhelming enough. He had to go to such a popular event on the weekend and squeeze in with the crowds. It would be more pleasant to sleep at home. Compared to this, I asked you to help contact your class about body.I joining the study group. Have you heard anything? The student union sent her an email, but she never responded. Yahashiji and body.I are in the same class, but he seldom sees body.I coming to school. When Yahashimu was mentioned, he clapped his hands and explained the specific situation to Huan. I can't contact her. She hardly ever comes to school. Not to mention me. Even the class teacher may not be able to contact her. I think the chances of success are higher if I go to the backstage of the venue on the weekend to catch her there. Backstage at the venue? Hearing this, Yin Huan picked up the admission ticket that Yahashimu had placed on the table again in surprise. After a quick glance, I saw Bai Yi's name at the end of the VIP seats. Those who appeared at the same table with her were all internet celebrities with high traffic and good looks from home and abroad. It seemed that she was also classified into this appearance category. Have you received any business orders? Yin Huan suddenly became interested, touched his chin, and started thinking. And Yahashiki also came up and said as if he suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, President, it seems that Bai Yi's mother came to school today. You actually recognize her mother? Facing Yin Huan's doubts, Yahashimu spread his hands and explained. Everyone in our class knows her. Someone saw her picking up Bai Yi from school before. It's mainly because Bai Yi is too eye-catching. Bai Yi is usually quite kind and doesn't have any celebrity airs. But her mother seems to be a pretty fierce person. Yahashiki shook his head and sat on the sofa in the office, muttering. But I saw her mother was anxious and worried this morning. I don't know what happened. Although I don't understand what's going on, it's a fact that Bai Yi rarely shows up at school. God knows our modifier has developed now. If I leave it alone, will things become outrageous when we meet again? Thinking of this, Yin Huan reached out and grabbed the game exhibition ticket handed to him by Yahashiki and said, I'll go with you this weekend, and we can confirm the meeting time on the plane then. Hearing this, Yahashiki's eyes lit up. He is actually a social phobic, so he feels more confident when he goes to meet idols with a trusted friend. The main reason was that Yin Huan didn't know whether he should read the love letter he wrote to the lowly heroine in the Gal game in front of Shijo AI. If you read it, I can only say that it does require a lot of courage. Okay, President, I'll contact you then, and we'll... Boom, boom, boom. Just as Yahashiki was imagining the happy times that were coming on the weekend, there was a sudden knock on the door of the student union. Yin Huan looked towards the door and said, Please come in. The person who opened the door was a girl from his class who chattered like a sparrow. President, something bad happened to your desk. What could possibly happen to my desk? Tell me what happened. Oh, I can't explain it either. Come back to class with me and you'll find out. Question mark. Yin Huan and Yahashiji looked at each other and finally stood up slowly. You mean you brought back some water and my desk became like this? In the classroom of Class A, the girl who was as nervous as a sparrow just now looked around nervously. At this moment, there were only Yin Huan, Yahashimu, and her in Class A. At the same time, something seemed to have happened just now that made her feel particularly insecure. But Yin Huan's desk was splashed with mixed colors of paint, and even the chair was stained with splashed paint, filling the entire classroom with a pungent smell. On the desk, written in scribbled words, Go to hell. Disgusting. This is a personal attack. Yahashi looked at the paint marks on the table and said to Yin Huan in amazement, President, have you offended anyone? But this shouldn't happen in school. President, you must have offended a ghost. The moment the girl behind him opened her mouth, Yin Huan felt a little embarrassed. He turned his head and looked behind him and saw her covering her mouth and saying seriously, I came back and wanted to get some water from the water purifier outside. There was clearly no trace of water here when I came back to get the cup, but in less than a minute, it was already full when I came back. It's exactly the same as Mr. Zhou's situation. President, you must have been haunted by a ghost just like him. Yahashiki touched his chin, thought for a second, and then said, President, do you think this ghost could be a busted girl, the kind that requires you to purify her obsession at night in order to transcend? Yin Huan glanced at Yahashiki beside him with an expression that said, You are completely hopeless. In fact, without the reminder from the girl in the same class, Yin Huan could probably connect the phenomenon with Zhou Bin's tragedy last Friday just by listening to her description. The culprit could only be the guy he and Yahashiki were discussing just now. Bai Yi. But the puzzled expression on his face was by no means fake. He really didn't know how he had offended Bai Yi. All in all, have I seen her more than 3 times since I entered school? What did I do to her to make her hate me so much? Yin Huan was confused, but at this moment there was some crisp knocking sound coming from the window beside him. Ding! Yin Huan turned his head and saw a small stone rolling down the window. A ghost is coming. This is definitely a supernatural event. The girl hid behind Huan and shouted loudly. Embarrass yourself with small stones? How old are you? Isn't it shameful? Do you also want to increase the dosage together with Yi Shiyu? But when I looked outside, there was a green belt outside the classroom on the first floor that separated it from the road, and I didn't see anyone at all. It was as if there really was an invisible ghost outside targeting Huan. Where is Bai? I didn't see her either. Either she is really good at hide and seek, or her modifier level was increased when she was not looking, causing the resistance effect to be weakened and unable to be discovered. It can't really be a supernatural event, right? Jobin, are you there? Can you give me the link to the stuff I have? It's urgent. Ding! Several more stones were thrown at him. And this time, even Yahashiji couldn't bear it anymore. He hugged Huan tightly, looking very scared. President, please protect me. Can you please stop hugging me, Yatsuhashi? This is really going to become a zero overflow incident. No matter what, Huan still activated his perfect expression management skills first. He took a deep breath and seemed surprised by the stones thrown on the empty road outside. But he still pretended to be calm, stepped back a few steps, and said, You guys leave the classroom first. I'll go take a look outside. Stay away from me. It feels like that thing is coming for me. Ding! As Huan was talking, he suddenly saw a faint trace of translucent black hair in the grass to the right of the window. He took a deep breath, then suddenly opened the window and looked outside. I happened to see a translucent girl wearing a fisherman's hat and sunglasses squatting under a tree, holding a small stone in her hand. In fact, there were some larger stones, but they were too big for her to throw so far, so she simply abandoned them. It's Bai. Looking at Bai squatting under the tree like a country girl, Huan was speechless and adjusted her facial expression. He frowned, looked puzzled, and shouted to the outside, Do not move! After saying that, he climbed over the first-floor windowsill and headed outside. President, Yahashiki behind him subconsciously wanted to keep up, but Otaku's body was like a rusty puppet. It was difficult to lift my legs, let alone such a light operation as quickly jumping over the windowsill. So I had to give up and turned around to walk out of the corridor outside the classroom. Bai was holding the stone and was about to throw another one, but when he looked up, he suddenly saw Huan running over the windowsill with a stern face. She was startled and sat down on the ground, but suddenly remembered that she still had the effect of indifference on her body. So she just sat there, watching Huan chase out and stop not far from her. As expected, no matter how many times I see your face, I still find it so annoying. He pursed his lips and looked at Huan not far away with increasingly annoyed eyes. She looked at Huan's face, and a dirty thought suddenly came to her mind. That was a dirty thought even for her who activated the modifier. She looked Huan up and down, but she didn't know that Huan, who was looking around in confusion, was also looking at her, looking at the anger on her face that couldn't be concealed even by her sunglasses. Huan really didn't know what he had done to offend her to make her do this. Yi Shiyu's reasons are understandable. At least they can be analyzed, but by EU, could be the type that goes crazy randomly. And the next second, the translucent Bai suddenly stood up with a cold face. She pursed her lips and actually walked towards Huan little by little. Huan didn't know what she was going to do, but her intuition told her that it would be best to stay away from Bai at this moment. However, just as he was about to pretend that his search was fruitless and turn around and leave, sirens suddenly sounded at the school gate. Huan and Bai were both stunned and turned to look towards the school gate. Then I saw a middle-aged woman with tears in her eyes and a cell phone in her hand getting out of the police car, along with several police officers. Officer, please help me. I don't know where this child went after she went out last night. We checked the surveillance cameras and didn't see her at all. I'm really worried about her. Don't worry, ma'am. Let's take our time. Police? Bai, ran away from home. Huan blinked and was about to use her peripheral vision to look for Bai behind her, but found that she had disappeared without a trace and no one knew where she had gone. In the corridor, Yashiji, who was running out, was about to turn around and walk outside the teaching building when he almost bumped into a female classmate who was lowering her head and showing her chest. Careful! He quickly dodged and was about to pass by her, but he didn't expect her to walk in front of him again. Yahashiki was slightly stunned and looked at the girl in front of him whose fair face was covered by thick black hair. "Classmate, you." Just as he was about to ask a question, the girl in front of him seemed to muster up great courage and handed him a pure white letter with no decoration at all. "Well, that, Yahashi-san." When she spoke, her words were as unclear as those of a small animal, so Yahashi could only look at the letter she handed over. It says, "Little joy, ease. Another person asking me to deliver a love letter to the president?" If it were normal, Yahashiki might really not know how to reject a girl, even if the girl in front of him looked more socially anxious and timid than him. But the situation is urgent now, and he has no time to care about these things. So he gently reached out and pushed the letter back and ran outside in her anxious eyes. "President, please wait for me." Anil opened his mouth and stammered for a long time without saying anything. He could only look at the letter in his hand that he had not sent with pitiful eyes. Isn't the time right? Anil was a little discouraged, but that discouragement was overwhelmed by the desire to meet Huan in her heart. Then, said it again later. Anil mustered up his courage and made up his mind. However, when she turned around and prepared to go back to class, Anil suddenly saw several girls in the corridor looking at her with their arms folded. The leader was Park Shuwon, a classmate with a sneer on his face. End of this chapter. Boom! In the women's restroom on the first floor of the teaching building, the force of a shove forced Anil's body to hit the wall. The alarm bells outside the campus rang, but they seemed unable to radiate into this private space, thus breeding an undefined darkness. Woo! The pain in her back made Anil unable to stop herself from groaning, so she subconsciously covered her chest. She began to feel short of breath again, but this time she didn't have the chance to unbutton her clothes. The tension when being bullied turned into sharp tinnitus due to her cowardice, making the originally quiet bathroom noisy. Buzz! But Anil couldn't pay attention to her increasingly nervous heart and the noisy tinnitus in her ears at this moment. She just quickly raised her head and looked at Park Shuwon. The reason was simple. Park Shuwon in front of him was holding the white letter that Anil had not yet sent out. But she glanced at the words on the cover of the book and sneered. "Hey, Huan, who are you calling? So intimate. Give it back to me." Seeing that Park Shuwon was about to open the letter, Anil struggled and tried to take the letter back. Seeing this, Park Shuwon's face darkened immediately. He took a step back and held up the letter. "Hold her down first. I want to see what this cow wrote to the president." Just as Anil was about to step forward, the two girls next to her stepped forward, grabbed her hands, and pushed her back to the wall. Buzz! The tinnitus in my ears became increasingly sharp and agitated. "Anil, you're not a good kid. You actually knew how to use 8 bridges to send a letter to the president? Tell me, did you eavesdrop on our conversation?" "I can't tell. He's usually very reserved, but he's actually so reserved in private." Anil tried to resist, but she was no match for the two girls in front of her. Under her scattered black hair, she looked helplessly with misty eyes as Park Shuwon opened the letter she had written, revealing the folded stationery inside. "Let me go. That's mine." However, Park Shuwon ignored Anil in front of him, but just unfolded the letter and read its contents. After reading 2 or 3 lines, Park Shuwon raised his eyes in disbelief and sneered at his two companions. "Hey, look at her. I think she's hallucinating. She said something about the president caring about her when she was a child and even went to her house to live with her. It made me laugh to death. Hey, a childhood sweetheart script? You really do miss it, Anil. What is a cow when it's young? A baby cow." Pu Shuwon held the letter and walked towards Anil step by step, looking at her, and said, "If the president really knew you, why hasn't he spoken to you in a semester? Isn't it shameful to fantasize about sex?" Anil's struggles were weak before, because she didn't have enough strength. But when Park Shuwon mocked her for lying, she suddenly raised her head and refuted vigorously. "I didn't. I just..." In fact, she could have recognized Huan as early as when she saw her in the school. But why did Anil not dare to look for her until now? We are in the same grade and on the same floor. Is it so difficult to just walk a few steps over and see him in person? In fact, there is a reason, and Anil knows it herself, but she doesn't dare to tell it to herself. Park Shu-won sneered, stretched out his hand, and pinched Anil's chin. Just what? Don't think I don't know what you, a cow, are thinking. Disgusting or not, are you worthy of it? Ah, a rat in the sewer. You can't even get a decent piece of clothing at home. You act like a ghost every day, and you have a nerve to like others? You know, if I were the president, I would feel disgusted to death. Originally just to prove Anil's ugliness, Park Shu-won used a piece of letter paper to roughly lift up her loose bangs, revealing her hidden face. After taking a look, Park Shu-won was stunned for a moment, and then his face instantly turned colder. She quickly put down her bangs and clenched the envelope in her hands. You like writing letters? I'll let you write. I tell you, if we see you writing a letter to the president again, I will make you pay for it. Immediately, he pulled hard and tore into pieces the letter that Anil had spent the whole night writing. Buzz! Anil's eyes, hidden under her bangs, narrowed little by little, and only at this moment did the sharp tinnitus in her ears seem to subside a little. Then, the restless voice in her ear immediately filled her mind. You're a piece of trash. It was the voice of that little snake, Littlefinger. Damn it. Even after I bullied you like this, you were still so nervous that you couldn't even hear my voice. On her skin, an illusory, snake-shaped tattoo moved restlessly up and down, proving its anger. Kill them all. Kill them all. Now! Anil just stared blankly at the pieces of paper falling to the ground bit by bit, as if what was shattered was not the unsent letter, but her heart. From her broken heart. The real reason why she didn't dare to look for Huan for half a year slowly emerged. She just feeling scared. What to fear? After all, so many years have passed, and Huan has become so popular, he must have made countless new friends in his world. And I have been staying where I am for so many years. So low self-esteem, timid and cowardly. She is already in high school, but she is still thinking about things in elementary school and only cares about him who has been separated from her for many years. Doesn't this sound ironic? Unfashionable, rustic. I like unpopular reptiles instead of cute furry animals, and I like to play games that I can't let others know about. What should I do if I go to see this popular guy and he looks puzzled? Classmate, who are you? I don't seem to remember clearly. Anil is just afraid that he has forgotten himself. Rather than facing such a high probability possibility, it is better to just pretend that he may still remember me. As long as you think we didn't recognize each other because I didn't go looking for him, you can avoid the horror of he had forgotten me long ago. Anil deceives himself in this way. However, human hearts are fickle. She didn't know why, but when she heard Spencer swear that Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi were in a relationship, she felt so sad. Although he didn't know what Spencer's lip movements meant, Anil, who is quite an experienced driver, immediately thought that they had had physical relations. This sadness made her impulsive, and she thought about writing a letter, wanting to give it to Yahashi, who would pass it on to Huan. But at this moment, Park Shu-won's words brought her back into the cold inferiority. She looked at the letters scattered all over the floor, and her vision became blurry without her noticing. When she felt the heat on her cheeks, she realized. I actually shed tears. Hey, she's crying. Is this true? You can't stand it after just a few words. In my head, the voice of Pinky is about to break down. It felt that the girls in front of it were not bullying Anil, but bullying itself. You useless piece of shit. Stand up straight. Why are you so weak? Stop crying. Fuck them. The little finger has turned completely red and warm. It wishes it could become a Gundam pilot right now and use the power of the modifier to teach these idiots in front of a lesson. But it has no way of doing so, because only the host can drive the modifier to work. But the current Anil is obviously not a qualified Gundam. Crash. Just when the atmosphere in the bathroom was tense, the sound of flushing suddenly came from a cubicle in the toilet. Park Shu-won was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that there was someone else in the bathroom. Turning around, I saw the door of the compartment opened and an expressionless blonde girl walked out. Duh. This person. Ah, the new transfer student in our class? What's it called? Spencer's? For some reason, the moment he saw Spencer, Park Shu-won felt a surge of disgust in his heart. That disgust can even rival the disgust for the comfort in front of you. Spencer glanced over here, and his eyes rested on Anil, who was sobbing quietly, surrounded by several girls. What are you looking at? Park Shu-won frowned and said this. Spencer withdrew his gaze, turned silently, and walked towards the sink. It seemed that he was afraid of Park Shu-won, or he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Crash! Hearing the sound of running water from the faucet, Spencer squeezed some hand sanitizer and washed his hands. Park Shu-won withdrew his gaze with a cold face and turned his attention back to Anil, who was crying silently in front of him. Just as I was about to say something, the loud noise of the phone dryer was heard behind me. Buzz! Park Shu-won's frown deepened, and he decided to wait until Spencer left before continuing. But behind her, Spencer's voice suddenly came faintly. You bitch! Were you talking to me just now? Duh. Park Shu-won turned around again in disbelief, and behind her, Spencer had approached her at some point and stood in front of her with an oppressive feeling. She had a smiling expression, revealing her iconic canine fangs, but a terrifying thick black aura seemed to be emanating from her surroundings. You? Park Shu-won was frightened by Spencer's terrifying momentum. His voice, which had been so strong just now, softened a little, but he still said stubbornly, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is between us. Oh. Spencer nodded, but seemed to ignore her words completely, and just folded his hands and said, I heard everything you said just now. Honestly, I think you guys should all take a piss and look at yourselves. She is not worthy of writing to Yin Huan, and neither are you. You are all so ugly and bark like dogs. I find it noisy even if you are tied to my door. So, stop talking nonsense, okay? Anil, who was crying silently, raised her head blankly, as if she was splashed by some unknown range-destructive attack. Park Shu-won was even more breathless after hearing Spencer's words. She subconsciously wanted to refute and attack him back personally. But at first glance, Spencer in front of him was looking up, her beautiful blonde hair matched with her heroic and beautiful face, shining even in the bathroom. Hateful. Looks can't compare. That family situation. Park Shu-won glanced at the high-end pendant on Spencer and the customized sportswear. She had never seen this style before. If it wasn't for the brand logo, your mother. After losing miserably, Park Shu-won was so angry that she raised her hand and slapped Spencer in the face. Anxious? Spencer smiled playfully, raised his left hand slightly, and grabbed the palm she was about to swing at him. Want to fight? Sure, I love fighting the most. Park Shu-won widened his eyes and looked at his wrist, which was being held, where he felt a sharp pain. At this moment, she even felt like a bear had grabbed her hand. In the next second, Spencer in front of him also raised his right hand high. The raised right hand cast a palm-shaped shadow on Park Shu-won's pale face, whose height was only as high as Spencer's chest. Wait a moment. Park Shu-won already sensed something was wrong and subconsciously begged for mercy. Call. But the next second, Spencer's right hand slammed into her face with a gust of wind. Boom! After a loud bang, Park Shu-won's left face was deformed. He fell backwards and turned twice, and finally fell to the ground crawling. Shu-won, are you okay? But Park Shu-won didn't move and seemed to be sleeping soundly on the bathroom floor. Anil didn't dare to cry anymore. Looking at Spencer in front of her, it was as if she had seen some urban legend that could stop children from crying at night. The two girls who were holding her up beside her also had their minds go blank. Really, Anil even felt that the two girls around her were weaker than her, and they couldn't even stand steadily. It was the first time they had seen a slap in the face that could make a person spin around twice and fall to the ground. Spencer also looked at his palm in surprise and stretched out his 5 fingers. Then the smile on his face became more excited. She raised her eyes and glanced around to Anil, frightening the two girls so much that they shook their heads repeatedly. Wait a minute, I didn't. But Spencer didn't listen and kicked one of the girls in the waist, causing her to fall to the ground, holding her stomach and wailing. The other girl turned around and tried to run away, but Spencer pulled her back by her hair, and she fell to the ground. Compared to the other two, it didn't hurt that much, but she didn't dare to stand up again for fear of being beaten again. After doing all this, Spencer snorted softly. She raised her eyes and glanced at Anil, then shook her head and turned to leave the bathroom. I feel like my strength has increased again. Ever since I threatened the president that day, my plundering energy has increased a lot. Well, although I don't understand the specific principle, it feels good. Just as Spencer walked out of the bathroom, Anil's animal-like voice suddenly sounded behind him. Spencer was slightly startled and turned to look at her. What? Thank you for helping me. Spencer blinked and said boredly, Not really. If it weren't for that bitch's bad mouth, I probably wouldn't care about you. But when you came out just now, Spencer, you seemed to be looking at me, so I thought, Hey, are you annoying? Spencer seemed to be annoyed by Anil's words. She folded her hands, turned her head, and snorted softly, and her long golden hair swung half a circle like the mane of a golden lion. Anil lowered his head in embarrassment after hearing her words, not knowing what to say. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Spencer sighed, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Anil was too nervous and shy, and even though she knew what she should say, she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. As for Spencer, all I can say is that she was thinking hard. Finally, Anil spoke carefully. Well, if they come to trouble you, I will testify for Spencer. Oh, don't worry. They don't dare to cause trouble to me. Spencer didn't seem to care at all, but after Anil said that, she seemed to think of something to say. Rather than worrying about me, you'd better worry about yourself. You're not always so lucky to run into me in the audience. After all, people like you who have nothing are the most pitiful. Anil pursed her lips, lowered her head, pinched the hem of her skirt, and nodded. Seeing Spencer about to turn around and return to the classroom, Anil quietly followed her. Sirens sounded on campus. Anil and Spencer turned their heads to look over there, but neither of them could figure out what was going on. But unlike Spencer, who looked away in boredom, Anil vaguely saw a teenager in front of the police car. Just seeing the figure of the young man, Anil's gaze shrank back as if it was burned. At this moment, Anil suddenly remembered what Spencer had mentioned about Huan yesterday, and then thought about what she had said in the bathroom just now. Anil glanced at Spencer nervously and suddenly asked in a low voice, Spencer, you seem to be very concerned about President Xiaoyan's affairs. Do you like him too? Spencer touched his chin and thought seriously for a while, then shook his head and said, No, I don't feel anything. She just enjoyed the feeling of snatching him from someone else. As for Anil, Spencer felt that people like this who had nothing were the most pitiful. That's it. Anil breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Spencer's answer. Immediately, Anil plucked up the courage and followed her closer. Yesterday, no one in the class seemed to pay much attention to Spencer. Anil felt somewhat empathetic towards this feeling of isolation. Although Spencer looks fierce and annoying, he is actually a very kind person. This made Anil want to make friends with her. Well, Spencer, no matter what, I have to thank you for everything I have done before. I haven't introduced myself to you yet. My name is Anil. I know. You'll know when those guys scold you. Spencer yawned and responded perfunctorily. However, at this moment, the cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She took out her cell phone and glanced at it. Then her eyes widened immediately, unlocked the screen, and checked the specific details. It seemed to be an email from the student union. Notice regarding to the mandatory joining of Aria Spencer into the study group. There is a series of descriptions below, which seem to state the origin of the email and what the email hopes she will accomplish. However, Spencer flipped through the long email several times, but only saw 2 words in it. Go to jail. Spencer took a deep breath, then continued to scroll through the emails with an angry smile, until she saw the end at the very bottom. In summary, we hope that Aria Spencer will visit the student union office to report to the study group before the end of this Friday. Being late or not reporting to the student union will be recorded and reported to the principal's office. All consequences, including notifying parents, will be borne by Aria Spencer. Please please be aware of this. President of the Student Union of Yuanyue Academy, Huan. Anil also saw the general content of the email, but before he could say anything, he saw Spencer suddenly clench his phone tightly, with veins popping out on the back of his hand. Didn't you ask me before whether I liked Huan? Not only do I have no feelings for him now, but I'm actually starting to hate him a little bit. Hey, Anil blinked and subconsciously felt a little happy, but soon she began to hate herself for being like this. She quickly waved her hand and explained to Spencer with a smile. Xiao Huan is just doing his job. This is all the school's fault. As the president of the student union, Xiao Huan can't do anything about it. Spencer was about to lose her temper with an expressionless face, but when she saw Anil hanging her head in front of her like a little animal with nothing, she suddenly lost her strength. Finally, she snorted and walked back to the class irritably. A dog who licks you will never die a good death, you know that? End of this chapter. Oh, you guys have to help me. I have to find her back. She has to attend an event on Sunday. As soon as she got off the car, Zhu Jianxin followed the police and anxiously emphasized to them the importance of finding body. The policeman who was listening to her adjusted his police hat with the Qilin logo and the words Jinghe District Police Station on it, glanced at Zhu Jianxin and simply asked, Ms. Zhu, you shouldn't be concerned about any activities right now. If you can't find your daughter, it's useless to think about anything. And according to what you said, your daughter ran away from home on her own, right? Blocked by the other party's words, Zhu Jianxin opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Okay, Ms. Zhu, we'll do our best to find her, I promise. Don't worry, okay. One sentence was enough, but the policeman showed no other expression. After all, he knew that the welfare of the police station and his community depended on the money paid by those people to operate effectively. These are the people they serve. The police retracted their gaze in due time and walked towards the campus. Several colleagues behind him scattered around, some looking for security guards, some looking for teachers. At the same time, he pressed his Bluetooth headset and spoke to someone on the other end. Little Right, have you checked the surveillance in the community? We found out, Captain Edo. They said they checked all the surveillance cameras near the villa and didn't see anyone go out from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. yesterday. The policeman named Edo frowned in surprise, and after a moment's silence, he continued, check it out for a few hours and have someone check if there are any blind spots in the surveillance. Okay, but Captain, I think it's unlikely that she will go to school. After all, from the information provided by Ms. Zhu, she rarely goes to school. Yes, but I've been looking for it all night, so I can only try my luck here. Ms. Zhu is very nervous, and asking for information is like squeezing toothpaste. She only says one sentence every now and then, and I can't do anything. Yes, I know. I was busy for so long last night, but she just said this morning that she often mentioned a classmate named Huan in front of her daughter. It seems that her daughter ran away from home because of this. Jianghu sighed silently, but Zhu Jianxin was still in front of him, so he didn't want to say more, so he could only whisper. Her mind is full of thoughts about what to do with the grand event this weekend after her daughter leaves. If she doesn't go, she will have to pay a lot of penalty money, right? Oh, of course. Edo originally wanted the other party to continue working while he went to look for the young man called Huan. But suddenly new news came from the headset. Oh, Captain, the information department sent a message saying that Baiyi's identity information was not registered in any hotel last night. If our little star didn't condescend to sleep under the bridge in Jinghe District then, Edo suddenly stopped and muttered, she has a place to stay? Jiangdu turned around and looked at Zhu Jianxin, who was holding a parasol behind him, and asked quickly, Ms. Zhu, does your daughter have a place to live other than home? Or does she know someone in Linmin who can provide her with a place to stay? Zhu Jianxin was slightly stunned by the question, and after a few seconds he slapped his forehead and said as if he had suddenly realized something. She seems to have a best friend. She's much older than her and has a house in Jinghe District, maybe. Ms. Zhu, why didn't you tell us about this earlier? The main thing is that the woman looks like a shady person with lots of tattoos. I cut off contact with them a long time ago and told them to break up, fearing that they would be a bad influence on my E. Who knows if they have contacted each other privately, I have forgotten. Edo was completely speechless. Even though he was in high spirits, Zhujiangxin made him feel a little angry and even wanted to take a quick-acting heart pill. See, he rubbed his brows. At this moment, he really hated his job. Forget it. Money is hard to earn. Shit is hard to eat. Who said they can't afford to offend these rich people in Jinghe District? Seeing that Jiangdu was speechless for a long time, Zhujiangxin took out her cell phone from her brand-name bag and asked tentatively, "How about I try to contact her?" Edo nodded with a headache and took a look at this top school in the Jinghe District, Tatsuki Academy. Then, he forced a smile at Zhujiangxin. "Okay, please. How about we go find her first?" "Okay. Oops, I don't remember the phone number. Let me find E's agent first. Wait a moment. Uh-huh. Daughter, watch out. Your dad works hard and lives like this. You must study hard in the future. Dad will save money for you to attend this aristocratic high school." Edo cried out silently with tears and blood in his heart. While escorting Zhujiangxin back to the police car, Jianghu used the intercom to notify all the colleagues who had scattered to come back. Beep, beep. The police car sirens sounded again and drove out of the school, leaving all the students in the school confused as they came and went in a hurry. This also includes Huan, who arrived late. He originally wanted to find out more about the situation, but everyone had left, so of course his wish was dashed. In essence, Huan actually hoped that the police would not find out anything from their investigation. After all, if others discover more abnormal phenomena caused by the modifier, they can start a thorough investigation. This is totally walking a tightrope on the edge of exposing the modifier. What if she really feels insecure and the modifier explodes? Then she won't be able to operate at all. If you think about it carefully, among the several known modifier owners, only Bai Yi's modifier is the easiest to be exposed. Other modifier owners have a series of measures, such as memory correction on the recipient after the end of the treatment, but Bai Yi seems to leave direct traces. The marks on Zhoubin's face and the paint on his desk. It's okay if it happens once or twice, but if it happens too often, it will almost certainly attract attention. Really, Huan took a deep breath, but his expression was very calm. At this moment, the security guard in the pavilion outside the gate also walked over with a puzzled look on his face and looked at the door. Huan raised his eyebrows when he saw him, and then took the initiative to greet him. "Uncle He." "Oh, Huan, you just happen to be here. Just now they said that a student named by E from our school ran away from home and disappeared, and came to the school to look for him. They also asked for you by name. Did they talk to you about anything? Find me? So it is very likely that Bai Yi's running away from home has something to do with me? Plus she hated me so much." Huan thought so in his heart, but he smiled and shook his head. "No, I just came here to take a look out of curiosity. I didn't see that everyone had left. It's really strange. Never mind. I hope nothing happens. He's just a young kid." The security guard shook his head, waved his hand, turned away, and returned to the pavilion outside the door to be on duty. And, somehow, Huan always felt as if someone was watching him from behind. Suddenly, I turned around and saw countless curious eyes from my classmates in the campus behind me. Huan turned and left silently. "Didn't you see that at a hidden edge of the teaching building, a strand of black hair was blown up by the breeze and then fell back to its original place briefly? Standing in the shadow was Bai Yi, wearing a full set of equipment, including a fisherman's hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Not translucent, but the real her. Plop, plop, plop." At this moment, the girl in hiding had her heart beating fast, and her mouth was frighteningly dry. After all, this was the first time she was being looked for by the police, not to mention that she had countless superpowers. What if I don't care and end the effect and end up being exposed to the camera? Wouldn't that be as weird as a ghost? If someone finds out, dip. Just when Bai Yi was worried that she would be arrested and investigated if she couldn't explain herself clearly, the sound of a clock like water drops suddenly rang, and words appeared in front of her eyes. Accumulated usage time, 3 minutes. I've been using it continuously since last night, and the time is almost up. It's only 10 minutes a day. Can't it be longer? Even if we can accumulate time, it will inevitably be too little, right? He held the pocket watch in his hand, and his previous worries turned into simple questions in his mind. It was at the moment when this thought came to mind that the air around me seemed to become even colder. It seemed as if it was frozen. Click. Congratulations. The level of the pocket watch has increased due to your continued use. Level 1, 2. The daily indifference effect duration has been increased to 20 minutes. New feature obtained. Transparent human correction. Any unreasonable phenomena that may be discovered before or after you use the indifference effect will be corrected by the pocket watch. Corrections include, but are not limited to cameras, mobile phones, cameras, and other technological products or other recording methods. However, the naked eye of humans and animals will still detect the abnormality. So please be careful to ensure that the existence of the pocket watch is not exposed. Bai's beautiful eyes hidden under the sunglasses gradually widened, and then she watched the accumulated time limit suddenly increase by 20 minutes. Duh. She didn't say anything, and her face, covered by the mask, couldn't show any expression. The only thing that could be seen was that her hand holding the pocket watch was tightening. As the sun gradually set, Huan came out of the locker room with her school bag on her back, having already changed out of her PE uniform for volleyball class. Sakuramiya Hitomi did not come back for her elective class in the afternoon because of the kitten named Mizuki at home, so she took a leave of absence in the afternoon. Huan bought a bottle of sports drink from the vending machine and drank it while walking to the class. Just like Monday, there were few people in the teaching building, and it was quiet and peaceful. Along the way, besides the shadows cast by the setting sun on the pillars, there was only the woman with a translucent mask standing in the corridor with her hands folded. Wait a minute. Something strange seems to have sneaked in. The next moment he realized something was wrong. Huan, who was drinking a sports drink, almost vomited it all out in one breath. Fortunately, at the critical moment, perfect expression management was instantly activated. He walked past the other person very naturally, and the girl next to him, whose face was covered tightly, just followed him with her eyes, not knowing what she wanted to do. And isn't it a bit too much time that this guy uses the modifier? He must have heard it right in the exam room last Friday. The countdown was 15 minutes. It should have been at least 15 minutes past noon today. How come it can still be used in the afternoon? Hello, I'm a parent, and I want to report. Please set up an anti-addiction system for the modifier. It has corrupted my Han. Although he didn't know what Bai wanted to do, Huan realized that he had to play a card. As he drank his drink, his expression became more natural, and he walked slowly towards Class A. Before they even reached the classroom, the 500 milliliters bottle of drink in Huan's hand was already empty, leaving Bai behind him dumbfounded. Are you too thirsty? You drank all that in one gulp? She folded her hands and watched Huan throw the empty bottle into the recyclable bin, and the dark thoughts from this afternoon once again emerged in her mind. After a moment's silence, she quietly followed in his footsteps. As the sun set, the two walked along the red corridor. The shadow of one person was very long, while the other stood completely in the red light, as if she had turned into the shadow itself. Huan opened the classroom door and walked into the classroom. His desk by the window, which was splashed with paint, had been replaced after being reported to the school. Are you here to pack up? But isn't he already carrying a school bag? The next moment, Huan had pulled open the newly replaced tables and chairs, revealing the wall covered by the tables. There are still many traces of colorful paint on the wall. Huan just looked at the marks on the wall, then silently put down her school bag and took off her coat, revealing the black short t-shirt underneath. He turned and walked out of the classroom, and soon came back with a wet rag and alcohol spray for disinfecting the toilet door. As Bai looked at him in confusion, Huan slowly rolled up his sleeves. First, he sprayed a line of alcohol on the paint on the wall, then squatted down and wiped the marks carefully with a wet rag. This guy is actually cleaning the paint marks on the wall? Bai was slightly stunned, and his action of stepping forward to carry out his dark idea paused for a moment. Because the paint had dried, it was quite difficult to wipe it off even with the help of alcohol, but Huan wiped off the marks bit by bit very carefully. And those marks were left inexplicably because of her hatred. Maybe in his eyes, It was just like the girl in Class A who thought she had encountered a supernatural event. I was splashed with paint for no apparent reason, and had pebbles thrown at my window for no apparent reason. Duh. At this moment, Huan, who was wiping the tiles, suddenly thought of something and took out his cell phone. The brand of mobile phone he uses is average, although because smartphones have been very popular in recent years, there are many cost-effective models, so it is not too shabby. But his model does look like it has been used for a long time. But he knows a lot about electronic products. But he dialed a phone call, then tilted his head and clamped the phone between his ear and shoulder. Beep. Sister Tong, it's me. I'll be working in the store a little later tonight. Well, I have something to deal with at school first. I think I will miss the school bus, so I have to take another bus back. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. While smiling like this, she called her part-time job to ask for leave, while at the same time cleaning the paint on the wall with a rag. Only Tong Ying, who was lying on the bed on the second floor of the pub with sleepy eyes, was left holding the phone, confused. Okay, what's wrong with this kid? Why are you being so polite all of a sudden? Could it be that I am dreaming? I must have been sleepy. Yeah. Tong Ying thought she was dreaming, so she casually agreed to a few words and hung up the phone. Then, she scratched her belly that was exposed between her pajamas, turned over, hugged her pillow, and went back to sleep. At this moment, in the A-class classroom of Tatsuki, listening to Yin Huan's voice on the phone, Bai realized that the rumors she had heard once or twice when she came to school were actually true. Yin Huan, the student union president of Yuanyue College, a popular person, is actually working to make a living. Even being late for work requires a groveling apology to the boss. Seeing this scene, Bai suddenly felt a sense of superiority in his heart. I have participated in many variety shows and film movies over the years, and I am quite famous. She earned a lot of money for the family, and the clothes she wore, the things she used, and the place she lived in were all very nice. So what if his mother said he was so smart and hardworking? So what if the leader of the station takes a liking to me at first sight? Even if you look, maybe, it's very good. Don't we still have to struggle so hard for life? Bai thought so and watched Yin Huan hang up the phone. I watched him put his phone into his pocket, but he yawned as if he couldn't hide his fatigue. Even so, he continued to carefully clean the paint on the wall bit by bit, without any annoyance. Looking at him like this, the sense of superiority in Bai Yi's heart seemed like fireworks, which bloomed but could not be maintained for long. She will never be discovered by anyone when she is not covered up, so she is the most authentic self in this state. That despicable sense of superiority was more like a spring that had been compressed for a long time and suddenly released, just like the anger that prompted her to act impulsively. As long as you think about it rationally, you can understand that you and Yin Huan have no intersection at all. From his perspective, he probably didn't do anything to be treated like this. I have to study hard, deal with the many chores of the student union, and work after school to make a living. He was still being entangled in supernatural events for no reason, so that at this moment, he quietly came back after school to clean up the traces of colored paint. This is indeed Bai Yi's fault. The principles of economics assume that everyone is rational and that everyone will choose the most reasonable option when making a choice. But the reality is that it is impossible for people to remain rational all the time, especially when you are compared with someone day and night and told that he is better than you, he is more hardworking than you, he is more valuable than you. Of course, you will hate the person who compares you to him, but it is difficult to escape, and a sense of disgust and resistance towards him wells up in the deepest part of my heart, especially when you have a pocket watch that can put you in a state of not caring. It is a magnifying glass, a tool that silently magnifies filth. But the reality is also that it is impossible for people to be irrational all the time, such as this moment. Bai Yi, who was in a state of indifference, opened his mouth slightly, but the dirty plan he originally wanted to carry out was always difficult to start. Yes, don't I hate the route arranged by my mother and agent the most? With such good conditions, of course we must seize the advantage and grab the market of attractive fans. That's why I've always wanted to write songs and create. But when you see that the other person has the same or even better appearance as you, but has not taken this path, you instead feel superior because of the status you have achieved through your looks. He felt regret, jealousy, and confusion at the same time. She regretted that she had used the modifier to do this to the innocent him whose current situation she had previously ridiculed so superiorly. What made her jealous was that she seemed to really understand what her mother said and realized his hard work and excellence. People cannot teach people well. Things can teach people well once they are taught. But why should she meet such a person? If I have memories, how can I be happy? Clench her teeth and clench her fists. And finally she wondered. He had already been spotted by the leaders of the station, so why would he rather suffer so much now than go? Anyway, at least it's easier than it is now, right? It's really curious. Are you really so good and hardworking, or? Then let me take another look at what is going on with you that my mother has been talking about in my ears. Phew, it's finally done. After a long while, Huan finally wiped the paint off the tiles. He took a deep breath, stood up, and patted his palms that were stained with the strong smell of alcohol. Then he turned around and pretended to pack up and leave. In fact, he wanted to confirm the condition of body.I behind him. However, when he looked around, the classroom was empty and there was no trace of the girl. Well, it looks like this wave of attacks has been temporarily resolved. Huan rubbed his wrist and glanced at the time on his phone. It was time to leave for work. He put on his school bag, but he didn't let his guard down at all, because he had a feeling that body.I and him were not done yet. End of this chapter. It's getting late, and the moon is far away outside the campus. A black cat that no one else could see suddenly appeared next to the handsome boy carrying a school bag. Miaojiang blinked her green eyes and looked back from time to time at someone who was following her not far behind. The man was not translucent. He was wearing a fisherman's hat, sunglasses, and a mask to conceal his identity. He had been following Huan closely since she left school. Meow. Miaojiang meowed, raised its head, and aimed at Huan's shoulder. Meat Pad stepped on the spot for a while, then jumped up with a little strength and landed lightly on his shoulder. The liquid-like body nimbly moved from his right shoulder to his left shoulder, then stretched out its furry cat head and looked at Huan. The soft and smooth hair flowed along Huan's neck, and finally the curved tail outlined his Adam's apple. Huan blinked and then heard Miaojiang say, "Bai seems to still be following you, Meow." "I know. She wants to be a stalker, so let her follow." While Huan was talking to Miaojiang in his mind, he was also thinking about what had just happened in the classroom and started to think. I'm fairly familiar with the effects of her modifiers. I've read a lot of similar books before, and I know a lot about how to play them. I think her modifier has more control points than Yishiyu's when it is activated, and the effect after gender conversion is not that strong. If this modifier does not have other functions attached, the main target of no care is herself. In essence, Huan just needs to pretend not to notice her. There is no hard control or forced effect. It is considered to be the easiest to operate among the several modifiers. But I don't know much about her, her personality, her habits, and why she has such a big grudge against me. Miaojiang looked back at Bai-Yi, who was sneaking around behind him, and asked, "So, were you planning to use the same tactics as Ishiyu just now? Take advantage of her conscience?" Huan shook his head. "I just wanted to test her out to see what kind of person she was, so I played her a little pitifully. Letting a person see the consequences of her mistakes firsthand can make some people feel regretful, some feel indifferent, and some feel more excited." As he was talking, Huan had already reached the bus stop. He glanced at his phone and said softly, "Different people require different social methods in social situations. I think the same is true for dealing with the hosts of these modifiers." Miao-chan tilted her head and nodded, looking as if she agreed with it. "I see. In fact, I don't understand it at all, but it should feel awesome. Anyway, it's right to listen to Huan. You understand? I don't understand either." She just stood there in the back without saying a word, driving a nonchalant car and wearing a mask. I basically didn't notice anything. Meow. Miaojiang reached out and patted his face, but out of the corner of her eye she saw him open the browser and the search engine interface appeared. However, she is a semi-public figure, so there should be information about her on the internet. So he was planning to use the power of the internet to search for information about body. Before she even started searching, Huan saw related searches pop up below the search box. Body movie. Why is Boyi's acting so bad? Body Shun 2. Is Bai a man or a woman? Huan clicked on search and was redirected to Bai's entry. The first thing that catches your eye is a photo of her side profile wearing a JK uniform with curved bangs on her head. A pair of eyes looked at you from a distance, as if the gaze of your favorite girl in class during youth accidentally collided with yours, and both of you were slightly stunned. I should have shyly looked away the next second, but the photo froze the moment and turned it into heart beating. Bai, Limin teenage actress, new generation idol singer. She has a beautiful face. She was discovered as a child star at the age of 11 through the audition of Linmin Yasaka Entertainment Company. 2 years later, she transformed herself into a star. She made a stunning debut in the variety show Youth and was praised by netizens at home and abroad as the most youthful idol. Yasaka Entertainment Company, Ltd. Reminded me of some bad memories. Huan then looked down. Acting career. The first literary romance film after the dusk she starred in tells the story of the heroine Meng, played by Bai, and Ning, played by Bai, from a parallel world, who met, got to know each other, and fell in love with each other. Story summary. Meng, an introverted girl who grew up in an unfortunate family, and Ning, who has a happy family but a rebellious personality in a parallel world, gradually develop feelings for each other as the world lines gradually intertwine after dusk. Box office situation. It was released in Dongzhou except Longhua, and the market response and reputation were not good. The part about Bo Is Ning was even described as disaster-level acting by some media. However, the film was nominated for an award at the Rainbow Film Festival in Shizhou a year later. Rainbow Film Festival Awards. Now I remember what kind of film award that was. How to describe it? Let me put it this way. The work that won the gold medal last year was an ancient historical drama from Sakura country. It tells the story of a black warrior who assassinates the enemy leader in order to avenge his lord. When a villain in the movie asked him why he was so persistent, he vomited blood and shouted, "Even though we are both men, don't underestimate my love for my lord." It's an award that can move people with such content. As you scroll down, many of the entries are about the variety shows and activities she participated in. It was not until the last entry that a line or two of the songs she wrote and sang were introduced. When youth is in danger, stars are not moons. A few pop songs. After reading everything, Huan found that the only two places where he and her might have intersections were. One is Yasaka Entertainment Company, and the other is Tatsuki Academy. Tatsuki Academy might be smaller. After all, she hardly ever comes to school. Yasaka Entertainment Company, Ltd. As mentioned before, Huan tried many ways to climb out of the South District, and being a child star was one of them. He himself had no intention of doing this job. After all, he thought he was not good at acting and was not the kind of person who liked to be in the spotlight. But the talent scout from Yasaka came to the South District to discuss with him, saying that he could go for a trial first, and that the salary would be paid every month, and it was not a small amount. Huan went there with the idea of earning some living expenses and tuition fees during the summer vacation. But I didn't expect that he had such good conditions, and how smooth things went after he went there was beyond imagination. There was no need for a tryout. Yasaka said she would sign a contract with him no matter what, as if she was willing to give him any offer. Everything looks good, right? If you ignore the other boss' eager eyes that look as if he wants to eat him up. Yes, Yasaka's boss is a ruthless old man who only likes little boys. It was probably the kind where a demon was about to possess all the boy artists under Yasaka and asked him to quit first. How could Huan not run away in this situation? If you don't run, you'll be kicked. So, the boy, who was as straight as steel, was full of resistance and directly and firmly rejected all of Yasaka's invitations, and then ran away. Drip, drip. We've arrived at Jinghe Tatsuki Station. The sound of the bus entering the station brought Huan back to reality. He raised his eyes and looked in front of him, still with some doubt in his eyes. Shouldn't it be? Is it because of what happened in Yasaka? But how could what happened there offend her? Could it be that she, who is only 11 years old, has already embarked on the path of supporting weird CPs? Huan thought so doubtfully, took out his headphone box, and put on his headphones. I opened the music software and typed in. Well, it happens to be copyrighted. Dear passengers, please board the bus in an orderly manner. Meow. Meow-chan on my shoulder moved even faster than her cute meow and jumped into the bus with a light leap. Huan first clicked on a song called Stars Are Not Moon by body.I and then stepped into the car. There were not many people on the bus, so he found a window seat in the back row and sat down. Lonely night, twinkling stars. I am very interested, blinking. The Milky Way splashed down, and the moon was in sight. We are all brilliant, why compare? It sounds nice and the voice is very clean. I wonder if he has taught himself vocal lessons. Baiyi's beautiful singing voice accompanied by the sound of guitar made Huan, who was leaning on the windowsill, take another look at the screen of his mobile phone. Lyrics by E, music by E, arrangement by E. At this moment, a fully armed man in a mask walked up to the car door. She glanced in Huan's direction, then silently sat further behind him in the last row. Stare. Huan completely ignored her and just leaned against the window, listening to the song and looking at the silhouettes outside. No one knew what he was thinking. A fat black cat in his arms sat down gracefully, holding its paws and looking back at him. Meow. With a slight smile, he quietly took off one earphone and placed it in the ear that was erected. I didn't hear any song, but it made me feel very itchy. It quickly shook its head, scratched its ears with its hind paws, and protested. Meow. Dee Dee. It was not until the cell phone in his hand rang that Baiyi's turbid consciousness, which was almost asleep, finally became a little clearer. It is really far to take the bus from Jinghe District to South District. I ran away from home in fear yesterday and ran around outside all day today. I feel a little sleepy when I turn my head. Looking ahead, she relaxed a little when she saw the young man, still leaning against the window, listening to song. I glanced at my phone and saw that there were a few messages on it. Sister Inu, Xiaoi, the police just called me. Your mother is looking for you all over the world. After seeing this news, Baiyi's consciousness suddenly became clear. She quickly sat up straight, frowned, and started typing. Don't worry about her. Sister Inu, just say you don't know where I went. The name over there became entering. Don't worry that I will betray you. But you can't go on like this forever. The problem between you and your mother must be resolved. Where are you now? I'm here. I'm following that guy. Just when Baiyi wanted to say a few perfunctory words and walk away, the car slowly stopped, and Huan in front of him also picked up a school bag and stood up. Arrived. Baiyi quickly locked his phone, then quietly followed Huan out of the car. There's a crossroads near the station, which is a very busy place in the South District. The sun has already set, and the night in the South District belongs to neon lights, noise, and fireworks. These atmospheres seemed to surround the young man and took him into a pub called Children's Song. On the contrary, Baiyi, with his face completely covered, looked so out of place. Passers-by who were walking around from time to time cast their eyes at him, making Baiyi feel very uncomfortable and just lower his head and pass by. Between the fingers, an exquisite pocket watch was held at some point. Does he work in that pub? Just as Baiyi was looking at the pub where many guests were already seated at the door, her cell phone rang again. Dee. I looked down and saw that this time it was plain calling. Sister Inu. Baiyi did not doubt it, and directly picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Sister Inu, Baiyi, where are you now? It was Zhuo Jiangqin's voice. Baiyi's body stiffened slightly. She said in disbelief, Mom, you still remember that I'm your mother? You ran out in the middle of the night and didn't come back all night. Do you know how worried I was? Hearing his mother's trembling voice, Baiyi pursed his lips, still feeling reluctant. But at this moment, the place in my heart that was hurt by my mother's words still hurts. The pain refused to reconcile and forced her to resist, even though the result of resistance has always been the outbreak of conflict. After a moment of silence, she finally gritted her teeth and said, "I will go back by myself later. You don't need to come looking for me." "What do you mean I don't need to come see you? If I hadn't come to see you, I wouldn't have known you were still in contact with this Li Inoa." As expected, Zhu Jianqin was enraged by Yi's resistance. "I told you not to associate with these shady people. You were led astray by this tattooed girl. You're just ignoring the right path and just want to fool around every day. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. Where the hell are you?" Upon hearing this, the pent-up anger in Bai Yi's heart was also ignited. She covered her phone and yelled at the other end of the line, "Everything is my fault. Everything is someone else's fault. Have you never done anything wrong? Tell me what I did wrong. I gave birth to you and raised you, and I took care of your food and clothes every day. What else are you not satisfied with?" "You." Bai Yi's face flushed red. She was about to say something while holding the phone when she realized that many people on the street were looking at her. A feeling of embarrassment surged up her cheeks, and with tears in her eyes, she quickly walked towards the path next to her, holding the phone. But it was this period of silence that made Zhu Jianqin on the other end of the phone really angry. She had been searching for the whole day from last night to tonight, and she thought it was all caused by Bai Yi's ignorance. Look at you. You don't attend classes properly, you don't participate in activities properly, and you are half-hearted in everything you do. Don't I feel anxious when I see you doing this? You're still not happy when I say a few words to you. Do I have to worship you? Do I need you to do this? You obviously haven't asked for my opinion on anything. Whether it's participating in various activities or going to Tatsuki, everything is decided by you. Since you have decided everything, then just do it. What else do you need me to do? Who do you think I'm doing this for? It's all for your own good. You look down on these resources, and they can't even beg for them. Do you know how many favors your uncle owes you? Do you think it's so easy to get into the entertainment industry?" At this moment, on the other end of the phone, in a room on the second floor of a tattoo shop, a group of policemen and a tattooed woman with colorful hair and lip piercings who was surrounded by the police side at the same time. I have already told Zhu Jianqin that she must persuade the child to come back first. But when Zhu Jianqin heard the chaotic noise over there and thought of Bai Yi's ignorance, he became angry. Especially after being talked back by Bai Yi, his anger grew even more. "You have me and your Uncle Jiang to help you run around. But does Yin Huan from your school have that? He has no parents and has to work to earn a living. You don't want to go into the entertainment industry, and you're not satisfied with our arrangement. Fine. Then why don't you make some achievements in other areas? You've been a mess in your studies since you were young. How many people would buy into your songwriting when you love it so much? Good songs need to be released and exposed, not to mention your mediocre songs. You can't do anything well, yet you still want to talk about this and that. Why are there so many problems to talk about? Let me ask you." The voice on the other end of the phone was already stuffy because her mouth and nose were covered by a mask, and listening to her mother denying everything she had chosen made her feel even more breathless, especially when she finally heard her mother comment on her songs. "Of course I felt angry, and I had so many things to say, but for some reason I couldn't hold back my tears. Zhu Jianqin, I really hate you the most." The next second, she suddenly threw the phone in her hand away. Boom! The phone without a case instantly fell against the wall. The glass screen cracked violently and fell heavily to the ground. Inside, Zhu Jianqin's voice came intermittently. "Give it to me. Do you hear me?" Then, the screen went out completely and the sound stopped. Bai Yi leaned against the wall with his head lowered. Drops of water gathered on the inside of his sunglasses, then poured down and dripped onto his mask. Her body softened little by little, and she slid down from the wall a little bit, eventually sitting on the ground. Hugging her knees, she finally couldn't help crying. Woo-woo. She really didn't know what to do to satisfy her mother. She knows that she is not studying hard enough, and she knows that the road to stardom is not easy, and that everything cannot go as planned. But does all this really contradict one's own demands? She just didn't want to be compared with Yin Huan anymore. She didn't want to listen to her mother always saying that others were better and asking her to learn from others. She just wanted to do something she liked and wanted her mother to listen carefully to the songs she wrote and say not bad. But she never got what she wanted. She got it from beginning to end. Only negation. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Click. Just as Bai was crying on this unknown path, the door on the side path suddenly opened. Bai quickly raised her head. Through the double cover of tears and sunglasses, she could only vaguely see a figure wearing a bartender's uniform and carrying a garbage bag. The other party seemed slightly stunned as well. He didn't expect that there was someone crying here. Then a familiar voice came. Miss, this is a place to throw away garbage. You can't sit here. Duh. No, Lin Bei is very sad here. Are you asking Lin Bei if he can sit here? Bai looked up blankly. When she raised her head and adjusted the angle, she saw the smiling boy from a clear spot on the lens that was not stained by tears. Is it Huan? This is the back door of the pub, where he works. At this moment, he had walked to Bai Yi's side and threw the garbage into the trash can next to her. Bai Yi wanted to get up and leave, but then he heard him say, Would you like to take a break in the store? Bai Yi sniffed and shook his head imperceptibly. She raised her finger and wiped the inside of her sunglasses, then pointed to the phone next to her awkwardly and said softly, My phone is broken. I can't pay. It's okay. It's free to sit for a while. Huan smiled slightly and picked up the broken phone that had fallen to the ground for her. Then he handed it to her. There's still room in the store. If it gets too crowded, it won't be too late to leave. Bai Yi raised his eyes and looked at him, not knowing what to choose for a moment. However, Huan just put the phone heavily into her hand, then walked in front to lead the way. Follow me. Bai Yi had no choice but to follow. Entering from the back door of the pub, this is the inner side with 1 or 2 tables. Normally, there are no customers coming here. Only the drunkard Tong Ying would drink here secretly. Huan asked Bai Yi to sit here and rest, and said, This is the South District, young lady. You'd better be careful in the side streets and alleys. Don't go there alone. Do you understand? I took a cup of warm water and handed it to her, and also gave her a straw. People in the South District don't care if you cover your face or not. For them, it's as exciting as opening a blind box. Looking at the hot water in front of him, he didn't drink it, but turned his head and looked at him beside him. The closer he got, the more Bai Yi felt that it was true that he was spotted by the leader of the station at first sight. You are such a good student, and you could be the student union president. As Bai Yi thought about it, he felt more and more sad. The mother's words were like a scalpel, cutting open everything in her heart. Even her only love, singing, was denied. She really didn't know. Ding ding. There was a bell ringing in the store, but Bai Yi didn't know what it meant. He just heard Huan say, Then you can sit here for a while. You can leave at any time. Remember to be safe when you leave. She lowered her head, was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, Well, you look really handsome. Didn't any talent scout come to you to make you a star? Yes, there are some. Then why don't you go? Huan blinked and was about to say something when the ringing sound came from the other end. He turned his head to take a look, then turned back to look at the girl in front of him who was lowering her head and curling up subconsciously. Looks like he was really devastated. The closer and more knowledgeable someone is to you, the more hurt they can cause you. In fact, Huan heard the conversation between her and her mother just now. Seeing that she didn't catch up, Huan was still wondering where she had gone. But it is impossible to take the initiative to find her, so I will just work and see how the situation goes. Who knew that when I was about to throw away the garbage, I ate the melon? He seemed to roughly understand why Bai Yi hated him so much. Can you say it's entirely her fault? Huan didn't know either. However, from the perspective of solving the modifier, it is necessary to take better care of her at this moment. He thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Although it does feel good to be appreciated, I always feel that it is not what I want to do, so I didn't go. Ding ding. But that's because you have a choice, right? Ding ding. Is working here considered a choice? Ding ding. Bai stopped crying because of his helpless self-mockery. She lowered her eyes and was about to say something when she saw a beautiful red-haired woman with a look that was somewhere between kill you and kill me appear beside Huan. She was holding a bell in her hand, which seemed to be a magic capitalist prop used to call employees to work. After seeing Bai Yi crying with a mask on, Her eyes looked more like I'm going to kill you. Tong Ying looked at Bai Yi. In fact, she had felt that something was going to happen ever since Huan brought Bai Yi in, and now it was indeed the case. Quitting smoking and drinking is annoying. You think you are saving others out of kindness, but you don't realize that this will easily make you entangled by a bad woman. You see, as soon as I came in, someone came and kept talking to me. Then at another plane, pester you a little more and give you more money. Wouldn't that mean he would just become a bad woman's dog? Besides, you're only in the first year of high school. You don't have much experience in love, and you look popular with girls. Those bad women like boys like you the most. Xiao Huan, the water in the South District is very deep and you can't control it. It is the boss's duty to protect the purity of employees. Huan blinked and looked at Tong Ying beside him. Sister Tong, Sister Tong. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Sister Tong sitting in front of Bai Yi, waving at Huan and ordering, "Go and get busy. The guests are waiting anxiously." Immediately, she turned to look at Bai Yi, who was still crying, took out a cigarette box, and said, "Just let me take care of this." End of this chapter. Huan glanced at Tong Ying, who had already sat down, with an expression that said, "Are you sure?" Although it is a good thing that Tong Ying, who has been doing nothing in the store all day, can finally be put to use, but judging from her past deeds as the king of ideas. Don't even bother chatting and just start talking about Bai Yi's editor. Ding ding. Seeing Huan still standing there, Tong Ying pressed the bell in her hand and just looked at him. If you add a gesture of pointing at people, it will be almost the same as the emoticon of the husky in the previous life. It means stop talking and go. Duh. Forget it. Sister Tong didn't drink today anyway. Her mind was quite normal before she drank. I think. Okay, I'll get busy then. Huan raised an eyebrow, but didn't insist anymore. After all, the store really needs help now, and Sister Tong doesn't know anything, so he can come back any time later. He took one last look at Bai Yi, then turned and left. Watching Huan leave, Bai Yi's sadness, which had been temporarily calmed down by his cup of hot water and a few words, began to resurface. She subconsciously wanted to sniffle, but had to give up when she saw Tong Ying looking at her. Since Huan left, Tong Ying's eyes seemed to have become sharper unconsciously. She exhaled and opened the cigarette box, revealing several neatly arranged ladies' cigarettes inside. A flip lighter turned flexibly between the fingers of her left hand, rubbing to produce a flame that lit the cigarette she had taken out. Under her slightly slanted red bangs, her eyes seemed to be ignited by the cigarette in her lips. Through the diffused smoke, one could see that her eyes were gradually changing from half-lifeless to charming and lazy. But Tong Ying did give the impression that Bai Yi was difficult to get along with, a very typical Southern District feel. Then, Bai Yi watched her reaching out and groping for something inside her coat. Snap! An electric baton was placed on the table. Bai Yi widened his eyes and glanced at Tong Ying cautiously, only to see that she was still groping. Snap! Another folded butterfly knife was slammed on the table. Seeing that Tong Ying was about to take something out of her arms, Bai Yi quickly stood up and said timidly, "I'll be leaving soon. No need to bother you." "What's the hurry?" "Sit down." Bai Yi didn't dare to sit down, but Tong Ying didn't take out the M1917 Smith & Wesson in the end. Instead, she took out a small iron wine jug from her arms. However, Tong Ying looked at the direction where Huan left even more cautiously than Bai Yi, and then opened the wine jug and took a sip. It turns out that they were bringing out wine to drink. But why be so careful? Bai Yi didn't understand, but after hesitating for a moment, he sat back on the chair. After taking a sip of the hot wine, Tong Ying's face showed a relaxed look, and even her words to Bai Yi became much softer. "You're still dressed so neatly in the middle of the night, wearing a mask and sunglasses. If you don't know better, you might think you're a pervert following you. Besides, if you want to leave now, can you see the road clearly?" Duh. It's true, this was exactly what Bai Yi planned for the day. He followed Huan fully armed all the way until he arrived at the South District. Feeling somewhat guilty, Bai Yi turned his eyes away. "Yeah, okay. Hearing this, Tong Ying immediately rolled her eyes. Didn't you hear that? I meant for you to take off your sunglasses and mask so we can talk. It's not convenient for me. Oh, you are too ugly to meet people? He lowered his head, pursed his lips, and did not answer. Seeing that she remained silent, Tong Ying suddenly moved closer to her. I'll catch it. The next second, she reached out and grabbed the sunglasses from Baiyi's eyes. The glasses suddenly fell off her face, revealing Baiyi's beautiful eyes that had already been wet with tears. What are you doing? Baiyi was startled and wanted to snatch the sunglasses back. Tong Ying leaned back on the chair, refusing to return it, with a look of surprise on her face. You're pretty, aren't you? Why are you afraid of meeting people? Besides, what are you doing crying alone in the pub at night? This is not a fried chicken shop or a children's playground. Minors are not welcome, you know. He turned his eyes away and whispered, Then don't you also hire minors to work in your store? You kids are all good at speaking. You all want to take the postgraduate entrance exam, right? Tong Ying placed her tear-stained glasses on the table and took an ashtray from the back seat. Linman's part-time job law allows a maximum of 28 hours of work per week. I hired employees in compliance with the law. What's the problem? Tong Ying flicked the ash off her cigarette and looked down at the sunglasses on the table. Her expression became more serious. Weber sunglasses, more than 5,000 yuan. You can afford this. You don't live in the South District, right? Where did you come from? You are so beautiful. Don't you know what will happen if you cry and walk around outside in the middle of the night? Take off the mask. Maybe I can help you. Bai didn't respond, but reached out and took the sunglasses back. As she stood up, she whispered, No need. I'll leave now. It's up to you. I'll call the police if you leave anyway. Tong Ying waved goodbye, took out her phone out of boredom, and prepared to watch videos. Call the police, why? Bai turned around and looked at Tong Ying in disbelief, but she looked back at him as if he were a fool. Your phone is broken, you're wearing a torn dress, and you don't seem to have the habit of carrying cash. Where can you go? Can you guarantee your safety? This is the South District. If I don't call the police now, will they come to investigate the next day and affect my business? He glanced at the mobile phone in his hand. The broken screen was facing Tong Ying, and she could see at a glance. I opened my mouth, but my eyes became more sore. Tong Ying's worries were not a big problem for her, as she had a pocket watch. But now she really didn't know where to go. Sister-in-law was discovered by her mother, and she probably would be scolded by her mother because of her. I had an argument with my mother and impulsively smashed my phone. As a result, I had no cash on me, so I couldn't pay and could do nothing. As he thought about it, Bai couldn't control his tears again. She didn't know what to do, but she wanted to leave again and again. Why? Because she didn't want to go home at all and didn't want to see her mother at all. She even wanted to hide away to a place where her mother would never find her. 2 lines of silent tears slowly fell, and her grip on the pocket watch became tighter and tighter. Tong Ying was still looking at her phone when she suddenly felt a chill. She frowned and put down her phone, but out of the corner of her eye she saw the girl standing up with tears in her eyes, as if she had been crying because of what she had said. No, girl, you. Are you crying now? Throw the mine. Just as he was about to swear, he heard the voice of Huan cashing out. Chung Hui, a total of 298, plain or. Tong Ying's Cantonese charm was instantly extinguished. She sat up a little straighter and could only wordlessly light some ash on the ashtray. He hooked his finger at the crying Bai in front of him and said softly, You are so young, but you came here crying. 80% of the time, it's because of family matters, and 20% is because of school matters. Bai looked up at Tong Ying blankly and met her scrutinizing gaze. Tong Ying smiled slightly and said, Right, because of family matters? What's the big deal? I'm not a child anymore and I still quarrel with my family every day. They looked down on me before, and it's almost the same now. In their eyes, there's always something that makes them dissatisfied with me. Look, I'm still doing well. I eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day, and there are handsome guys to look at. Bai blinked, and his expression seemed to change because of Tong Yingying's words. After a moment's silence, she sat back in front of Tong Yingying and gently untied her mask. Tong Yingying glanced at her, then raised her eyebrows in surprise. The girl in front of me is really beautiful. That's because you've grown up and can be independent. My situation is different from yours. Tong Yingying took a sip of wine and rolled her eyes. Yes, I will understand when I reach your age. That was not what I meant. Bai sniffed and said, I just don't understand how to get along with my mother. I just need a simple word of recognition from her, but in exchange for this recognition, I have to give so much against my will. Every time she only compares me with other people, I sometimes really don't know whether she wants me or other people. So, you don't want to make your life so tiring, but you also want her approval? Bai didn't respond, but Tong Yingying held her cheek and asked, Where's your father? Bai shook his head and said, My mother remarried, but my uncle is very busy with work and rarely comes home. How about you? Actually, he's very good. He's different from Mom. At least he listens to me. While drinking, Tong Yingying's eyes suddenly lit up like two little light bulbs. She raised a finger and suddenly said with a smile, Hey, I have an idea. What? Bai opened his mouth and was about to say something when he felt someone approaching. She turned her head and saw Huan, who had an expressionless face. Sister Tong. Tong Yingying's sunny expression with her finger raised suddenly froze. Immediately, she curled her lips, withdrew her fingers, spread her hands, and said to Bai, It's gone now. By the way, he put out the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray. Tong Yingying quietly pulled the wine jug on the table back in her arms, while Huan glanced at Bai, who took off his mask and sunglasses and showed a surprised expression. Wait a minute. Why do you look familiar to me? Are you Bai from our school? Then, that expression gradually changed from surprise to excitement. Bai was slightly stunned. His expression was a little nervous. Not me. That. Did Huan actually recognize me? She avoided his gaze and was about to stammer and explain when Tong Yingying asked, Your classmate. Not only that, she's a celebrity and has even starred in a movie. I'm also her fan. She sings very well, but it's a pity that she seldom comes to school. Song. Fans? Bai's face suddenly turned red. She quickly raised her head and looked at Huan, asking in disbelief. Huan. No. President Yin, have you really heard the songs I wrote? Tong Yingying blinked, her eyes moving back and forth between Bai's suddenly excited and slightly red cheeks and Huan's smiling face in front of her. Classmates from the same school, handsome men and beautiful women, idol fans, handsome boyfriends of the same age. Hiss. How come in comparison? I look like the bad woman who seduced the young boy. Certainly. Huan smiled and nodded, turned on her phone, opened the music app, and displayed the playlist. There are only 2 songs in a playlist called Bai, which are the 2 songs she sang. P.S. I just added in the car in the afternoon. But at this moment, he was as enthusiastic as a fan who had been following Bai for a long time. I've been following you for a long time. I was so happy when I heard that you came to study at Tatsuki. It's a pity that I can't see you once in a semester. A 10-year-old fan coming uninvited. So, the Huan that my mother always talked about. She turned out to be a fan of her own song, the one she despised the most. But you haven't written a new song for a long time, I don't know. I will write it. A new song will be uploaded soon. Bai opened his mouth and spoke without even listening to Huan's words. Is it? Bai's heart was pounding, and at this moment, she really wanted to use her cell phone to record what Huan said. Then, every time her mother talked about how Huan was, or what she wanted to do, she would show this video to her mother. Do not. I have to record it and play it on a loop in my mother's ears every night. Feeling Bai's eager gaze, Huan also realized that his guess was correct. He did hear the sound of Bai and her mother arguing outside just now, but he didn't hear what her mother said. One can only guess what she wants by her aversion to other activities. She has participated in many variety shows and movies in recent years, but since these were not her own decisions, Huan guessed that what she really wanted to do was singing, which is not very popular at present. As for why she hates herself, Yin Huan also noticed something from her conversation with Tong Ying just now. Maybe it has something to do with her mother. Really? That's too... Hey, wait a moment, both of you. Look at the atmosphere at the fan meeting over there. It's just like the first meeting of the hero and heroine in a youth love comedy. Tong Ying was about to move to Bungbu. She rubbed her brows and interrupted him quickly. Isn't the problem now how to solve the problem of her running off to the South District alone? You're a celebrity, your family is rich, and you're studying at Tatsuki. So why did you run away from home? Bai nodded embarrassedly. Tong Ying's eyes lit up, and she once again showed an expression of, I have a good idea. That's it. Call your family now and ask them to come pick you up. No way. Bai quickly refused. She clenched the pocket watch in her hand, and the hands on the pocket watch that had stopped moving began to shake at this moment. Tick, tick, tick. The unreal sound of a clock, like water drops, slowly began to ring, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but the conversation of the guests outside seemed to slow down for a moment. No, I don't want to hear my mother denying me anymore. If it's like before. Feeling her desire to use the modifier rising, Yin Huan's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly interrupted Tong Ying, who looked troublesome. Don't be so anxious. You can sit here and think about it. However, her brilliant idea was once again denied by the handsome man and beautiful woman in front of her, and veins unconsciously popped out on Tong Ying's forehead. My hands are a little itchy, the kind that I have to hold an electric baton to stop the itch. She can't stay out all the time. It will be troublesome if she stays outside. I can't take the responsibility if she stays in the store. Bai held the hem of her skirt tightly, knowing that she couldn't continue in this stalemate. Sister Tong, there's something going on here. Come and help me take care of it. At this moment, Tian Li's voice came from the bar, making Tong Ying's already annoyed expression even more aggravated. She scratched her red hair and then stood up reluctantly. Okay, you guys are smart, you guys are talking to me, but I'm already an old woman and I can't keep up with your brainwaves. Tong Ying left, and Yin Huan seemed very optimistic. He looked at Bai and asked, By the way, Bai, are you going to attend the game convention this weekend? Will you sing then? Hey, Bai was slightly stunned, then shook his head. Probably not. I'll just meet everyone there. That's it. I've never sung in public, and haven't even been to a recording studio in a long time. Really? What a pity. I thought I could hear you singing there, Bai. The accountant of the student union happened to have 2 tickets, so I asked for one specifically to go and see you. Yin Huan smiled slightly, took out the ticket given to her by Yahashiki from her pocket, and showed it to Bai, saying this with some regret. Bai's pupils shrank slightly. She turned her head to look at Yin Huan, but quickly retracted her gaze. The event was on Sunday, rehearsals were on Friday, and coordination was on Thursday, and now it's Wednesday night. Besides, my mother would definitely not agree with me singing on it. After all, in her eyes, her songs were just mediocre. But Yin Huan specifically grabbed the ticket. Was he going there to see himself? I don't know why, but I was originally extremely resistant to this. But now I have the idea of going home and attending the event on the weekend. Xiao Huan, this way. Here I am. Wait a moment. Hurry up, it's urgent. Besides, staying here all the time would also disturb others. Bai opened his mouth, was silent for a moment, and finally whispered to Yin Huan, If I call my mother later, can you tell her for me? Yin Huan turned around and raised his eyebrows. That's certainly... Want to call your mom? Yin Huan handed over the phone with a smile, and Bai stretched out his fair fingers and pressed a phone number on the dial pad. Click to dial. Yin Huan took the phone and put it to his ear. After a few seconds, the call was connected. Hello, Auntie. Are you Bai's mother? I'm her classmate, Yin Huan. This is what I mean. Listening to Yin Huan's proper conversation, Bai just lowered his head, not even daring to listen, for fear of hearing his mother's blaming voice. Unexpectedly, her stomach was rumbling uncontrollably with hunger. Guliulu. Her face flushed, and she quickly covered her stomach. Bai only had a meal at her best friend's house in the morning, and then ran around outside all day. Now, it was evening, so she was naturally very hungry. She quickly glanced at the boy beside her, and was relieved to see that he was still talking to his mother and didn't seem to notice her embarrassment. Okay, I'll give her the phone. The call on the other end came to an end. Huan said this and handed the phone back. Bai retreated in fear and didn't want to take it at all. However, looking at Huan in front of her, she hesitated for a moment and finally answered the phone. Hey, stay there. I'll be right there. Get ready tomorrow. We have activities this weekend. There was no blame or even any extra emotion, and Zhu Jiangqin's cold voice came like a notification. That voice made Bai Yi's heart ache. She opened her mouth and agreed. But I felt extremely regretful in my heart, regretting calling her. Do. Hang up. Bai Yi's body seemed to be exhausted by the phone call. She put down Huan's phone and said, "Thank you," to Huan after a while. "It's okay. Then you sit here for a while. I have something else to do." Bai Yi nodded. At this moment, until Huan left, the emotions in my heart dissipated again. What should I do if I quarrel with my mother again when I get back? Or, if I can't even have an argument, maybe my mother has been disappointed in me for a long time because I can't do what she wants anyway. What if I am really not suitable for singing? Maybe my long-cherished wish is just my wishful thinking. I really don't have any talent, and it is impossible for others to like my songs. Irritating. Other people's evaluation. I wish I didn't exist. But isn't this what I am like now? I don't care, but I still feel so painful. If it is like this, why do I not exist? Wouldn't it be better if everyone else didn't exist? Click. When this thought came to her mind, the clock in her hand sped up. The originally motionless hour hand began to tremble, as if symbolizing the awakening of some kind of power. Around her, the clocks on the walls of the tavern seemed to be slowing down little by little, as if they were being dragged down by some force emanating from her body and becoming heavier. Tick, 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 tick. Tick, tick, tick. Tick, tick. Despair. Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, a plate was suddenly placed in front of her. She suddenly came to her senses, and the cold atmosphere around her suddenly dissipated. Bai Yi looked in front of him, where there was a plate of caramel pudding. Pudding? Turning around to look beside me, it was Huan who was smiling. Looking at the pudding on the table, Bai Yi quickly raised his broken phone. "Thank you, but my phone is broken. I will pay you later when my mother comes." "No need. You're already hungry just now. Come and eat." Hey, did he hear his stomach growling just now? Bai Yi's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, and he seemed a little at a loss. And over there, Tong Yingying's voice came again. "Xiao Huan, come here to collect the money and make the order." Bai Yi was about to say something, but Huan raised his finger in front of his mouth, as if to keep quiet. "Sure, I did this for you secretly. It would be very troublesome if Sister Tong found out. How can this be so embarrassing?" Huan smiled slightly and said, "I'm your fan. What's wrong with asking my idol to eat something?" "Fans?" Bai Yi's breathing quickened, and he quickly thanked Huan. "Thanks. Fine." Huan was about to leave with a smile, but suddenly seemed to think of something and turned back. "By the way, What?" Bai Yi looked at him, not knowing what he was going to say. Huan turned around and said sincerely, "Your songs are really nice. I look forward to you uploading new songs in the future. Please keep up the good work this weekend. I will go to see you live." Xiao Huan, coming. Bai Yi just looked at Huan in front of him, and after he finished speaking, he responded and left to go about his own business. But his words seemed not to have left him. Instead, along with the caramel pudding in front of him, they exuded a vanilla scent. As if she was a little hungry, she opened her mouth slightly and gently scooped a piece in her mouth with a spoon. Just the right amount of sweetness bloomed, just like the words she just heard. Sure enough, everything he said was hidden here. And this was the first time that Bai Yi heard someone like her song. The negative voice of her mother is still ringing in her ears, and the comparisons she makes day after day make her resentful. Resent the boy who is better than me in every way. However, she had never expected that the recognition she had been waiting for so long would come from the boy she was so fed up with. Woo 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 woo. After taking just one bite, she lowered her head and began to cry silently. The pocket watch in his hand seemed to be melted by the pudding, and the pointer on it rotated reluctantly and slowly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Then it became completely quiet. There will be another update before 10 p.m. End of this chapter. Beep, beep, beep. It wasn't long before several police cars arrived at the South District and scared several disheveled customers in a hair salon in the alley across the street, causing them to flee in all directions. Huan walked out of the pub with body.I and saw Jianxin, who was wearing a fur cape and looked unhappy. She frowned and glared at her daughter, who lowered her head, then looked at the smiling boy beside her. Jianxin's eyes lit up slightly, and he said, "I am really sorry to trouble you, Mr. Yin." "No, Annie, I didn't expect to see Ms. Bai here. I'm her fan." Jianxin glanced at Bai beside him in surprise, then smiled and said, "Is that so? Then I'll add your contact information, and I'll definitely invite you to any events I have." "Okay, Andy." Jianxin glanced at Huan's plane with a smile, and then when he turned around to look at Bai, his expression turned cold again. "Boarding?" Bai nodded, but when he got into the car, he turned back to look at Huan, who was standing at the door of the store. They looked at each other, and Huan smiled at her. Her eyes flickered, and then she turned around and got into the car. The car door closed, and the siren sounded. The police cars left one after another, leaving Huan standing at the door of the store with a gradually fading expression. A black cat appeared on my shoulder again. Miao Jiang looked at the police car, leaving, and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now I felt her desire suddenly surge. I was almost scared to death, Miao. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have suddenly given her the pudding that was meant for other tables. The pudding was not actually made specifically for her, but Huan felt that the atmosphere was not good, so she quickly changed direction. Miao Jiang was a little confused, so she turned her head to look at Huan and asked, "So, how did you know she liked singing?" Huan glanced at Miao Jiang and rubbed its head. "She did something bad this morning, and I wanted to imitate what I did to Yishiyu to make her feel guilty, but the effect was poor, and she basically didn't feel anything, so I had to find another way to curb her aggression." As they walked back to the tavern, Huan explained, "So I looked up a lot of her information. She has participated in many variety shows and movies. Her appearance is impeccable, but the evaluation of the performances and variety shows she participated in is not good." "Haha, I heard her talking to her mother on the phone. She said that her mother's current arrangements were not what she wanted. But when she talked to Sister Tong just now, she said that she hoped to get her mother's approval." At this point, Huan looked at Miao Jiang beside him. "Miao, people only want to be recognized by others when they do something seriously and think they have done their best. Since what her mother arranged was not what she wanted, she would not have given her all, nor would she have been so eager for recognition. But when we listened to her songs just now, she was responsible for the lyrics, composition, arrangement, recording, and singing of those songs. These songs are not well known and require a lot of work, but she released one after another, so I'm sure that what she really likes and hopes to be recognized is singing." Miao Jiang nodded and said with sudden enlightenment, "That's why you pretend to be a fan of her songs and give her the recognition she wants. This will actually prevent her from using the modifier, Miao." "That's right. If this continues, she will soon be shattered like Yishiyu, Miao. You found a way to deal with her so quickly. You are worthy of it." Huan was not happy at all when he was praised. He rubbed Miao Jiang's head, sighed, and said, "It's not that simple. This method is definitely useful, but don't forget that her mother doesn't approve of her singing." Huan's eyes were calm, and he grasped the key point in an instant. "Who am I? A passerby who has nothing to do with her, and that is her mother. My mother's denial and a passerby's affirmation. Which one do you think is more effective, Miao Chan? What's more, I may not even be considered a passerby. I should be considered her hated enemy." Huan had already walked back into the store and rubbed his shoulders. This is only a temporary solution, not a permanent one, unless either her mother recognizes her or the majority of people recognize her, enough to overwhelm the majority recognized by her mother. In fact, there is another way, which is to make yourself an important person who could be recognized by her mother, such as a lover. But Huan didn't want to do that, so he didn't say it. Miao Jiang blinked and wanted to say something to help Huan, but she didn't know what to say. "Miao, So it meowed cutely and rubbed Yin Huan's face with its furry head. Yin Huan smiled slightly and turned to look inside the store. The atmosphere in the store was peaceful. Tong Ying held the cigarette in her mouth again, ready to smoke. It looked like her lungs were itching. Yin Huan skillfully reached out and took the cigarette out of her mouth and held it in his hand. Tong Ying usually did not resist when Yin Huan caught her smoking, but this time she stretched out her hand abnormally and said to Yin Huan, "Come back." Yin Huan raised his eyebrows and just said, "Still smoking? You said you wanted to quit the day before yesterday, but you broke your vow today. And Sister Tong, you carry cigarettes and alcohol with you every day. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire?" Tong Ying looked sad and said nothing in reply. She finally leaned on the table next to her. "Yeah, how can I, who smells of cigarettes and alcohol, compare to the sweet and soft idol of the same age? TSK, look at her crying, with tears in her eyes, just like the heroine in the TV series, so sweet." Yin Huan nodded, agreeing with him. "Yes, Sister Tong, if you're scolded by your mother, you'll just keep throwing and throwing. It's either throwing this or throwing that. But do you believe me if I electrocute you to death?" Tong Ying raised the electric baton in her arms with a dark face, and Yin Huan quickly smiled and raised his hands in surrender, handing back the cigarette in his hand. "Forget it, she made me almost dead tired, and after that, I had to be electrocuted by you, Sister Tong. Here I go, if you still want to smoke." Tong Ying, who had turned her head away, turned around with a gloating look on her face when she heard that Yin Huan was tired instead of happy because he was busy with Bai Yi's affairs. But she didn't take the cigarette he handed over, but suddenly said, "I want pudding. Do it yourself. Gao, you're the boss and I am the boss. Do you believe I can deduct your salary?" "Boss, you taught me how to make pudding, but I can't even make it as well as you do. Why do you want me to make it?" "I don't care as long as it's not made by myself. It smells good." "Yes, yes, yes." Yin Huan smiled slightly, and Tong Ying also hummed a song with her hands folded, looking secretly happy. "There's a little incident in the South District tonight, but other than that, everything is normal." Thursday noon, in the first-year department of Tatsuki Academy, in a cubicle in the female bathroom. "Little finger, do you think it will look better like this?" Anna was looking at her newly made bangs in the makeup mirror. The long black hair in front of her face was lifted up a little, revealing her face, which was pure and beautiful enough without any makeup. After I added Spencer as a friend, she told me about her hairstyle, which was scary, like a female ghost. So, Anil thought about changing his hairstyle. Maybe it would be easier to write letters to Yin Huan later. The little finger perched on her shoulder rolled his eyes and said angrily, "You relied on Spencer to deal with those guys who bullied you before, and now you just listen to them. Can you have some independent opinion?" Anil looked at Little Finger innocently and muttered in his mind, "But Spencer is really amazing. Park Shu-won and the others were beaten by her. They didn't even come to school today. Also, I thought my hair was too thick before. Maybe it will be better if I fix it." Little Finger doesn't really care whether someone has his own opinion or not. The main thing is that this guy has never used the modifier, and it's driving him crazy. "Damn, you have such a powerful golden finger, and I am the smartest think tank in the world. And you are still in this makabaka? No, I have to find a way to let her use the modifier." Little Finger didn't reply, but was brewing a vicious plan in his mind. "Okay, I think that's fine. But don't you want to go and take a look?" "What are you looking at? Didn't Spencer say he would report to the student union at noon?" "Yin Huan is in charge of the study group. Spencer doesn't like Yin Huan, so I'm not worried." Little Finger was so angry that he patted Anil's face. "Are you a fool? She only scored 66 points in the test, like a pig. How could she obediently let Yin Huan tutor her? This is the school's arrangement. Yin Huan can't disobey. What if Spencer pushes her too far and she beats up Yin Huan?" "Xiao Huan, you are not mine yet." Anil's face suddenly turned red, but her little finger was about to have a myocardial infarction. "Is this the time to discuss whether he belongs to you? Did you hear what I'm saying? Hurry up. Let's go and see what's going on over there." "Okay." After hearing what Little Finger said, Anil stood up timidly. In fact, it's not that she doesn't understand what Little Finger means. She is not as stupid as Spencer. The main reason was that she still had some inferiority complex and fear and didn't dare to face Huan directly, so she kept making excuses. But since Little Thumb had said this, she could only walk out of the bathroom and quietly go upstairs. Student Union. I remember it was upstairs. Plop, plop, plop. Annel's heart beat faster and faster. She quietly walked to the side of the corridor, from where she could see the corridor in front of the Student Union entrance from the windowsill. What are you doing here? Go over there. I don't dare. I'll just take a look here. Ouch. I can't take it anymore. How about you kill me? Annel pursed her lips and looked at the opposite side quietly, but she couldn't see what was happening in the Student Union at all. But not long after, Spencer walked up the stairs with a reckless step and kicked the door with her foot, announcing her arrival. To Annel's surprise, Spencer not only did not go in, but Huan walked out alone. Annel's eyes widened, and the little finger on her shoulder also widened in disbelief. No way, this can be predicted. How do you know they're going to come out? I don't know either. Annel touched his head embarrassedly and fell silent because of Little Finger. Over there, Huan came out and looked at Spencer, who was holding his arms in front of him, then pointed to the other side of the corridor. Say it over there. He is the only one in the Student Union office now, but Sakuramiya might come back soon. She said in the group that the kitten is almost well and will be back at noon. So in order to keep Spencer away from Sakuramiya, Huan planned to talk to her about this matter outside. Spencer frowned and reluctantly followed him over there. In the distance, Unwilling, who was sneaking around, also followed quietly and went to the corridor opposite where he could see far away. Have you received the email I sent you? Spencer put his hands in his pockets, but suddenly smiled and asked, You are responsible for this matter. What about Sakura? Huan looked back at her with a cold face and said, This matter has nothing to do with Sakura. Yes, yes, yes. Huan stopped at another corner and looked at Spencer in front of him, looking businesslike. The meaning of the Academic Affairs Office is very clear. From now on, you must attend the study group I am in charge of twice a week offline, and then complete additional homework, which will be graded by me and reviewed by the Academic Affairs Office. Spencer said in disbelief, I don't even do the homework assigned by the teacher. So how can I do your homework? Then you'd better start doing your homework from now on. Spencer folded his hands and sneered. What if I don't? After reporting it to the Academic Affairs Office, they may contact your parents. Spencer's sneer suddenly froze. She looked away guiltily, then rubbed the back of her head in annoyance. Didn't you promise me a request before? I want to use that request. I don't want to join the study group. Huan took a deep breath and was a little speechless. No, master, it's you. Still want to be a master? Isn't this too embarrassing? Anyway, Huan had never seen any yellow-haired guy who would use threats to relieve himself from the pain of studying. Can Huan let her run away? He thought for a second. Then a look of relief appeared on his face. Okay, then I'll give it a try and see if I can report you to them and get you released. Seeing him so relieved, seemingly finally getting rid of himself, Spencer gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. But compared to doing homework every week, if you don't do it, you will be reported to your parents. I'd better use this request reluctantly. She folded her hands and nodded. Just as she was about to leave, Huan called her back. Let me make it clear first. I will try, but if it doesn't work, there's nothing I can do. After all, this is what the school requires. And no matter what the result is, you have to delete the photos, and we'll be even. What? Spencer's eyes widened, and his fangs were exposed. You're not sure you can do it, but you still want to make this request. Is there nothing that can be done about it? Huan looked at her with disgust and explained to Spencer, Who told you to do so badly in the exam? You only got 66 points, much lower than the second to last. If you had scored higher, it would have been fine. But with this score, I can only say that I did my best. What do you mean? Are you calling me stupid? Is not it? Huan looked back, looking as if he didn't want to say more. The way he looked her up and down seemed to be secretly comparing her with someone he liked in his heart. It's the vice president named Sakuramiya Hitomi, right? You must think that she is so good at studying, and you are so bad that you can't even compare to a hair of hers, right? The veins on Spencer's head bulged little by little, and he had no idea that he had fallen into Huan's provocation. Haha, I changed my mind, Huan. What do you mean? I don't need that request anymore. I will join that study group. Are you going to regret it? Yes, I will join the study group. As for the request, wait for it, Huan. Huan was not afraid at all. Instead, he took out a prepared note from his arms and handed it to her. What is this? Spencer was slightly stunned and took the note. At first glance, there's a list of books written on it. 3 years of high school, 2 years of simulation, 100 exercises in mathematics, grammar, and reading in one book. Spencer opened his mouth slightly, his fangs just facing Huan, who was smiling but not smiling. Okay, then please prepare these exercise books for our study group before next Monday. If there is one missing next week, you know what I mean? Spencer gritted his teeth as he looked at the handsome boy in front of him. He felt disgusted no matter how he looked at him. You wait, Huan. I must give you. Humph. Spencer snorted coldly, then turned and left. Huan also had a cold face, looked tit for tat, and looked angry. Although Anil, who was far away, didn't hear clearly what they were saying, he still felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Did they have a fight? Huan looked very angry. Anil didn't know that Huan put that expression on purpose to provoke Spencer. She just pursed her lips and suddenly became anxious. On one side is your childhood sweetheart, and on the other side are the friends you just made. She didn't want to see them having a conflict like this, and it made Huan so angry. Littlefinger noticed the Anil mood around him and seemed to realize something. Is it possible? The opportunity has arrived? Littlefinger suppressed his excitement and said quickly, Do you want to make Huan happy? I want to, but I don't dare to go over to see him. Otherwise, I'll go find Spencer and ask her to stop arguing with Huan. Stupid. Do you think she will listen to you? Yes, Spencer seems to be a man who does things his own way, and he probably won't listen to me. I do have an idea. Ah, Pinky, do you have any idea? Stupid. Didn't I tell you before that you can manipulate other people's pleasure? Happiness is actually formed by pleasure. Can't you just give him a little pleasure here? Is it true? Littlefinger hummed softly and said in a gentle and persuasive way. Of course, and it's not a bad thing, right? You just want Huan to not be so angry, and maybe you can prevent him from having a conflict with Spencer. Duh. Anil swallowed his saliva, feeling a little restless inside. Yeah, I'm not doing anything bad. I just want to help Huan be happier. Then, give it a try. How do I use that ability? At last, finally got fooled. At this moment, the little finger turned into son Wukong, played by Huang Bo. It suppressed its excitement and just introduced. Just think about it in your heart, then lock onto him and give him a try for a little pleasure. Thinking about, as Anil's mind moved, an invisible ripple spread out, forming a huge circle with a radius of 15 meters. Within this circle, Anil's eyes instantly locked onto countless objects. But she just wants Huan to be happy. So she focused her attention and set her sights on Huan. 2 red and white mists appeared illusory, as if waiting for her order. Anil looked puzzled, and Littlefinger quickly explained, The red mist controls pain. When you inject the red mist into someone's body, they will feel pain. The white mist controls pleasure, and its usage is the same as the red one. Then, give Huan some white mist? Anil thought so, and then controlled the white mist to get closer to Huan little by little. However, I didn't expect that, because it was my first time using it. The movement of the mist was countless times lighter than I had imagined. As a result, I didn't control it well, and a large amount of white mist poured in. Oops, I accidentally added too much. Anil quickly covered his mouth, and Littlefinger beside him also opened his mouth wide, looking shocked. You are more cruel than I thought. The next second, Huan, who was planning to walk back to the student union office, was suddenly stunned, as if he sensed something. Then a strong electric current like a tide rose from his spine and hit his brain directly. Boom! Pill! Spicy balls! Hello everyone, I am Yaiweixi. After a month, this book is finally going to be put on the shelves. As usual, I have to say something about it. And this book is no exception, so let me talk to you about it. After writing the previous book, I originally planned to create a story with cyberpunk as the background, but the editor advised me to change the category considering the audience, so I finally gave up. It just so happened that I also want to try writing in a more relaxed and interesting style without any harsh or heavy content. So I finally chose this love story with a Japanese light style. The general background of this book comes from my previous book, which I abandoned due to health reasons. But both the story and the characters have been completely changed by me, becoming something completely different. But in the final analysis, the most fundamental inspiration for this story actually comes from the anime Kaguya-sama, Love is War. I really like the concept of love is war, which is consistent with the main plot of the book's hero Huan's game, confrontation and love with the various heroines who have modifiers. In addition to the drama Kaguya-sama, Love is War, I have written many works about love games. Even if the element of gold fingers is added, it is not uncommon in Chidian. Therefore, I introduced the concept of weird gold fingers. If the heroines have the dangerous golden fingers in Japanese anime, then it will undoubtedly make the game faced by the hero more dangerous and interesting. I like this very much. So, as the male protagonist who is to use the modifier, he must have extraordinary appeal, that is, excellent appearance, good character, and healthy physique. It is easy to understand if you think about it the other way around. If the heroine in the animation is an ugly girl with a disgusting personality, you as the male protagonist probably won't even have the desire to use a modifier, right? In addition, I didn't want to set up a scene where the male and female protagonists used golden finger magic to fight each other. So I weakened the male protagonist's golden finger. Maybe it would be interesting for the heroines in the Shura field to do this, but it would only reduce the danger of the game and the heroine's chances of attack. But this does not mean that the heroines can sit back and relax when they attack. In the love game, Huan possesses a terrifying ability, so much so that a single female protagonist must use a modifier to barely contend with him. In general, the heroines who have modifiers have the overall advantage, and Huan, who is currently on the defensive side, is slightly weaker. This process will slowly change with the emotional changes of the male and female protagonists, the progress of the modifier, and the occurrence of the Shura field. As for the female protagonists on the offensive side, I still need to emphasize that their characters are flawed, and the modifier will undoubtedly magnify such flaws. I don't really want to describe 5 perfect, obedient heroines, and then let them operate the editor to make the game a strange interest. The 5 modifiers are not plugins or cheats in the traditional sense. They are 5 kinds of sins, the abnormal desires contained in the 5 heroines. I have set up strict backgrounds and settings for all the modifiers, but I will not write them out directly. Instead, they will be revealed little by little from the plot. Attributes, strengths, weaknesses, personalities, restraint relationships, etc. In addition to these interesting settings, it's time to talk about the love line. Unlike the previous book where the heroine had a single storyline, this book takes a multi-line approach. The good thing is that the emotional progress of the heroine and the hero will not be far apart from each other, but will be cultivated slowly together. It's quite exciting with a sense of ups and downs, and I will also insert some interesting daily life and interludes to make transitions. The downside is that it will seem discontinuous when it comes to the storyline of a single female protagonist. So sometimes I will write a single line belonging to a specific heroine, and use major events that integrate many contents to determine the nodes. These are roughly the design of this book and the subsequent plans. In fact, in my opinion, the remarks on the release of a book are more suitable as a pre-announcement for the subsequent paid content rather than the author's emotional ramblings. The longer I write books, the more I realize that I will never be able to satisfy all my readers. Whether it's the writing style, character setting, or plot, there are often as many people who hate it as there are people who like it. There is no way around it. I don't think I'm good enough to be recognized by most people. So, in order to prevent you from wasting your money, I have written about all the heroines in the first 33 chapters, with the writing language and rhythm hidden in between, so that you can understand the book as much as possible. At the same time, it also explains issues such as daily life, the male protagonist's golden fingers, and the female protagonist's flawed personality. I hope you can read it carefully and then subscribe. Then there is the issue of updates. In fact, most of the time the chapters are already coded, but I have the habit of reviewing and revising them after the manuscript is finished. Sometimes I'm so dissatisfied with the code after it's finished that I want to make major revisions, but I get stuck while making the revisions. This happens quite often, such as last night and some days before. So sometimes we keep you waiting for a long time. This story will be very long, and I don't plan to write a short story, but I will not give up and will finish it no matter what. Tomorrow is 20,000 words, and then every day thereafter 5,000 to 6,000 words. When it comes to key plots, I will write very long, like the 14th chapter. Readers of the previous book should all know that I sometimes write long chapters of more than 10,000 words, basically following the plot. In short, I will work hard on writing after the product is put on the shelves. Then, I still hope that everyone who is able to do so will support the genuine product, which is very important to me. I also hope to see your comments in this chapter. I personally like to read comments when I have nothing to do, and I basically read all of your comments. Later, I will create a V group with a threshold for full subscription, which will include some extra chapters, which will be no different from the previous book. I will create another one when it is a little longer. Okay, everyone, that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to this. Chapters will start being uploaded after noon tomorrow and will continue until the evening, so stay tuned. That's all. July 31st, 2024. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Boom. Huan, who was walking in the corridor, first had his pupils shrink and then seemed to sense something in an instant. A strong electric current flowed upward along his spine and hit his brain directly. At that moment, his mind went blank, and then his body went limp. Well, what does it feel like? Return. Are there any experts? Huan staggered and almost fell to the ground, but fortunately he reached out and held onto the wall at the critical moment. But even when he touched the wall, his hands felt numb and tingling, as if they were soft like cotton, so he quickly withdrew his hand. Ha! His eyes widened, he kept gasping for breath, and his body was shaking slightly. That moment just now, he felt an extremely comfortable feeling. That feeling is mostly blocked by resistance, if there is no resistance. Hiss! I dare not imagine. But even so, there was still a violent reaction, for example, at this moment when I looked down. Student Nyo, why did you stand up and answer the question when the teacher didn't call on you? Because I am kind. Huan took a breath of cold air, and the breeze blew past, bringing a hint of coolness to his face. Only then did he realize that sweat had begun to form on his forehead. Modifier. Is this the effect of the fourth modifier? Huan. At this moment, Miao Jiang suddenly appeared beside him and looked at him worriedly. Are you okay? It's okay, just hissing. The afterglow of that feeling came over him like a tide, and although it had not reached his peak, it was hard for him to resist. He bent down and looked around vigilantly, but it was quiet and he didn't see anyone. The host of the fourth modifier is also in our school, but I didn't see where she is. Wait a minute, Miao. Huan, it seems that part of the resistance I gave you just now has been penetrated. Penetration resistance? Huan was a little bit unbelievable and asked, What do you mean? Miao Jiang posted it and explained anxiously. Probably the resistance just now was only effective at 70%. The modifier has a very special feature, and it seems to ignore some of the resistance, which is why you feel so uncomfortable. You, big armor, huh? There's also the ability to penetrate resistance. Huan bent over and was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment. What's even more terrifying is that today he was wearing a pair of loose black trousers, and he didn't know why he was wearing such an obvious style today. However, the stubborn student Neo had no intention of calming down and seemed to have entered Gundam mode. The sudden attack from a distance prevented Huan from even having enough time to find out who the culprit was. What was even more terrifying was that he could hear the sound of conversation faintly coming from the corridor. Hey, Sakuramiya, when can I go to your house to see the cat again? It's you and Lena. Well, Mitsuki is almost ready now. How about this weekend? It's Sakuramiya, Hitomi. How about Saturday? I'll come over on Saturday, not on Sunday. Hey, I'm going to the Game Expo in Linmen on Sunday. That expo is super big and very interesting. Sakura, do you want to go with me? Well, let me think about it. I won't let you consider it. Every time you say you'll consider it, there's nothing further to say. And it seems like Yahashi and the president will also be there. Didn't they tell you? Is it? It's over. Hitomi Sakuramiya and you and Lena are back. Yin Huan's pupils shrank, and then he glanced at his phone. A message had been sent in the group, but unfortunately he had set it to silent mode and didn't see it. Sakura, President, we will be back soon to discuss the upcoming club war with you. The problem is that he can't go out to meet them in his current state, or he'll be discovered by the students in the student union. Perhaps his career as student council president is about to come to an end? Hiding in the toilet is a very good choice, and wait until Xiaoyan calms down. But the problem was that he and Spencer had just walked to the corridor opposite the student union office, and there was only one way to the bathroom on the top floor. I have to go back and go around the corridor in front of the student union. In the process, you will inevitably run into Sakuramiya and you and Lina coming up the stairs. So the only way is, first hide at the entrance of this corridor, wait for them to enter the student union office and close the door, and then go to the bathroom yourself. Yin Huan bent over, held onto the wall, and walked into the blind spot at the corner, while leaning on the cold tiles, trying to use the coolness of the tiles to cool down. Be good, classmate Nyo, and listen to me. But student Nyo still insisted on his own way. The unreleased power of his inner yang was completely unstoppable, and he refused to listen to anything. Sakuramiya Hitomi, wearing a Western dress, and Yuan Lina, who was jumping around, walked to the top floor and soon arrived at the office door. Sakuramiya Hitomi knocked on the door with her bare hands and greeted softly, "President, we are back." Duh. No respond. Yuan Lina tilted her head, looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, and said, "Isn't the president in the office?" After saying that, she gently pulled the door handle and pushed the door open, revealing an empty office. "He's really not here. The president may have gone to the bathroom. Let's wait here for him to come back." Yuan Lina ran to the leather sofa and sat down, but Sakuramiya Hitomi was not as casual as her. Sakuramiya Hitomi, who loves to monitor Yin Huan, has always had the urge to get to the bottom of things. So even if the other party went to the bathroom, she still wanted to see what happened just now. Her eyes flashed, and she didn't even enter the student union office and close the door. Instead, an illusory picture appeared in front of her eyes. The room barrier is activated. View past surveillance footage. In the picture, Yin Huan is sitting at a desk reviewing materials. Then there were rough knocks on the door, and I knew the person outside was kicking the door. Boom, boom, boom. Which one? The president said so. Me, Spencer. Is it that guy? Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she watched the president stand up and walk towards the door. She pushed open the door. Since her barrier did not cover the area outside the office, she could not see Spencer's expression as she stood outside. She could only hear her annoying voice. "I'm here, President." That person is so disgusting even when calling the president, and it always makes people feel that there is a deep meaning. As expected, Yin Huan in the office also showed an expression of disgust. But then he looked back at the office, pointed outside, and said, "Say it over there." "Okay, let's talk outside." Sakuramiya Hitomi closed the illusory picture and looked outside with a frown. In other words, the president is now alone with that guy called Spencer. "You haven't come back yet. Sakura, I want to drink your black tea." Yuan Lina's voice brought her back to reality. Sakuramiya Hitomi frowned and replied to Yuan Lina perfunctorily. While pouring drinks with pleasure, Yuan Lina saw Sakuramiya Hitomi still standing at the door, so she asked in confusion, "Aren't you coming in? I'm going to the bathroom." "Okay." Sakura Palace's black tea. Ignoring Yuan Lina behind her, Sakuramiya Hitomi closed the door of the student union and walked outside. Yin Huan heard the door of the student union close and thought they had all gone in. She was about to stand up, but Miao Jiang beside her stopped her. "Don't move, Yin Huan. That Sakuramiya Hitomi is still outside." Sakura Palace? Yin Huan sat down again. He didn't squat down because it was really uncomfortable. On the other side, Sakuramiya Hitomi walked to the intersection of the corridors. Walk forward for a while and turn right to reach Yin Huan's hiding place. On both sides of the corridor on the left are Annel's hiding place, and on the right are the stairs and the bathroom. All I can say is that at this moment on the top floor of the Student Union, there is a feeling of impending storm. Standing at this intersection, Sakuramiya Hitomi lowered her head and took out her cell phone. She opened Yin Huan's chat room, and called her. Fortunately, Yin Huan had the foresight to set his phone to silent mode. He sat on the ground. The pleasure on his body still hadn't completely faded away. A drop of sweat slid down his forehead, and he pressed the lock screen button. I didn't answer the call, nor did I hang up. I just left it there. Beep, beep. The call couldn't be connected, making Sakuramiya Hitomi more and more worried. That's Spencer. What are you talking to the president about? Sakuramiya Hitomi moved and turned, intending to look in the direction of the bathroom first. One of her 2 barriers this week has been set up in the equipment room behind the gym. Although there is another one, he must remove the student council's barrier before he can be released. She didn't want to do it unless she had to. All the way to the bathroom, Sakuramiya Hitomi called softly, "President, are you in the bathroom?" On the other 2 sides, Yin Huan, who was listening to Sakuramiya Hitomi's voice, smiled helplessly and looked at Miao Jiang and said, "You really came to see me." Miao. On the other side, Annel, who had caused the disaster, also quickly hid himself. She didn't dare to look at Yin Huan anymore after seeing him staggering against the wall and unable to even stand steadily. She squatted under the wall, hugged her knees, and looked at her little finger beside her in panic. What should I do? I didn't mean to make Xiao Huan like this. I just... Duh. Little finger is really almost speechless. The original plan was going smoothly. Let her have a taste of the sweetness first, experience the pleasure of using the modifier, and then deepen the usage progress little by little. Is there a problem with the decision? There is absolutely no good, but it didn't expect this guy to do such a stupid thing. Damn, I told you over and over again to just give a little, but now I filled it up for your President Yin. What are you doing? Do you think you're playing those weird gal games of yours? Now that something has gone wrong, Anna will definitely not use the modifier again for a long time. Oh, why am I so unlucky to have chosen such a host? So, there are 2 people hiding here. One is Annel. One is a little finger. One is so guilty that he wants to cry, and the other is so suspicious that he wants to cry. But just when Annel didn't know what to do, Sakuramiya Hitomi's voice calling Yin Huan came from the other side. "President, are you in the bathroom?" Annel blinked her tearful eyes and looked at the little finger beside her that was about to cry, but had no tears. Sakuramiya Hitomi called out at the bathroom door, then glanced around at the empty surroundings and walked into the women's restroom first. After finding nothing, she squinted her eyes and walked straight into the men's restroom. Usually only members of the student union come to the top floor, and no one else uses it. All the compartments inside were open, and there was no one inside. Duh. Not in the bathroom. Sakuramiya Hitomi walked back to the intersection of the previous corridor, seemingly thinking about the scene just now. She just saw Yin Huan pointing in a direction and saying, "Talk over there." In other words, this is probably what they are talking about. If there is no toilet, then? Sakuramiya Hitomi's sharp eyes swept over the direction where Yin Huan was hiding, and she raised her foot and prepared to walk towards that direction. "Yin Huan, she's here." The illusory Miaojiang was startled and quickly turned around to remind Yin Huan. Turning around, I saw Yin Huan closing his eyes and mumbling something. The ice is cold for thousands of years, and everything is still. My heart is at peace, and I look to myself as the only God. "What are you reading, Miao?" Yin Huan opened his eyes, panting, although there was still a lingering trace of pleasure on his face. When he looked down, he found that classmate Nyonyo seemed to have been liberated and converted to Taoism. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and gave Miaojiang a helpless smile. A wonderful tool for past life admonitions. Miaojiang opened her cat mouth wide, not knowing what to say for a moment. Yin Huan straightened his clothes then stood up quietly, his expression precisely controlled by perfect facial expression management. So, when Sakuramiya Hitomi was looking towards this side with a frown on her brow, she bumped into Huan, who seemed to be walking towards this side from the corner. When he saw Sakuramiya Hitomi approaching, he was slightly startled, then smiled and said, "Sakura." "President." Sakuramiya Hitomi looked up at the president in front of her, and after a careful look, she accurately discovered that he seemed to have some rapid breathing and a thin layer of sweat on his face. "What's going on here?" Sakuramiya Hitomi's inner alarm bells were ringing, but she seemed to ask calmly, "What did the president do just now?" "I called him, but he didn't answer." "A phone call?" Huan pretended not to know, and quickly took out his phone, glanced at it, and then said apologetically, "Sorry, I was busy with study group stuff, so I didn't see it." "Study group?" Sakuramiya Hitomi quietly glanced at the corridor where Huan had walked out earlier. There was no one there, and there were only a few classrooms. She wondered if something had just happened in the classroom. The most important thing is the status of the president. "Have you just exercised? Why do you look a little tired and a little? Still wanting more?" However, on Huan's face, the pleasure that was enough to break through some of her resistance still left some subtle traces, which Sakuramiya Hitomi noticed. The moment this thought came to her mind, Sakuramiya Hitomi was shocked. "Still in the mood? What can you do to feel unsatisfied? And he just went out with Spencer. He was fine when he went out. Why is he so—" "What?" Sakuramiya Hitomi's mind went blank, but her heart began to tremble. "President, is the matter of the study group related to that Spencer?" "Spencer?" Huan was startled and said, "She did come here just now, but she left very quickly." But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. "Hiss. No. Why does the sense of déjà vu feel stronger?" She went out alone with the yellow-haired guy, but when the male protagonist arrived, he saw the female protagonist who was tortured by pleasure but pretended to be fine. Could it be that this pleasure is also part of the yellow-haired modifier? But if that's the case, then isn't Spencer's modifier a bit too powerful? There is a change in consciousness and the ability to change the rules of the room. And now, there's the pleasure of being able to break through my own resistance. Not too possible. Huan privately believed that the superpower that attacked him just now came from the host of another modifier. But looking at the worried Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of her, Huan was really a little worried about the impact of Spencer's modifier on her. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "She and I had a fight. That girl didn't want to join the study group, and we ended up breaking up on bad terms. She and I don't get along, so maybe it would be best if Yatsuhashi could help out as well." Hearing Huan say this, Sakuramiya Hitomi quickly spoke up. "President, please let me help you. I will be in charge of her." "Well, Sakuramiya, of course you can help, but it would be better if you could help me or Yatsuhashi share some of the work of other students." "Why?" Huan looked at her with a smile and explained, "Even I am mad at her, and I'm sure you will be upset too. I don't want to make you upset." "Hey." Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes widened slightly, and then she quickly looked away. "What about Yahashi-san? Isn't he in a bad mood too?" "Well, so we asked him to help. We are both quite casual. It's a task assigned by the school anyway, so we just need to do our best. If you and Lena is a better student, maybe it would be helpful to let her take care of Spencer." He. Sakuramiya Hitomi covered her mouth and chuckled. She looked at Huan beside her, then slowly stood shoulder to shoulder with him and walked towards the direction of the student union office. "Maybe we can get classmate you and Lina as an outside aide." "Makes sense." There was a faint sound of conversation coming from the corridor over there. Anil couldn't help but raise his head and secretly look over there. However, what he saw was Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi, a handsome man and beautiful woman, talking and laughing happily. Huan looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of him, and it seemed that his eyes were full of her. And Sakuramiya Hitomi also covered her mouth and chuckled, with a hint of enthusiasm in her shyness. Anil's tearful eyes gradually widened as she looked at the immortal couple over there. "Hiss." The little finger beside him spit out his tongue, glanced over there, and then glanced at Anil, who was stunned beside him. Another evil plan came to mind. "Ah, It looks like nothing happened. Thanks to Sakuramiya. Even if it makes him feel uncomfortable, it doesn't matter as long as Sakuramiya is here. Hey, Anil turned his head with wide eyes to look at the little finger beside him, but saw it looking over there and sighing. I didn't see it with my own eyes before, but now I see that they're actually quite a good match. Like, suitable? Huan, and that Sakuramiya Hitomi. Anil's little face turned pale, and the inferiority in her heart burst out again, making her want to bury herself in the ground. But the voice of the little finger came again at the right time. But don't be discouraged. She doesn't have superpowers like you. Don't make this mistake again next time. Make Huan happy. You still have a chance. Is it true? Anil seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and quickly looked at the little finger. Of course, why would I lie to you? I've already told you. Little finger sighed and looked at Anil. In the scarlet snake eyes, Anil's gradually distorted shadow was reflected. You are the lucky child of this world. You could do whatever you want. Please subscribe. Please vote. Please reward. End of this chapter. Chevroners left Thursday noon, putting aside the tense atmosphere in the top student union of the first grade. The atmosphere in the second-year class A of the senior department at this moment seems very harmonious. Student Yi, what elective did you choose for Thursday afternoon? I didn't see you go to class on Tuesday afternoon. The girl named Yongzi opened her lunchbox and asked Yishiyu, who was sitting in her seat. Today, Yishiyu tied her hair accessories, wore a white early spring sweater on the upper body, a beige midi skirt, and white socks on the lower body. Like the first clearing of spring snow, it is especially pure and beautiful. Yishiyu looked at Gongzi and replied simply, "That manual. Oh, Yumi, it seems that the handicraft teacher asked them to buy materials on Tuesday, so they didn't have class." Next to Yumiko, there is a girl named Aika, who is Yumiko's good friend. So, Mr. Yi, do you want to have lunch with us? It seems that we all like to bring lunch boxes to school. Yeah, let us see what you eat too. Yishiyu opened the lunchbox expressionlessly, glanced at them, thought for a moment, nodded, and sat down with the lunchbox. Ever since Huan came on Monday, the girls in the class have become very friendly to her. I would talk to her intentionally or unintentionally, and even if we didn't chat, I would still say hello with a smile. I don't know if Gongzi told others about his relationship with Huan as a sibling. However, I don't hate them saying that. Yumiko smiled and opened her lunchbox, revealing a delicious lunch with a combination of meat and vegetables, which made Aika cover her mouth and say, "Wow, Gongzi, your cooking skills are getting better and better. It looks so appetizing." Hey, I learned something online recently. Yishiyu also opened her lunchbox, and in an instant, golden light seemed to burst out from inside, revealing steaming hot food. Abalone, lobster meat, and several other very delicious-looking Dragon Country dishes. Gongzi and Aija were dazzled by the food for a moment. What was even more outrageous was that they discovered that Yishiyu's lunchbox actually had a heating function. Looking at the lunchbox with the name Yishiyu engraved on it, Gongzi and Aija were a little surprised. "Student Yi, the dishes you cook at home are too luxurious." Yishiyu blinked and looked at Gongzi and Aija. She seemed to not know how to respond and made them laugh instead. They had become increasingly aware that Yishiyu seems to be not very good at communicating with others, but she is not difficult to get along with. "Then I'll start." The two of them were still putting their hands together and performing some kind of ceremony, but Yishiyu just picked up the chopsticks and started eating. As they ate, the atmosphere among the girls gradually became warmer. "Hey, by the way, Yumiko, will you make a lunchbox for your boyfriend?" "Sometimes." Gongzi took a bite of rice and said with some distress, "Owen eats a lot. One lunchbox is not enough for him. If we make too much, it will be hard to carry. It's better to let him eat in the cafeteria." Hearing this, Aijia looked at Yishiyu and explained, "Yumi's boyfriend is Owen, the president of our school's track and field club. He's super awesome and super strong." Yishiyu didn't react and continued eating. "And Gongzi is a famous matchmaker in our class. If you like someone, you can ask her to help you find them. The chances of successful match are very high." Hearing this, Yishiyu paused for a moment while eating. Turning her head to look at Gongzi, who was dressed very fashionably next to her, she felt a little embarrassed. Gongzi stretched out her fist and knocked on Aijia's head, scolding her. You said the success rate was super high, but every time I tried to match you up, it failed. Aijia covered her head and explained quickly, my fault, my fault. I always regret it at the last minute. Mainly because I always feel that I don't like the boy that much in the end. It's different from what I imagined. You don't even know what kind of person you like, and you still want to fall in love. If you're like this, you'll definitely break up in the end, even if you date. Aijia felt a little embarrassed and quickly shifted her focus, looking at Yishiyu with a grin. By the way, Mr. Yi, do you have a favorite type of boy? Yishiyu looked at Aijia blankly and saw her say very generously, talk to Yumiko. It would be a shame if you don't have a romantic relationship in high school. There are more girls than boys in our school, and outstanding boys are very popular. Gongzi also looked at Yishiyu curiously and took the initiative to hold his chin and said, for me, I prefer athletic and strong guys, and it would be even better if they have muscles. I like good-looking ones. TSK, what kind of type is this? The type of boys I like. Yishiyu's eyes were blank, and her chewing movements slowed down. In an instant, Huan's image appeared in my mind, but she was not sure whether this was the love they talked about, or just a desire to defile each other. Desire. Yishiyu thought about it seriously. I like. However, after a moment, he suddenly stopped talking, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Gongzi immediately began to persuade him. Well, Mr. Yi, do you like people who are older than you or smaller than me? This is said with certainty. That means he should be able to take care of you or be more attached to you. I don't need to be taken care of. I want to take care of him like I take care of those puppets. Likewise, he should belong to me like a doll and accompany me every day. But it seems Huan has always taken good care of herself. I don't know either. So, Yishiyu said this. The one who is more introverted or the one who is more sunny? It must be better to have a little more sunshine. Aika interrupted, but Yumiko glared at her, and she pouted helplessly. Yishiyu thought for a moment, nodded, and said, someone who is more sunny and can smile at me often. I like him smiling at me very much. Like Huan. Aika looked at Yumiko with an expression that said, am I right? But the more he asked, the smile on Gongzi's face became fainter, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. Why do I feel like you are answering the question with the answer in mind, student Yi? The more I asked, the clearer the corresponding image seemed to become. Does it feel a bit like being appointed? You shouldn't. The one you like is President Yin, right? So what's going on with the brother-sister relationship between you two? It can't be orthopedics, right? This is two. Aijia, who was standing next to him, seemed not to notice the hidden meaning of Yishiyu's words at all. She touched her chin and concluded, so, Mr. Yi, you like younger, more mature boys. Duh. Yishiyu looked at her, not understanding what she was saying. Aijia understood her confusion and explained with a finger raised. He's a sunny and cute little brother type of boy. Oh, boys like him are so energetic. Stop it, AICA. If I continue, the answer will become clear as day. Yumiko covered her face and cried out loudly in her heart. Yishiyu thought about it and nodded in agreement. You two should not sing the same tune to deepen your understanding. Gongzi raised his head and forced a smile, then said to Yishiyu, so that's how it is. Hey, then classmate Yi, you have to go to the first grade department more often, and you have to practice your communication skills. Communication. Skills. For example, now, we talk to you for a long time before you can barely reply. In this case, it is very tiring for boys to communicate with you, and they may even back off. Aijia looked at Yishiyu and explained patiently. Love is the communication between hearts, but the heart cannot express its own thoughts, so we must speak words of love. If you can't communicate and exchange ideas normally, you will definitely quarrel frequently even if you succeed in being together. So complicated. It is easier to use hypnosis. Yishiyu thought for a second, and this idea popped in her mind. But she quickly shook her head and emphasized to herself. Didn't we agree that we would never use modifiers on him again? Yishiyu. Oh, Yishiyu, How could you be so self-degrading? If classmate you like someone, it would be a good idea to take the initiative after careful observation. The little puppy, was born to be taken down by the big sister and then bullied. Thinking of it this way, the little puppy showing a cute expression after being bullied is also very good. Bully severely? Yishiyu's breathing became much faster, almost exploding. Yumiko looked at the excited Aika in front of her, covered her face, and said speechlessly, "You've never been in a relationship, so how come you seem so knowledgeable when it comes to sharing your experience?" Aija touched her head embarrassedly. Theoretical experience is also experience. I have watched a lot of romance dramas, so I know everything. You become a clown once you get to the actual practice, right? Gongzi looked at Yishiyu, who hadn't even eaten yet, and seemed to be lost in some kind of contemplation. Wulong Shiyu, you don't really want to listen to the love advice from Fengshu Aijia, do you? And it was used on President Yin? Gongzi opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so he could only look away helplessly and look out the window. On the playground outside the window, members of the track and field club are actively training, apparently preparing for some event later. The leader among them was a tall and strong blonde boy. It was Yumiko's boyfriend, Owen. She smiled like an auntie, holding her chin and watching him train. The community war is coming soon. In the afternoon, in the elective teaching building, in the handicraft classroom, a handsome young man yawned. Ever since being ambushed by the strange modifier at noon, Huan has been thinking about who the host of the modifier is and what the other party's motive was for attacking him. Spencer is the most likely candidate, with the right identity and motive. She had a modifier, and I had just provoked her, so she was still angry when I left. But if that's the case, isn't her yellow hair modifier too powerful, with so many functions? What about everyone else? At that time, Sakuramiya Hitomi and Yuan Lina were also on the floor, but they had no motive to do this to herself. This kind of extreme pleasure impact, no matter how you look at it, the host of the modifier is using it with hatred for himself. It can't be that I slipped and used the wrong modifier, right? Girls at school who hate me. Is there anyone else besides by E and Spencer? If it were someone else, then her modifier would have a wide attack range, strong lethality, and could penetrate resistance. When I think about it this way, why does it look a bit like ADC? Everyone, take out the prepared materials and sit in pairs in front of the workbench. Then I will assign today's tasks. The teacher's words interrupted Yan Huan's thoughts, and many girls around her who knew each other had already started to form teams. Looking around, there were basically no boys. Yan Huan chose this class because she couldn't get any other classes. The only two choices at that time were to take the HR class or cheerleading. Compared to the cheerleading class, which requires a public group performance at the end of the semester, he feels that the handicraft class is more suitable for him. What's more, I can take this class with Yishiyu, right? Yan Huan looked for Yishiyu and soon found her at the back of the classroom. But he found that she was also looking at him. Sister Shiyu. With a smile, Yan Huan walked towards her quickly with the bag in hand. Coming up to Yishiyu, he invited her. Sister Shiyu, do you want to be in a group with me? Yishiyu nodded, which was considered as her agreement. Great, let's sit here. I don't know much about handicrafts, and I chose this because I couldn't get a class. It should be much easier to have Sister Shiyu's help. Yishiyu sat in front of the workbench where the sewing machine was placed, and Yan Huan sat beside her. She silently turned her head and looked at Yan Huan. The more she looked, the cuter she found him. Yan Huan didn't seem to notice her gaze, but just looked at the bag she brought to class, which contained a lot of materials. Sister Shiyu, are these materials also required for the class? Why don't I seem to have seen them in the notice before? Yishiyu wanted to say something, but then she remembered what Aijia had said before. She is not good at speaking, so if she explains it this way, will it cause trouble to the other party? So, after a moment of silence, she took out her cell phone and started typing on it with her fingers deftly and quickly. After a long time without a response, Yan Huan looked up in confusion and followed the direction. Sister Shiyu? What faced him was the screen of her mobile phone, which she raised again. No, this is class, sister. Looking at this familiar operation, Yan Huan almost jumped out of fright. starting with 0 frames twice in a row to hypnotize myself, I can only say that I have a stress response. However, when I took a closer look, I found that the screen on the phone was not the familiar hypnosis app, but a notepad. On it, she typed a line of words. This is my material bag. It contains the materials the teacher needs, as well as other materials for making clothes. Huan retracted his gaze and looked at Yishiu, who was holding up the phone with both hands. Half of her face was exposed outside the phone, and she was blinking at him. Kind of cute. Although Huan didn't want to admit it, it was indeed the fact. Is this you, Komi-san? Do you have communication disorder? So that's how it is. Huan nodded, but still smiled helplessly. But why are you typing to me? Yishiu put away her phone and began typing on the 9-square grid keyboard extremely quickly, typing out a sentence in just a few seconds. He raised his phone again and pointed it at Huan. Because this way I can quickly express what I want to say, and this way I can communicate better with Huan. Well, Huan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, although it is indeed more efficient to speak this way, Sister Shiyu, you don't have this habit originally, right? Yishiyu didn't type this time, but just shook her head. So, Sister Shiyu, you should just keep your old habits. I don't think there is any obstacle in communicating with a previous Sister Shiyu, and I don't want to trouble you to change your communication habits. The main thing is Yishiyu raises her phone so frequently. Who knows which time she raises the notepad and which time she raises the hypnosis app? However, Yishiyu, who was holding the mobile phone, opened her mouth after hearing this. Then, her eyes gradually avoided Huan's smile and were hidden behind the mobile phone screen. Huan could only see her pursing her lips and nodding imperceptibly with her fair face. Then a soft and pleasant voice came from her throat. The earlobes among the black hair turned red again and looked as delicious as Sakura mochi. Huan retracted his gaze and looked at the teacher on the podium. Sister Shiyu, it seems we need to make a small cloth bag today. Well, it's very simple. Really? Then Sister Shiyu, please teach me. It is good. Yishiyu turned her head and tucked a strand of black hair behind her ear. But with just a slight touch, I could even feel the warmth in my earlobes. Her eyes trembled, as if she was afraid that Huan would find out, and she let her tied-up black hair down again. Huan took out her bag of materials, only to find that she seemed to have forgotten to bring a pair of scissors. He didn't buy any handmade scissors specifically for this class, so he just made do with the scissors he usually used. Maybe I cut a package or something at home, and took it out and forgot to put it back. Sister Shiyu, I don't think I brought a pair of scissors. Can I borrow yours? By the way, it is also a test. Yishiyu blinked and took out a pair of scissors with her name on them from her bag and handed them to Huan. It is good. Okay. It seems that the possessiveness is not so strong anymore. Does this mean that my progress is quite encouraging? Thanks, Sister Shiyu. Huan took the scissors she handed over, took out the coil, and started preparing the materials. Yishiyu just looked at the boy beside her until the next second, when a girl next to her wanted to poke her shoulder embarrassedly. However, before he touched her, Yishiyu's eyes turned towards her with a frightening flash in them. Scare. Yishiyu really hates physical contact with others. She almost has a terrifying instinct that makes her turn away instantly before any contact occurs. The girl was frightened by Yishiyu's terrifying gaze and didn't dare to speak. However, she still mustered up the courage to point to the scissors in Huan's hand. The meaning is obvious. We also want to borrow the scissors. Yishiyu didn't move, just looked at the other person with a creepy look. That look made the other person unable to maintain his courage any longer. He quickly turned around with a wry smile and asked someone else to borrow money. There was no conversation, and Huan, who had taken out all the materials, just raised his head and said to Yishiyu, Sister Shiyu, we're ready. Do you think these are enough? Yishiyu turned her head expressionlessly, and the creepy gaze gradually shrank back into a harmless, dull look. She took a look, nodded, and said, Yeah, that's it. Shall we get started then? Well, I'll come. That's too much trouble for you. Let's do it together. Okay, Huan. Thanks to Gao Chenzi for the reward for the Silver Alliance. He was also my leader in the previous book. I am very grateful for your support. After tomorrow, I will add 2 more chapters for the Silver Alliance. It's done, Sister Shiyu. Huan picked up the exquisite cloth bag on the table and handed it to Shiyu beside her for inspection. Shiyu took it, looked at it carefully, and then nodded. But because she didn't say anything, Huan was still looking at her, so after a pause, she opened her mouth again to make a comment. Nice! Huan then retracted his gaze and asked, Don't you want to write your name, Sister Shiyu? Hearing this, Shiyu didn't look at the small cloth bag in her hand, but looked at Huan's profile. Her eyes lingered on the neck and Adam's apple exposed through his collar, as if searching for a possible open space. It was not until Huan turned around and looked at her again that she withdrew her gaze and shook her head. No, we did this together. Then is it okay to give it to Sister Shiyu for safekeeping? I have to hand the small cloth bag to the teacher for grading later. I turned around and looked at the other students in the handicraft class. Basically, their word for terrible. Shiyu really performed very well in this class. Her rich experience in manual work is truly unmatched. After she finished making the small cloth bag that the teacher required, she even had time to make a yellow pet scarf for Huan, as requested. It can be said that Huan has found a good partner, so getting an A at the end of the semester is not a problem. For Huan, the main subjects that required exams were all accurate, but the elective courses with all kinds of strange things and confusing evaluation systems were difficult. Okay, the class is almost over. No matter how the finished product is, please stop. I will come down to check it, and then you can leave the classroom freely. Good. Huan sat down, took out his cell phone, and took a picture of the small cloth bag. At this moment, a message came. I have something to do tonight. The pub is closed, so I'll give you a day off. It's Tong Ingying. Huan typed back in OK emoticon. I wanted to open the Mahjong Club group chat, but after thinking about it, I returned to Sister Tong's chat box and typed, Sister Tong, what's the matter? Are your family members urging you to get married again? The other party is typing. Children should not ask about adult matters. Be good. Well, I knew the reply would be like this, but I didn't bother asking her. Sister Tong is actually quite mysterious. She often disappears from the store and says she is busy with something. Huan felt that it was most likely that she didn't want to get up, so she gave herself a day off. As for Tong Ingying, Huan only knew that she came to Linmin from Longwa to study a long time ago and also attended university in Linmin and was considered an excellent student. Even though she basically lies down now, she either smokes, drinks, and sleeps every day or is urged to get married by her parents who are far away in a foreign country. In fact, Sister Tong is quite rich. Even though the tavern's street-facing shop is located in the southern district, it is still a considerable sum of money in Linmin, where every inch of land is valuable. And she didn't just pay rent for the business, she bought it. He is also very generous in paying salaries and gives Huan and others red envelopes and bonuses during holidays. She said that she made all this money from stock trading in the early years, and no one knew how she did it given her status as a legendary idea king. Does one have to be a powerful person like Sister Tong to be able to dominate the stock market where there are so many scammers? Huan was very confused. Forget it, I'll go home and study today. He had obtained the Learning Conqueror but had not used it properly yet. It just so happened that he had an idea and wanted to try it out. Well, this group did a good job. The teacher came over and carefully looked at their finished product and gave such praise, which was mainly attributed to Shiyu. By the way, Sister Shiyu, are you in any clubs? Huan was packing her things and turned around to see Shiyu also packing her things to go home. So she asked curiously. Shiyu shook her head expressionlessly and asked, What's the point of joining a club? It's not that useful. Personally, it's just that you can do activities with like-minded classmates. Huan folded the pet scarf made by Shiyu and explained. To put it in a more utilitarian way, if you join the club's subsequent club wars, you will have a faction. If your club wins a place, you can also get rewards or something. Award. Shiyu's eyes moved upwards, and the scene of the competition held in Longwa appeared in her mind. Are there any rewards for achieving a ranking? Certificate of merit. Gone. Then, a hint of lack of interest appeared in her eyes, but she didn't show it because Huan was still explaining and listened to Huan continue. The first place winner will get the right to propose a wish to the school committee. The second place winner will get a large amount of club funds and the right to host all school club activities. And the third place winner will only get funds. Wish. Yishiyu thought about it for a while, and suddenly an interesting idea emerged in her mind. So she suddenly asked, "Is the student union under the jurisdiction of the school committee?" "Ah, strictly speaking, we have a lot of autonomy in Bugaway. We are fully responsible for club battles, sports meets, and many other activities." Hearing this, Yishiyu looked away in disappointment, seeming to have completely lost interest in the club war. But he still didn't spoil Yin Huan's fun. He just said, "I'll find out later." "Okay, Sister Shiyu." Yin Huan packed up and prepared to leave. After learning that Yishiyu would be leaving by bus to go home soon, he separated from Yishiyu and prepared to take the school bus back to the South District. There are neither too many nor too few people on the bus, so Yin Huan found a quiet place to sit down, in the last row where no one else would pay attention to him. Meow, meow. After calling gently, a fat black cat jumped up from somewhere, jumped to his side, and sat down gracefully. Yin Huan took out the yellow scarf made by Yishiyu and said, "Look at this, Meow-chan. I got you a scarf to wear." The fat cat tilted his head, stretched out his paw pads to touch the scarf, and asked in confusion, "Well, what's the point of this, Meow?" "The main thing is that you are completely black, and sometimes you can't be seen at all at night. Wearing a yellow scarf will make you much more obvious, and it will be more lovely." Meow. Miaojiang watched speechlessly as Yin Huan wrapped the scarf around her neck and then tied a beautiful knot on one side of her neck. The magical thing is that after the scarf was put on Miaojiang's neck, it seemed to become illusory. Unless Miaojiang wanted it to, it would not be noticed. Well, kittens don't poke needles. Yin Huan held Miaojiang in his arms and looked out the window. The vehicle was starting and the sound of the engine could be heard. "By the way, Yin Huan, I found this in the store where you worked yesterday." Miaojiang sat there and suddenly remembered something. She turned around and looked at Yin Huan. Just as Yin Huan looked at it inquiringly, it suddenly lowered its head and began to dry heave. Ugh, it's a bit like the action of a kitten spitting out fur. What? Yin Huan was afraid that it would spit out some indescribable substance on him, so he wanted to put on a seat nearby to spit. As a result, the next second, a scale shining with a milky white halo was spit out. The scales were completely illusory, and it looked like Yin Huan could not touch them at all. The fragments of the modifier, Meow, are the same thing that dropped from Yishiyu's body before. Meow explained. What? Hearing this, Yin Huan was shocked. He originally wanted to pick up the snake scale to look at it, but when he stretched out his hand, it went straight through the scale, making it seem completely untouchable. I've already told you, Meow, I can't interfere with the world. Since I can interfere with these falling fragments, then you definitely can't touch them. But is that so? Yin Huan blinked, then touched his chin in confusion. Wait a minute. Is this what Bai Yi's modifier dropped yesterday? Although I gave her the recognition she wanted yesterday, the damage shouldn't be this great, right? I don't know, Meow, but this fragment looks much bigger than the one I swallowed last time. It should be a heavy blow to the modifier. Miaojiang circled around the piece of debris, then raised her cute big eyes and looked at Yin Huan with an expression that said, "You are worthy of it." No. The main thing is that I have no impression of it at all. Yin Huan really didn't think that his operation on Bai Yi yesterday was very effective. It was just an emergency rescue at best, and was not even as good as his operation on Yishiyu last time. But now such a large piece of debris has fallen off, and it doesn't look like the result of my operation. Why does this fragment look so much like the scales of an animal? Lizard, snake, or something like that? Was it the same thing that Yishiyu dropped last time? Scales. Miaojiang tilted his head and looked at the fragments in front of him with some doubt, and then suddenly realized. Because the modifier is essentially the power of a god from another world, you can't understand its true existence. So when you see it, it will become something you can understand. Miaojiang retched again, and then vomited a little bit of illusory substance similar to spider silk. Look at this. This is the fragment that Yishiyu dropped last time. It should be very different from this one, right? Well, To me, this looks like spider silk, and this looks like snake scales. Huan looked at it and seemed to understand something, and said to Miao Jiang, "Wait a minute. According to what you said, Miao-chan, the modifier can't be detected, right?" "That's right, Miao. Is it possible that under this premise, another person still did something to the modifier host or modifier, causing it to drop fragments?" "It's theoretically possible, but to be able to do this without knowing anything, the person must be hiss. I can't criticize him. He is a real master. But the problem is when Bai left the pub yesterday, he still looked like he was not well." Huan felt that the fragment did not look like it was dropped by Bai. That is, there may have been another modifier in the tavern before. Is it the fourth one, or the fifth one who has not appeared yet? And who else could be there? Sister Tong? Huan shuddered at the thought of this. If Tong Ying gets the modifier, with her terrifying power as the king of ideas, wouldn't that be a disaster? No peace ever. Thinking of this, Huan quickly opened Plane and sent a message to Tong Ying. "Sister Tong, are you there? A cat of modicum pack." However, the name on the other end did not change, and there was no response for a long time. Ouch, that's so annoying. Plane is the same as WeChat in the previous life. There is no way to check whether the other party has read it. Well, although there seems to be nothing wrong with this design, especially when your boss sends you a message in the middle of the night asking if you have rested. Huan put down his phone, rubbed his eyebrows, and sorted out his thoughts. Don't rush. It is now known that 3 modifiers have appeared. Spencer's plunder system. This thing is very powerful. Not only can it tamper with people's consciousness, but can also form a strange, enclosed space. The host seems to be a fool. Yishiyu's hypnosis app. Well, it's also very strong. It's basically difficult to avoid that kind of sudden, strong control. But through her own operations, Yishiyu's possessiveness has been well suppressed. Then there is Bo Yi's indifference. This feeling is the weakest. I have a lot of room for maneuver, and I also have a certain understanding of the host. I can only say that the future is promising. So, what about the remaining 2? One is a modifier that attacked me at noon today and seemed to be able to operate the pleasure. A possible person who dropped the snake scales in this tavern. And is he related to Tong Ying? Sister Tong, please reply to the message. It's mainly because I miss you. It has nothing to do with the editor. Never mind. Tong Ying didn't reply. I called her, but she didn't answer. I don't know if she fell asleep. Huan had no choice but to give up and looked at Miao Jiang. So this fragment can also strengthen my modifier, right? Miao Jiang nodded and said happily. And this fragment is even bigger than the last one, and the degree of reinforcement must be greater than the last time. You will know by the weekend. I will keep it for now. That's fine. To be honest, I didn't really use the Conqueror last time. I just felt refreshed after learning it for a while. I have more time this afternoon, so I want to try out how powerful the full layer of Conqueror is. Meow. After patting Miao Jiang's head, Huan was about to open his phone to watch a video when the school bus suddenly stopped. Drip. Not only did the school bus stop, but all the cars around it stopped, and the vehicles behind it that were unaware of the situation were still honking their horns to urge them to stop. What happened? It seems the road ahead is closed. Huan frowned and looked ahead. I saw the school bus stopped at an intersection. The intersection had been blocked, and several traffic police were directing vehicles to take a detour. Emergency traffic control. No passing through the intersection ahead. Please go to the sides. Thank you. Huan leaned against the window and took a look at the blocked intersection and discovered that a floor of a building on the street was on fire, and firefighters were trying to put out the fire. Not only did the Linmin Fire Department come, but also the ambulance, the criminal police team, and the traffic police all came. What happened? Stretchers were carried out of the building one after another, carrying many people covered in blood, and you could vaguely see people holding knives or something like that. A gang fight. Huan raised his eyebrows and thought so. There used to be quite a few gangsters in the southern area of Linmin, which has nothing to do with the current poverty. It is caused by geographical and historical factors. The southern area is close to the sea. When Linmin was first established, many illegal immigrants sneaked in here to live. There are many people of different nationalities and cultures, so naturally they form different groups, and many gangs are formed to compete for interests. Very similar to the Hong Kong island before its return in the previous life, the Southern District was full of gangs for a long time. It is much better now. After Lin Min developed, the government immediately adopted a high-pressure crackdown policy. A lot of gangsters were shot dead, and the yolks of the eggs in the gang strongholds were shaken apart. Are there still gangsters in the South District now? There must be one. Otherwise, why would he let Bai Yishao wander around in the alley outside yesterday? But there are very few groups. Basically, all of them went to work, and they became quiet after just moving bricks for 2 days. I didn't expect that after such a long time, I could still see such a large-scale fight today. I can only say that the hair salons near Sister Tong's Tavern are having no business recently. Huan shook her head and followed the school bus on a detour, arriving home 20 minutes later than usual. I didn't cook. I ate fried rice downstairs while watching the news with headphones on. Lin Min emergency report. At 15:23 this afternoon, a fire broke out on the 3rd floor of Sterling Building, Longyang Road, South District. Witnesses said there had been violent clashes before the fire. People familiar with the matter said it might be related to the Yu Gang, a gang of Longwa people in the Southern District. Currently, the Lin Min police attach great importance to it and have set up a special task force. Huan paid the bill before he finished listening, then bought some juice, cat strips, and canned food and went upstairs. Sitting in front of the computer, he stretched his fingers and then opened the computer version of Plane. After entering the keyword Private Works, Changsun Studio, Ghostwriting, Huan opened a chat box and started typing. Are you there? A cat emoticon. After waiting for a while, it turned into input in progress. Exist. After a while, someone started typing again. But there's no work recently. Basically, we rarely accept papers that you can do because AI is used everywhere. Huan drank the juice and replied, No, that's not necessary. I just want to ask if there are electronic versions of university mathematics textbooks and courseware or something like that. Please send them to me. Okay, just in time. I got some advanced math courseware from some top universities. As for the textbooks, there are calculus, linear algebra, statistics, etc., but they're not from the same country. There are very few from Lin Min, so you can make do with what you have. Thanks. A cat nodding expression of gratitude was sent. Soon after, the other party sent electronic versions of many courseware and teaching materials. The other party also sent a smirk expression. You're really a roll, mad? Isn't working part-time enough to keep you busy? It's okay, not too tiring. Okay, tell me when you finished reading. There are a lot of math orders, and there are a lot of all-inclusive ones over at Eagle Country. They throw all the exams, homework, and quizzes at us. Do you know how much you can earn in a semester? Can you cover the exam? As long as there's a market, we can do it, especially since there are more online courses and online exams recently. They just want to get a degree to save trouble, and we can also make some money from these young masters and young ladies. Why should we care about academic integrity? I haven't chatted with Huan for a long time. The boss of the ghostwriting studio over there seems to be more talkative. Knowledge is power, my dear. Let me know when you have finished learning, and I will assign you an order. Then you can relax a little. Yeah, let me take a look first. It's okay, no rush. I'll arrange a test for you when the time comes to confirm your level. Okay, Huan said perfunctorily, downloaded the files one by one, and sorted them into folders. He took a sip of juice, his handsome face illuminated by the brilliance of the PPT, looking so cool and clear. Lines of words, symbols, and theories flashed in his eyes. Invisibly, a mysterious force was activated, which made him completely immersed in it, and his smart brain started to work as efficiently as a running engine. Ability: learn, conqueror, and activate. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Late at night, in the South District, in Huan's rental house. The desk lamp in front of the desk is bright, and the light is soft, illuminating the words scattered on the papers on the desktop. Huan just lay on his bed, his face pale, his mind empty, his mouth slightly open, and even various symbols and words floating in front of his eyes. Then, as if he had figured out the answer to a difficult math problem, he suddenly covered his head with his hands, and his black bangs leaked out through his fingers. A pair of bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement, and a gleam of wisdom shone through them. I think I figured it out. I just need to add the integral. He glanced at the illusory words in the corner of his vision, which seemed to be counting down. Learn Conqueror, level 10. Remaining time, 1 minute 28 seconds. Huan subconsciously wanted to sit up, go back to the desk, and continue studying attentively so that he could maintain his Conqueror level. But the next second, a black cat jumped in front of him, raised its head, and spoke to him to remind him. Huan, you should rest. Huan was slightly stunned and looked at Miao Jiang in front of him. The other party's words seemed to awaken the pain in his body, and he was slightly distracted from his concentration. I realized that my whole body was aching and my head was becoming dizzy. Kidney deficiency, always after overwork. Huan took a breath of cold air, rubbed his shoulders uncomfortably, and asked Miao Jiang, "What time is it now?" "It's almost 2 in the morning, Miao." Miao Jiang ran to his side and swept his tail lightly across the phone that he had not touched. The phone screen lit up, showing the time of 1:48 and several messages from Plane. "You have been reading since 5 p.m. last night, and have been reading for almost 8 hours straight. You have to go to school tomorrow, and I'm afraid your body won't be able to bear it if you continue." Hearing this, Huan raised his eyebrows, reached out and rubbed Miao Jiang's head, and smiled helplessly. I didn't expect the bonus to be so outrageous. The feeling of understanding knowledge step by step is really exaggerated. In fact, it is not that learning itself is too boring. After all, curiosity is one of the important qualities that humans possess. The key point is that many times there is no obvious positive feedback in learning, especially in an extremely difficult subject like mathematics. Most people often spend several hours, a day, or even several days without being able to understand what it is trying to tell you or what its use is, and they feel like they have gained nothing. Therefore, the concept of learning has become synonymous with boring. This is reflected in the quantitative assessment. No matter what you do, you still won't be able to answer the questions you are supposed to not be able to answer. But if you can get extremely obvious positive feedback for every half hour of studying, then learning is essentially no different from any other fascinating thing. This is roughly what happened to Huan after he used the ability to learn Conqueror. The more focused you are, the faster you progress, and the more concepts you will learn and understand. The sudden increase in wisdom after reaching the maximum level allowed him to immediately figure out all the doubts and confusions he had previously had. Once in a while, it's addictive. And there is such a thing as layers. I don't know if it's because I have a mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, but every time Huan wants to take a break, he can't help but stay focused when he sees the Conqueror levels that are about to fall. But we have to stop. Huan yawned and watched the remaining duration of learning Conqueror decrease bit by bit. At the moment of the end, his originally bright brain seemed to become much heavier in an instant. Although Huan's original intelligence was not low, after experiencing the feeling of a significant increase in intelligence, he could still understand the true meaning of that sentence. There is a gap between geniuses. Huan dragged his heavy body to the computer, put away his notes and drafts, and closed the electronic textbook that he had already read most of. Then, I closed the computer and prepared to wash up and rest. "By the way, Miao-chan, how about I open a can for you?" "Meow." Huan squatted down and opened the can of cat food, which made Miao Jiang look resistant. It glanced at the can on the ground, and then glanced at Huan, who was standing next to it with an expectant look on his face. Then it stretched out its paw pads and scratched Huan, as if trying to awaken his rationality. "Eat quickly. This is what kittens need to eat to grow fat." "Meow." Miao Jiang blinked, then reluctantly came to the can, stuck out her tongue, and licked it tentatively. "Huh. It seems that the taste is not unacceptable. Pa. Pa." So, Miao Jiang licked the can faster and faster, making Huan smile and rub its cat head. I opened my phone again. I had been in focus mode all night and hadn't looked at the plane, so I prepared to check the messages. In the student union management group, Yuan Lina said that she would also go to the Linmin Game Expo this weekend. Then, upon hearing this, Sakuramiya said he also wanted to go and take a look. Well, that's great. The student union will have a team-building activity this weekend. I don't have the time to send messages in the group and disturb others' rest. As soon as I exited the chat box, I found a red dot on the address book below. Someone at me? Huan blinked, clicked on My Friends, and saw a new friend request, which was sent around 10 o'clock last night. Heart. Request to add you as a friend. Source. Play number search. Huan looked at the other person's avatar, which was made of a musical note, and started thinking in his mind while walking to the bathroom to wash up. Is it Bai? Huan and her mother had previously added each other as friends on Plane, so it wasn't difficult for her to find out her account number. After thinking for a while, Huan clicked accept but did not send a message. He just concentrated on washing up. When she came out of the bathroom, Miaojiang had already finished a can and was licking her paws. It seems that there is no need to prepare a litter box for it. This is the value of God, but it only goes in and not out. Why does it feel more like a pie show? It's time to sleep, Nyan-chan. Meow. Huan turned off the lights, lay down on the bed tiredly, and rubbed his eyebrows. And Miao-chan also jumped to his side, blinking her clear blue eyes, and asked, "Didn't you send a message to your boss earlier? Hasn't she replied to you yet?" Huan, who was about to fall asleep, was reminded by Miao Jiang and picked up the phone again. Right? Tong Ying hasn't replied to my message yet. I have no idea what he did this evening. After taking another look at the chat box with no reply, Huan hesitated for a moment and still didn't type anything. Instead, he put his phone down and held Miao Jiang in his arms. Forget it, no matter what. Let's ask her what's going on tomorrow. Meow. Huan closed her eyes and prepared to go to sleep. Let's go back in time little by little to Thursday night, Jinghe District. In a room on the first floor of the villa, the light from the warm lamp illuminates all the furnishings in this spacious room like water. An electric guitar was connected to the computer, and there were many other musical instruments nearby. The computer screen was on, displaying a paid professional music production software. The above track is already filled with the sounds of different instruments, creating a rainbow of different lengths and colors on the black background page. A song is about to be created. She hasn't released any new music since she wrote her second song a year ago. It's not that she didn't write it. In a year, no matter how heavy the workload was, she still insisted on finishing the general melody and arrangement. But she didn't even start thinking about the rest of the song titles, lyrics, etc. Firstly, it was because she was too busy with work on weekdays, and secondly, her mother's constant denial made her doubt whether she should continue to create. But she only found out yesterday that Huan, whom her mother had always talked about, was actually her fan. Are you lying? But why would he lie? When I met him before, I was in a state of indifference. He didn't know me at all and had no motive at all. Moreover, he is so outstanding. He is one of the most influential people in the school. Even if he relies on his looks, he can beat me in the tryout. Such him, waiting for me to release a new song. Woo. Thinking of this, Bai, who was wearing a skirt on the bed, quickly buried her face in the pillow she had been holding. The feet wrapped in white socks were raised up and slapped the bed excitedly, making a pa-pa-pa sound. Then she rolled around on the bed twice while hugging the pillow. Her black hair spread out like petals, making her rosy little face look as beautiful as a blooming flower. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, and she kept grinning. Calm down, Bai. You are an idol. Have to. You must have a good image and work harder. So she quickly straightened her expression. But that smile couldn't be suppressed and quietly emerged from the corner of his lips. Bai put down the pillow and came to the computer. There was a mobile phone on the table, and someone's Plane account had been entered into it. He had written it down while secretly looking at his mother's phone. Just tap the screen to send a request to add a friend. Bai pouted, stretched out 2 index fingers, hovered over the button for a long time, but still couldn't bring himself to touch it. Oh no. No, I can't do it. She quickly covered her rosy face, letting her cool fingers cool it down. This is too weird. And what if he asks himself when he will release a new song, or whether he will sing at the game conference on Sunday? Not only did I not write the lyrics for the new song, but my mother would definitely not allow me to sing on the weekends. She despises her singing the most. Thinking of this, Bai Yi's originally warm face cooled down a little. She pursed her lips and looked at the track on the music software in front of her with some sadness. Like a dragon without its eyes painted on, it lay lifeless in her computer. Why are you back? At this moment, the sound of a door opening was heard outside, followed by the voice of Zhua, Jiangxin speaking. Ah, I heard that he ran away from home, so I quit my job and rushed back to Linmin. The voice that responded to her was a middle-aged male voice. It was Zhua Jiangxin's remarried husband, Jiang Xiong, who returned. Really? She's just having a little temper. She'll be fine in a few days. She also attended the event today. I guess she already knows she's wrong. Even if it's just a small temper, running away from home is a very serious matter. Are you asleep? I don't know. I think she's asleep. There were footsteps. Turned his head and looked towards the door. There was a knock on the door. Dong dong. Are you asleep? Pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. The door is not locked, Uncle Jiang. Click. The door opened, revealing an elegant man with half-white hair and a few wrinkles on his face, who had not even changed out of his formal clothes. He was wearing glasses, looked at Bai Yi in the room, and said with a smile, Your mother said you ran away from home the day before yesterday? Yeah, but it's okay now. Jiang Xiong folded his hands and said without comment, Is it? Seeing the atmosphere gradually becoming quiet, Bai Yi turned to look at him and took the initiative to ask, Is everything all right at the company? Coming back to Linmin suddenly must have affected your work. On the contrary, it's very good over there. I was originally planning to go back to Linmin recently. The CEO of Yes International sent his daughter to Linmin. There will definitely be a lot of business here in the future. I also plan to see if I can get in touch with Yes International. Yes International? That's too strong. Can we get on board? Others may not be able to do it, but your uncle should be able to do it. Although I don't have any special abilities, I have many friends. Jiang Xiong smiled slightly and walked into Bai Yi's room. He didn't close the door. He just pulled up a stool and sat down. The new person in charge, Yilan, used to be my classmate. She's a senior student of mine. I gave her a gift when she got married, but she had bad taste, and the husband she married was not a good guy. He was having an affair outside when the child was still young, and was caught by my senior sister, who kicked him so hard that he lost his fertility. So later my senior sister was forced to leave the house with the child. Jiang Xiong silently told an interesting story, which caught the attention of Bai Yi, who originally did not want to talk. He asked in disbelief, Isn't the family of that senior sister from Ye's international uncle very rich? How dare she cheat on him? It's a complicated matter. I just heard about it, but I don't know the details. Jiang Xiong spread his hands helplessly and explained, I heard that the conditions were quite difficult when Yes International first started, and the senior sister had brothers and sisters, which made her financially tight during her undergraduate studies. Later, when conditions improved, the senior sister went on a free love relationship and brought her boyfriend home. But her family looked down on that poor boy and refused to agree to the marriage no matter what. Bai Yi blinked, looking very curious. So when the senior sister got married, her parents didn't come. I guess her family didn't agree in the end. But maybe it's not entirely because of the other party's family background. Maybe they realized that the guy is not a good person. After hearing this, he had a complicated expression and could only sigh. The adult world is too complicated. Really? That's why I'd rather you spend more time with people your own age and work less. He heard the other party's implication, pouted his lips, and muttered, Isn't it the same for celebrities? They have to attend events all the time. What if I'm no longer popular? So my mom also meant that I should attend more events while I'm still popular. How can you ever make all the money? Jiang Xiong took off his glasses and said with a smile, Even my senior sister, who is the big boss of Yes International, has a lot of problems, let alone us. Instead of getting so upset that she even runs away from home, why not have a good rest? He glanced at Jiang Xiong, then whispered, What about the penalty? That's a lot of money, right? We probably can't afford it, right? Yes, I can't afford it. What the hell are you talking about? Hearing this, He angrily threw the doll on the table over but Jiang Xiong easily caught it. Don't be stubborn. What I mean is, finish the work you have now, and then we can take on less work later. There's still a long time to go to school. You should spend more time with your classmates and read more books. It doesn't matter if you're not good at studying. You must read more perspectives. Then, when I have some free time, I can do something I like. The middle-aged man in front of him played with the stuffed doll in his hand for a while, then threw it back. Our family is neither rich nor poor. Let's assume the worst. Even if we can't do anything, we won't starve to death in the end. Relax a little and be brave. Bai also took the doll, but just looked at Jiang Xiong and couldn't say anything for a long time. After a while, Jiangxin's voice came from upstairs. What are you doing down there? Go take a shower. Come up and sleep after washing yourself clean. Bai blinked when he heard his mother's voice, and Jiang Xiong's waist was weakened by Jiangxin's violent momentum. Then, a layer of sweat broke out on his face. Apparently, that seemed to be the clarion call of something. Jiang Xiong reached out his hand, tremblingly moved the chair back to its original place, and gave Bai a helpless smile. Then I'm going to bed. You should get some rest too. Yes, Uncle Jiang. Bai nodded, watched Jiang Xiong leave, and closed the door. Be brave? Bai turned to look at his mobile phone, where the interface with the username Huan was still there. She pouted, stretched out her finger, and pressed the Add Friend option. Touch it lightly then. Friend request sent. It worked. Bai raised his phone nervously, looking at the contacts, waiting for the other party's approval, and his heart began to beat faster. Will you agree? Still is. Will you refuse? She threw herself on the bed with her phone in her hands, staring at the screen nervously. A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. Ah. Maybe he was busy and didn't see it at all. Just watch the video for a while, it's okay. Bai opened the short video platform and started watching videos. However, after every few swipes, she would open the plane in the background to confirm whether the other party had passed. The answer is the same every time. No. Why do I have to send a friend request myself? Isn't there an option to withdraw this? Bai blushed and rolled around on the bed again, looking very annoyed. One act of bravery results in a night of introversion. Little did she know that Huan hadn't even seen the friend request she sent. In his eyes, there is only learning. At the same time, in Linmin South District, Nursery Rhyme Tavern, the door of the pub was closed. Not only was there a closed today sign hanging on the handle outside, but even the roller shutters inside were pulled down. Therefore, what is going on inside cannot be seen by outsiders. Ying, you must help us. A lot of people gathered in the closed tavern. Many strong men with wing tattoos looked at the two injured men in the middle of the tavern with a playful look on their faces. They had obvious knife wounds and burns on their bodies, which looked very serious, but they seemed not to care about the pain and just looked forward. Just on the sofa in front, a red-haired woman wearing a black short t-shirt and jeans was looking at the two people kneeling on the ground in front of her with sad eyes. In the tavern, in addition to those strong men, there are also many beautiful women with graceful figures, wearing furs and cheongsams, and exuding fragrance in every move. They were smoking, holding their glasses of wine, and looking at the scene with their chins in their hands and smiling. Tong Ying didn't say anything, but a man next to her laughed and cursed. Hey, you didn't even call me Sister Tong, and you still want help? Do you know the rules? Sister Tong, Sister Tong. One of the kneeling men spoke after realizing what was happening and moved a distance in the direction of Tong Ying. You must help us escape, please. Tong Ying sighed and yawned, looking a little bored. You usually don't think of me when you make money and share dividends, but now you think of looking for me when something goes wrong. The sturdy men watching nearby burst into laughter, and the beautiful women holding wine glasses also gathered around her and said to her with a smile, Sister Tong, you're a top student. What we did is not a good thing. The boss is reluctant to dirty your hands. They've gotten it too serious. Everyone knows that you, Sister Tong, used to be with Mother Bai, and you have all her connections. Can you see if there's any way to get rid of them? Tong Ying didn't answer, but took out her cigarette box and put a lady's cigarette between her red lips. Just as I was groping for the lighter, a series of lighter friction sounds suddenly rang around me. Duh. Tong Ying raised her beautiful eyes slightly. On the sofa where she was sitting, the beauties in Cheongsams with wing tattoos on their bodies had all lit their lighters at the same time and came up to her respectfully to light her cigarette. The dense flames around her ignited Tong Ying's lifeless eyes, exuding a terrifying aura. Sister Tong, please use. The fragrant breeze from her white hands caused the flame on the lighter to shake slightly. No one dared to snatch her cigarette rudely, and only that boy would do that. But after hesitating for a moment, Tong Ying reached out and took out the cigarette from her mouth. The beauties around me covered their mouths and laughed softly and asked, Sister Tong, are you going to hit us? Never mind. Tong Ying exhaled and said helplessly, I'm trying to quit smoking. The lighters around them went out one by one. They didn't make any comments, but just continued to look at Tong Ying with a smile. Tong Ying leaned on the cushion behind her and looked at the two people in front of her who were covered in wounds. Everyone looked at her, as if waiting for something. I just saw Tong Ying's eyes suddenly light up. She raised a finger and said, Hey, I have an idea. Everyone else had a pill expression on their faces. Only the two outsiders kneeling on the ground were still confused. They thought they had grasped hope, so they looked hopeful. But Tong Ying smiled slightly and said, You know that what you did is quite serious, right? Not only are the Linmin police targeting you, but also the people from your rival family. Yes, that's right. As for me, I have a way to help people get out of the Linmin. Really? Tong Ying held her chin, and the smile on her face suddenly turned terrifying. Yes, but only one of you can go out. You two decide for yourselves who gets to go out. End of this chapter. Please, President. Friday noon, in the student union office of Tatsuki College. Just as Huan was reading the student union materials, a cup of strong coffee was gently placed in front of him. He moved his eyes away from the documents and looked to his side and saw Sakuramiya Hitomi with a faint smile on her face. Thank you, Sakura. Huan blinked, silently taking in her beauty, then turned around and touched the wall of the cup, feeling the warmth on it. The coffee is just the right temperature for tasting. No, didn't you get enough rest last night, President? Sakuramiya Hitomi nodded and asked very considerately. A little bit. I didn't sleep well. The main reason was that I was so engrossed in studying last night when I started using the Learning Conqueror for the first time that I worked until 2 o'clock in the morning. I had to catch the school bus at 7:30 in the morning, so I only slept for 5 hours. It would be fine if you didn't get enough rest, but don't forget that Huan is still cursed with sleepiness. The combination of the two made Huan extremely tired. Precisely because he was extremely sleepy, he had been forcing himself to stay awake today to fight the curse, and he looked better than the past few days when he was yawning all the time. But instead, Sakuramiya Hitomi discovered that she didn't get enough rest last night. Huan turned her head to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi and took a quick look at her outfit today. Today she is wearing a black Japanese-style sailor suit with very long sleeves and hem. Under the skirt is a pair of slender black stockings and small leather shoes. The long hair at the back of her head was pinned up and tied with a cloth strip as a hair accessory, which was very beautiful. Sakuramiya Hitomi pushed a strand of hair behind her head and asked, President, is there something wrong with me? Huan blinked and said honestly, No, I just think Sakura's outfit today is very cute. Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned, then asked back, Aren't my usual outfits cute enough? Correct. Huan smiled and nodded. When Sakuramiya Hitomi raised her head slightly to say something, he said while thinking, Well, Sakura, as for you, you looked very elegant on Monday, very demure on Tuesday, very pretty on yesterday, and very cute on today. She was busy with cat matters on Wednesday and did not come to school. In front of Sakuramiya Hitomi, whose eyes gradually widened, Huan finally said, Although I don't see any difference between the two, it does feel different, right? I see. Thank you for the compliment, President. Sakuramiya Hitomi put her pink fist in front of her lips, pretended to cough, and said this with a smile. A very normal reaction after being praised. After all, she is the famous Sakuramiya Hitomi, and the number of people who have praised her since childhood can stretch from here to another continent. In fact, her heart was about to turn into a kettle. Do you remember all the costume presidents from Monday to Friday? Doesn't this mean that the president is also paying attention to me? Sakuramiya Hitomi felt her body go weak, and she sat back on the sofa with difficulty. I picked up my coffee and tried to taste it elegantly without revealing any flaws. As a result, she could feel her hands shaking as soon as she held the cup handle. In order to avoid the cup colliding with the plate and making a sound, she quickly let go of the cup. Huan picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. It tasted like a very delicious latte. I feel more comfortable staying with a normal Sakuramiya. The world that has not been polluted by modifiers is so beautiful. He put the cup down and breathed a long sigh of relief. Beside him, Miaojiang, wearing a yellow scarf, appeared on his shoulders at some point. It looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi on the sofa and suddenly asked Huan in its mind, Huan, do you like this vice president named Sakura Gongtong? Huan drank his latte with a normal expression and asked in his mind, why do you say that? When you called her last Saturday night, you spoke very affectionately to her. You took good care of her when you were locked in the equipment room on Monday. Now you're even more generous with your praise. I always feel that you treat her differently than other women. Miaojiang jumped onto the table, sat down gracefully, and finally said, she's not the owner of the modifier, so there's no need for you to act. Just be as natural as you were in front of Tong Yingying, but your words will be much sweeter than what you said to Tong Yingying. Tong Yingying was inexplicably caught in the crossfire. Huan took a sip of coffee and said with a smile, I'm not a monk or non-tone. It's normal to have feelings for the opposite sex, right? Moreover, Huan prefers petite and cute girls and always feels a desire to protect them. Meow. This means that's true, but I'm afraid it can only be limited to a favorable impression. Why meow? Because the gap is too big. Huan stirred the coffee cup and said in his mind, Sakuramiya joined the student council to experience school life. Not only is she very outstanding, but her family conditions are also ridiculously good. What about me? I have no background. I joined the student union just for the recommendation letters and various resources. And I am already exhausted from studying and working part-time, and now I have to deal with the editor. Even if she doesn't care about my background and just wants my company and emotions, I'm afraid I'm too poor to give them to her, right? So, instead of getting impatient and making promises about a long-lasting relationship, you should improve yourself and get through the difficulties of the modifier first. What do you think, Miao-chan? Miaojiang blinked, didn't express any opinion, just meowed. Huan smiled slightly and wanted to rub its cute head. But considering that Sakuramiya was still in front of him, he finally gave up. Although the issue with the modifier is a bit annoying, it's really hard to be on the verge of a daily breakdown. But misfortunes often bring blessings. Last night, he was able to teach himself most of the calculus with the help of Learning Conqueror. Maybe he will gain more powerful abilities when he solves the modifier later. In this way, if all those modifiers can be removed, he can't imagine how happy he will be. As expected, I didn't get enough rest last night. Drinking coffee and trying to stay awake were of no use. Huan glanced at the time, then stood up and said, I don't have anything else to do this afternoon, so I'll take my leave, Sakura. Hey, there are no classes in the afternoon. Doesn't the president usually stay until the school bus leaves in the afternoon? Oh, that's right, but I plan to find a place to take a nap. I didn't sleep well last night. Sakuramiya Hitomi turned her head to look at him, wondering, President, you can rest here. There's a sofa here, so you can lie down. Well, Huan thought for a moment and said, I always feel like I'd be embarrassed if you were around Sakuramiya. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. Is the president the type who snores, grinds his teeth, and talks in his sleep? Not really. Well, or is it that you won't be able to sleep if I'm here? In this case, I can go back to class. Anyway, there is a barrier here, so I can see the situation at any time. Since Sakuramiya Hitomi said so, Huan, who originally planned to go out and sleep under a familiar tree, was too lazy to leave. Yes, it's just a lunch break. No big deal, just be generous. No, I'll rest here if I don't want to disturb you. Okay. Huan rubbed his shoulders and lay down on the sofa opposite Sakuramiya Hitomi, while Sakuramiya Hitomi walked to the bookcase nearby and brought a blanket. Blanket? Where did you get it from? I brought it with me. I usually feel cold when reading here at noon, so I brought it with me to put on. Before Huan stood up to take it, Ingong had already placed the blanket on Huan. A faint scent of body fragrance came over him, causing his fingers that were stroking the soft fabric to stiffen slightly. I should have gone out and rested if I had known this earlier. Well, it's a little small. Is that okay, President? It doesn't matter, as long as it covers my stomach. Sakuramiya Hitomi tilted her head, not quite understanding what this meant. But Huan covered it with a snap, then lay straight on the sofa and yawned. It's a little cute, like a big baby. Sakuramiya Hitomi sat back on the sofa opposite and thought so. Good afternoon, President. Well, good afternoon. Huan closed his eyes in relaxation, and the illusory Miao Jiang jumped lightly again and jumped onto his body. Then she sat on him with her hands in her pockets, looking around curiously. Miao Jiang doesn't need to sleep. She usually stays by Huan's side and can help him monitor his surroundings when he is asleep. That was the case that night at Yishiyu's house. Stare. Miao Jiang looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of her, but Sakuramiya Hitomi was not aware of Miao Jiang's presence at all. As Huan fell asleep, her steady breathing could be heard bit by bit. Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was originally sitting and reading, began to raise her eyes frequently, looking at Huan's sleeping face. Well, so far, everything works fine. But could it be that this child also likes Huan? He not only looked up and then down, he was just staring at me. Sakuramiya Hitomi on the opposite side was already sizing Huan up thoroughly and had no desire to read at all. The sleeping face of the president. Because I have never been to the president's house, I have never had the opportunity to install a camera inside. So I have never had the opportunity to see. Next time if the president invites me to his house, I must set up a barrier like the one in the student union office. This way you can see what the president does when he is alone in the room. Unfortunately, the barrier can only be released after one enters it. Otherwise, she could have released it by standing at the door of the rental house. Thinking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi pursed her lips and quietly took out her cell phone. She had already turned her phone to silent mode, as if she was preparing to secretly take a picture of Huan sleeping. Miao-chan stared at Sakuramiya Hitomi, wondering what she was doing with her phone. But soon she stopped again. No, there are still risks in taking photos with a mobile phone. What if the other person wakes up while you're taking the photo? Totally unclear. Moreover, the barrier itself has a recording function, so it can record everything without blind spots. So, Miao Jiang watched her put the phone down silently, but the smile on her face seemed a little strange. Well, so far, everything is okay. In secret, Sakuramiya Hitomi had already manipulated the barrier to record everything about Huan as he was sleeping. At the same time, at the door of Class A, Grade 1, Yishiyu stood at the door, carrying a bag. After delaying for a week, under Aunt Chin's constant urging, she finally had to return Huan's school uniform jacket. But at this moment, she did not see the handsome young man in the familiar window corner. Not here. Then come back next time. Just when Yishiyu was about to leave in disappointment, a female classmate who had packed her things and was about to leave school covered her mouth in surprise. You are not senior sister Yishiyu, are you? You know me? Because Senior Gongzi said you're President Yan's sister. President Yan is so handsome, and his sister is so beautiful. I am President Yan's classmate, Fu Mengyao. Yishiyu was a little unhappy when she heard the other party praising Huan, but he nodded politely and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you know where Xiao Huan is?" President Yan. The girl who was about to leave turned around, thought for a moment, and said, "Since there are no classes in the afternoon, President Yin will probably be processing documents in the student union office until the school bus leaves. How do you know? The girl smiled slightly, scratched her face embarrassedly, and said, President Yan's schedule is no secret. After all, he is very popular and everyone is paying attention to him. Unhappy.jpg. But Yishiyu did not embarrass the other party. Instead, she thanked him softly and then turned and walked upstairs. She remembered that the student union was on the top floor of the first grade apartment. She came to the top floor silently. It was quiet all around, and Yishiyu found the location of the office accurately. She knocked on the door gently, but there was no response from Huan. After waiting for just a few seconds, there were slight footsteps coming from inside. The office door slowly opened a crack, revealing Sakuramiya Hitomi, who opened the door. Hello, what can I do for you? Sakuramiya Hitomi's words suddenly paused when she saw Yishiyu in front of her, and Yishiyu was also stunned for a second because it was a young girl who opened the door. Then, she remembered that the person in front of her was the vice president of the student union, and it was normal for him to be in the same room with Huan. And Sakuramiya Hitomi also remembered that the person in front of her seemed to be Huan's sister. Although this was the introduction, Sakuramiya Hitomi always felt that there was something wrong with the way the girl looked at Huan. Senior Yishiyu, right? What can I do for you? I'm here to find Huan. Yishiyu didn't say what it was, she just spoke like this. Maybe it's not convenient right now. If there's anything, you can tell me. Inconvenient. Yishiyu blinked, then raised her eyes and easily looked past the petite Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of her. Through the narrow crack in the door, he saw Huan sleeping inside. Huan, are you asleep? Sleeping appearance. Want to see? She subconsciously tried to push the door open, but it didn't move at all, as if some force was resisting her. Yishiyu then lowered her head and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was leaning against the door and still smiling. If there's anything, you can tell me, Senior. I'll let the president know when he wakes up. The smell of gunpowder began to spread unconsciously, causing Huan, who was sleeping soundly, to frown unconsciously. Into this chapter. Friday noon, in front of the student union office of Tatsuki College. The slightly open door seemed like a clear dividing line, turning the inside and outside of the student union office into two incompatible worlds. After hearing the words of Sakuramiya Hitomi inside the door, Yishiyu, who was standing outside the door, tilted her head slightly in confusion, and the expressionless face gradually turned into actual coldness. She looked at the smiling Sakuramiya Hitomi and asked, Huan, he's my brother. I'm here to look for him. Why do I need you to convey my message? She said a lot of things at once. If anyone knew Yishiyu, they would know how furiously she was feeling inside. But Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't seem to notice this at all. She just covered her mouth with her hands and kept a decent and polite smile and said, Because this is the student union office, could you please double-check the sign on the door? Because the door was not open very wide, Yishiyu took a step back and could see the sign hanging on the door. Student Union Management Office. No entry for unauthorized persons. Yishiyu opened her mouth, but Sakuramiya Hitomi just smiled and looked at her and explained, This is the activity area of the Student Union Management. There are many important documents in it. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. I don't mean to make things difficult for you, senior sister. In fact, rules are dead, but people are alive. In the past, other people often came to the office to discuss things. For example, Spencer joined the study group and originally wanted to come to the office to discuss things. So at this moment, it was indeed Sakuramiya Hitomi who was silently making things difficult for her. Ishii was not stupid. She was not a big-hearted girl with a dull heart. She keenly sensed the hidden gunpowder in the other party's words. She was holding a bag in one hand and a cell phone in the other. The screen lit up at some point, exuding a chilling feeling of disgust. I'm Huan's sister. I have something to talk to him about. It has nothing to do with the student union. Please let me in. Sakuramiya Hitomi did not reply directly, but said, It seems that the president didn't get enough rest yesterday. He just fell asleep with great difficulty. If you don't want me to tell you, do you mean to wake the president up now? Yishiyu was slightly stunned and looked up at Yin Huan lying on the sofa. Because the gap in the door was very narrow, she could only vaguely see part of the other person's eyebrows and eyes. His sleeping face was peaceful, but there were some dark circles under his eyes, and he looked very tired. Is it because of your part-time job? No. I can go in and wait for Xiao Huan. Wait for him to wake up. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled again, looking businesslike. I'm sorry, Senior. I've just said that the student union does not allow outsiders to enter without permission. If there is anything, please tell me, and I will pass it on to him after he wakes up. Well, the logic is closed. To get in, you have to wake Xiao Huan up and get her permission. Yishiyu didn't want to wake up the sleeping Xiao Huan, especially since the other party looked like he didn't get enough rest. But if he didn't wake Xiao Huan up, this annoying vice president in front of him would not let him in. Communicate. So complicated. Hypnosis is more convenient. Thinking of this, the look Yishiyu gave Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of her had become one that didn't look like a person. If I insist on going in, what will you do? The purple vortex that lit up on the phone screen between her fingers was like a huge mouth of the abyss, ready to swallow up everything she hated. But Yishiyu didn't realize that the slightly open door of the student union office in front of her was like purgatory. It was just because she was outside the room and couldn't feel the danger inside the barrier. After all, Sakuramiya Hitomi's refusal to allow the other person to enter may not be because she completely hates the other person, but rather a confrontation between reason and desire. Once she lets the other party enter the barrier, I'm afraid she won't be able to help but do something with the barrier. Right? By the way, Senior Yi, the president said on Monday that you are his sister. At this moment, looking at Yishiyu, Sakura Gong Tong's eyes flashed and suddenly asked, on my own behalf, can I ask what the so-called sister and brother means? What does this have to do with you? Yishiyu was becoming more and more disgusted with Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of her, especially when she saw from the corner of her eye that Yin Huan seemed to be covered with a blanket that was not the same size as his body. There were pink cherry blossoms on the blanket, and you could tell at first glance that it belonged to a woman. For some reason, Yishiyu guessed accurately that the blanket belonged to the vice president in front of her. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled softly and answered politely. It's okay if you don't answer. I'm just a little curious. Although she said this, her scrutinizing eyes silently slid over the other person's clothes. Senior sister, every piece of clothing you wear costs more than 5 figures, and since you suddenly transferred here this semester, the school will set up a scholarship in the name of Yes International. Your family is so wealthy. I'm just curious. If the president is really your brother, then why is he so poor? Is he so exhausted from working that he has no energy? By the end of her speech, Sakuramiya Hitomi's face had become completely expressionless. It was unclear whether the words she spoke were an expression of curiosity or a question. But Yishiyu, who was holding the phone tightly, felt her pupils shrink when she heard the other party's question, and her heart felt like it was pierced by a sharp sword. What is the reason? Doesn't she understand very well? The mother clearly intended to adopt Xiao Huan, but she secretly obstructed her and always wanted to drive him away. As a result, Xiao Huan became acutely aware of his own dark thoughts. He wisely did not speak them out in front of his mother and chose to leave. It was clear that she no longer had any dislike for Xiao Huan and could have persuaded him to go back. But why didn't she do that? Because she knew that once Xiao Huan went back to live with her, she would not be able to bear it and would defile him. Even now at school, one of them is in the lower grade department and the other is in the higher grade department. Whenever they met occasionally, Yishiyu would have those dirty thoughts in her mind from time to time. If she could stay with Xiao Huan day and night, she didn't know what despicable thing she would do. It was because of me that I made him leave and return to the South District. It was also because of me that I didn't let him come back now. And it was also because of me that I had these dirty thoughts in my heart. Such a despicable self. Yishiyu knew from the beginning to the end that she was in a terrible situation, but when the other party pointed it out, she was of course speechless. Yishiyu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was waiting for her answer. Her lips slightly raised, but the words she wanted to say seemed to be buried in her stomach, making it impossible for her to say them no matter how hard she tried. In my mind, the sentence I saw when I was browsing the small website at that time inevitably emerged. Hypnosis, perhaps it was born to satisfy my dirty wishes. The guilty conscience that had been growing in her heart due to the other party's words finally stopped at this moment because it was filled by some horrible desire. Yes, she has a hypnosis app. As long as I have this, there is no need to explain at this moment, and there is no need to face my own unbearableness and meanness. Thinking of this, Yishiyu's grip on the phone became tighter and tighter, and an invisible black aura began to spread. Your name is Sakuramiya Hitomi, right? Sakuramiya Hitomi narrowed her eyes, and her peripheral vision apparently noticed that the other person was holding the phone tighter and tighter. Why hold your phone? Her subconscious told Hitomi Sakuramiya that the girl in front of her suddenly became dangerous. It was very similar to when I faced Spencer, but in terms of the disgust that arose from my heart, Spencer was still more powerful. Sakuramiya Hitomi's grip on the door handle became tighter and tighter, ready to close the door at any time and let herself be completely wrapped in the barrier. That's right, Senior Yishiyu. But her expression remained normal. She just smiled generously. Yishiyu raised her eyes with a chill, as if she was going to start from 0 frames in the next second and use the hypnosis app on Sakuramiya Hitomi. But at the critical moment, in the room, Miao-chan, who had been watching this place vigilantly, suddenly got angry and growled. Meow. The sleeping Huan suddenly opened his eyes, gently pressed the furry Miaojiang in his arms with one hand, and then sat up from the sofa with an expressionless face. I sat up in shock while dying of illness. The dark wind blew the rain into the cold window. Under her long eyelashes, her indifferent eyes glanced towards the door. Because the door Sakuramiya Hitomi opened only a small gap, he could only vaguely see who was standing outside the door. It's Yishiyu. But he didn't need Miaojiang to remind him. He could probably guess that Yishiyu was going to use the modifier. Moreover, it was used on the innocent Sakuramiya Hitomi, who had nothing to do with the modifier. In just a moment, Huan made a decision. He rubbed his bangs and seemed to be rubbing his eyes. As his hair was ruffled, his expression naturally turned into a lazy one, as if he was still sleepy. Then he spoke softly in a daze. Sister Shiyu? The sound was obviously not loud, but it seemed like a gust of wind sweeping across the smoke-filled battlefield ahead. Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was covering her mouth and waiting for the other party to attack, was slightly stunned and turned her head. Yishiyu, whose body was wrapped in the thick black air of desire, was purified in an instant, and the mobile phone in her hand that was about to be raised seemed to be of 1,000 pounds weight and could no longer be lifted. They both looked into the room at the same time and saw Huan, who seemed to be still asleep and had a dazed expression. The president, who just woke up, Xiao Huan. Lovely. This thought popped up in Sakuramiya Hitomi and Yishiyu's minds at the same time. Was he woken by our conversation? It's all because of this fake sister who came from nowhere / I hate the vice president. It would have been a nice alone time if she hadn't interrupted / blocked me. As a result, the two people at the door secretly hated each other even more. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled slightly, looking like two completely different people from the expressionless Yishiyu behind her, but they had the same idea in their hearts. Miaojiang jumped off Huan's body and reminded. Yishiyu was about to use the modifier just now, Miao. I know. Huan sighed secretly, then sat up, still wearing the blanket. He looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi and said, Yakura Palace, can Sister Shiyu come in? She should talk to me about something, right? Yishiyu glared at Sakuramiya Hitomi with an expression that said, Look, if it was Xiao Huan, she would let me in. However, Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't care at all and played the flawless card of refusing her entry was completely in accordance with the rules and regulations. Since you have given your permission, it's fine. So he moved aside and opened the door, revealing the way in. Yishiyu came in carrying a bag and looked at Huan, who was still sleepy, with a little apology. Sorry for waking you. Huan smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, "It's okay. I just wanted to take a nap. Are you here to return your school uniform, Sister Shiyu?" He looked at the paper bag in Yi Shiyu's hand, as if he already knew why the other party came. Although I don't know why the week is almost over, but it only comes on Friday. Uniforms? Sakuramiya Hitomi walked back to the office quietly with a thoughtful expression. Last week, the president stayed at the other party's house and didn't even take his clothes back. But the question remains the same. What is the relationship between Huan and Yi Shiyu? So-called siblings? It is definitely not a biological child, so this word is very intriguing. Well, Anshin washed it before. Yi Shiyu nodded, then took the initiative to sit on the sofa next to Huan, which made Sakuramiya Hitomi frown slightly. "Ah, thank you, Sister Shiyu. But for things like this, you could just tell me by plane and leave it in class. There's no need to go all the way here." The main reason was that she was able to use the modifier on Sakuramiya without noticing. Just because Sakuramiya wouldn't let her in due to the rules? Yi Shiyu did not respond upon hearing this, but just kept staring at the blanket of Sakuramiya Hitomi still draped over his thighs. Then, she gently reached out her hand, pushed the blanket away, and placed the paper bag on Huan's legs. "There are some new clothes prepared for you. Mom picked some online after you left, and I brought them along too." Huan blinked, but the smile on Sakuramiya Hitomi's face, who was sitting opposite on the sofa, seemed to be a little faltering. "Just pushing my blanket away as if nothing happened, right? Okay. Afterwards, after Yi Shiyu finished saying this, the atmosphere in the entire office suddenly became quiet again. Because originally Yi Shiyu only had to do this simple thing, but after she finished it, she didn't move at all and had no intention of leaving. And Sakuramiya Hitomi has always played the role of the perfect vice president, just carefully observing the interactions between them. Huan took the bag and sighed secretly. Just when he was about to bring up the topic, Yi Shiyu had already mustered up the courage to speak. "Huan, are you very tired from working?" Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes moved and stopped on Yi Shiyu's profile. Huan didn't answer, but instead glanced at Miao Jiang, who was sitting next to her. Vice President Sakura seems to be very curious about the relationship between you and Yi Shiyu. Miao Jiang spoke in his mind. She asked Yi Shiyu why she needed you, her younger brother, to work since her family was so wealthy. "So that's it. Thank you for your help, Miao." Huan was a little surprised that Vice President Sakuramiya suddenly asked about her personal affairs. Turning to look at Yi Shiyu, he indeed saw a hint of guilt on her face. Maybe she thought that Huan left Yilan's house because of her. Strangely, the guilt stimulated by Huan could inhibit Yi Shiyu from using the modifier. However, when Hitomi Sakuramiya accidentally touched upon this point, it actually stimulated her to use the modifier. Is this thing limited to Huan? Fortunately, Lemon's part-time job policy only allows you to work 28 hours a week at most, which is quite humane. It's not too tiring, and the boss is very generous to me. Huan pointed to his eyes and took the initiative to explain, "I was busy with my own things last night and stayed up too late, so I didn't get enough rest." That's it. Yi Shiyu opened her mouth, but she couldn't bring herself to ask, "Do you want to go back and live here? It's something that we should do no matter what." He himself said that he longed for the warmth of family. Desire was also waving its flag, urging her to take this tender and delicious brother home quickly, so that at night we can do this and that. Reason is like holding the reins of these two wild horses and carefully considering the consequences. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Yi Shiyu was struggling, her cell phone suddenly rang. When she took it out, Huan saw the name of driver noted on the phone screen. After answering the call, Yi Shiyu nodded, said a few words, and hung up. "Is it the family driver who came to pick her up?" "Sister Shiyu, are you going back?" Yi Shiyu nodded and just looked at Huan. "Then I'll take you there. I still have to wait here for the school bus to leave. Mom said she wanted to take us out for dinner tonight." "What? No. The person who called just now was the driver, right?" It seemed that, perhaps, Huan did not hear the driver convey Yilan's meaning. Huan blinked, and Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was drinking coffee, paused for a moment and looked over here. Yishiyu felt a little uncomfortable with that look that seemed to have detected her lie. She avoided his gaze slightly and pouted her lips a little, but still stubborn. "Mom," I said. Huan was amused by her stubborn look, but out of the corner of his eye he saw that the screen of the phone she was holding seemed to light up inexplicably. "Duh, forget it. It's just a meal anyway. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Sister Tong for leave." "Okay, Aunt Yi invites me. I will definitely go." Yishiyu nodded, stood up, and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was sipping her coffee but didn't actually drink a single sip. Without saying anything, he just turned around and walked out of the student union office. Somehow, Yishiyu always felt uncomfortable staying in this office, as if she couldn't breathe. "Then let's go, Xiao Huan. The car will be here soon." As soon as I walked out of the office, that feeling disappeared instantly. Huan looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of him helplessly. Then he turned around and carefully folded the blanket that Sakuramiya Hitomi lent him, then stood up and prepared to put it back. "Just let me do it, President. It's okay. I'm leaving too. I'll leave this afternoon. If you need anything, just contact me on the plane." "Okay, President." Sakuramiya Hitomi agreed, but her eyes shifted thoughtfully between Huan and Yishiyu outside the door. "I always feel that President Yin seems to have something wrong with Yishiyu. Not like someone I like. She doesn't seem like a real sister either. Really weird." Huan packed her school bag and was about to leave with the bag Yishiyu had just bought, but suddenly stopped. "Oh, Sakura-kun." "What?" Sakura Gong, who was still in deep thought, quickly came back to his senses and looked at Huan. "President." But he smiled and said to Sakuramiya Hitomi sincerely, "Thanks for the blanket and coffee. I had a good sleep at noon and then. See you this weekend." Last night, Sakuramiya Hitomi said she was going to the Linmin game show this weekend. "Oh yes, President." Click. The door was closed, and Huan left the office. Only Sakuramiya Hitomi was left standing there with her eyes wide open. In silence, a few seconds passed. Although Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't move, the redness gradually spread across her fair face until it filled her entire face. She touched her face belatedly and felt something tingling there. Then, she couldn't help it anymore and covered her face with her hands, leaving only her pink earlobes exposed. End of this chapter. Tong, Ying. I fell asleep last night. What happened? Sitting on the low-key and luxurious black tram at the door, Huan, who was enjoying the air conditioning, looked at the plain message on his mobile phone, wondering about the possibility that Tong Ying had the fourth modifier. It was originally a very reasonable explanation, but Huan felt something was wrong no matter how he looked at it. Because this message was sent by Tong Ying at 8:28 in the morning. With Tong Ying's reverse day and night schedule, it would be impossible for her to send me a message so early unless she stayed up all night. But she said she fell asleep last night and didn't see the message. What on earth was she doing last night? It's rare to see someone with such a normal schedule. Children are always surprised by what they have never seen before. Well, the way I speak is still the same as before. Huan sent a speechless emoticon and did not reply. As for body.I, he opened body.I's chat box again and looked at the chat records from the morning. "Are you classmate body.I?" Followed by a cat expression. "Yes." Huan was replied by a Q-version little girl expression, which kept nodding cutely. Then what she said later, "My mom asked me to add your contact information. She said if you want to come to the event on Sunday, there are internal tickets here." Then she sent a QR code. "Just scan this for them when the time comes so they don't have to wait in line. Thank you so much." "Fine. Please keep up the good work afterwards. I'll be there." "Okay. Thanks for your support." Other than that, there was no further communication. Inside the train, Miao Jiang, wearing a yellow scarf, quietly appeared on his shoulder, looked at the message on the phone, and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say before that you wanted to act like her fan? Is it really okay to send such a plain message, Miao?" It was puzzled as to why Huan greeted it, but did not start a conversation. Huan didn't look at Miao Jiang. After all, Yishiyu was sitting next to her. She was also looking at her phone and seemed to be sending a message to Yilan. Of course, there's an explanation for replying to body.I's message. "Miao, there are many types of fans. Distance creates beauty. Only fans who keep a proper distance from their idols are good fans. If you were previously enthusiastic offline, it would be more appropriate to take a cold approach online. Meow. Miao Jiang didn't understand at all, and Yin Huan didn't explain much, but just turned off the phone. Beside her, Yishiyu tapped on the screen a few times, also communicating with Yilan on the plane. Mom, Xiao Huan is in the car now. I want to invite him to have dinner with me tonight. If this goes on, when Xiao Huan comes home again, I can express my welcome to Xiao Huan in private, and my mother will take the opportunity to invite her to stay. Wouldn't it be a natural thing for her to do so? Her breathing became more and more rapid, and the rationality that was pulling the wild horse of desire in her heart suddenly exerted its strength and started cursing in her mind. Reason, Yishiyu, I think you are so vulgar. Don't you know what will happen when Xiao Huan returns home? Desire, what else could happen? Xiao Huan wouldn't lose a piece of meat. With his mother and Aunt Shun taking care of him, he doesn't have to work, can have a good rest, and won't look tired. As a sister, it's normal to take care of the brother you like, right? Reason, do you like him? You're just craving his body, you are a slut. Didn't we agree not to hypnotize him anymore? Desire, come on, isn't it a waste to have such a convenient item? It was created to satisfy your wishes, wasn't it? Reason, you are talking nonsense. This abnormal idea is not the right way to get along with others. Yishiyu, you need to calm down. You know it is wrong to hypnotize Xiao Huan, right? Desire. And Shiyu, think about it. If we don't do this, won't that Vice President Sakuramiya Hitomi soon snatch Xiao Huan away? Reason. Desire. Xiao Huan's sleeping face, Xiao Huan's smile to you, Xiao Huan's care for you. All of these will disappear after Xiao Huan is completely with someone else. Reason. Desire. In the final analysis, you're just being taken care of by Xiao Huan because of her gentleness towards everyone. You are not a special person at all, and he does not belong to you. When Xiao Huan has someone he likes, you will be nothing. Reason. Desire. Think about it. That Sakuramiya Hitomi dared to talk to you like that even though she wasn't with Xiao Huan yet. Is her mother a wholesaler? Reason. Desire. If you ask me, you should use hypnosis to possess Xiao Huan, just like you possess those puppets. He doesn't have to think about anything. He will think about whatever you think. Isn't that great? Reason. I think desire is right. Yishiyu's struggling rationality suddenly collapsed when she thought of Sakuramiya Hitomi just now. She originally wanted to suggest to her mother, eat outside. In this way, after eating, Yin Huan will still have a chance to leave. But thinking of this, the words she was about to send out were driven by desire and turned into, I'll talk to Aunt Shun. How about we eat at home tonight? After dinner, Xiao Huan can't leave. It's a long way from Jinghe District to the South District at night. Just stay and do it yourself. That's not right. Xiao Huan had already used hypnosis once on Tuesday when she was helping me fix my computer. So, I only have one 15-minute session left this week, but there is still a weekend left. Thinking of this, Yishiyu's expression as she looked at her phone became dissatisfied. It would be nice if the usage and duration can be extended. As she thought so, the black energy called desire began to rise again, causing Miao Chan, who was sitting on Yin Huan's shoulder, to meow. Hearing Miao Zheng's voice, Yin Huan turned around and looked at Yishiyu. Feeling Yin Huan's gaze, the black energy on Yishiyu's body instantly dissipated. She also turned her head to look at Yin Huan. Her expressionless face looked a little silly and cute, as if silently asking, What's wrong, Xiao Huan? Yin Huan glanced at Miao Jiang, and the expression in his eyes met. Nyan Chan, why do I feel like she's possessed? You don't have to feel the same way. I feel the same way, Miao. This is what Miao Jiang meant when he looked back. Yin Huan smiled slightly and had to ask, Sister Shiyu, are we going back to Jinghe District to have dinner tonight as well? Yishiyu was about to nod when the female driver in a suit in front of her suddenly turned her head away and spoke. Yes, Shiyu and Yin Huan are both in the car. Someone called, and the driver was talking on the phone with a Bluetooth headset. Oh, okay, I understand, Mr. Yi. Tuesday morning, on the first floor of the first grade teaching building of Yuanyue College. At this moment, many students had gathered outside the courtyard, looking at the corridor on the empty floor nervously. On the wall, there is a huge blackboard that is very different in color from the tiles next to it. At this moment, there is nothing above. Is it almost time? Really, I'm so nervous. How come the efficiency in this area has improved since the Academic Affairs Office changed its director, Longua? Before, the death penalty was suspended for a week, but now it's just one weekend. In the corridor of the mezzanine floor, a pink-haired girl in a JK uniform walked with her head held high, cutting through the noise of students' conversation. She was holding a huge roll of paper in her arms and followed by two student union members. Here he comes. The secretary has brought the imperial edict. Lady Yuanlina, please don't email my parents this time. Tonics, things like giving grades to parents. There were wailing sounds all around, and Yuanlina walked to the big blackboard surrounded by those sounds. This scene is a bit like the officials sent by the ancient imperial court to provide disaster relief, who were surrounded by a group of starving people and cried miserably. Upon hearing this, Yuanlina smiled brightly, gave everyone a thumbs up, and said, "Everyone, it's okay, even if you don't do well on the test. With the friendly encouragement of your parents, you will definitely improve next time. Yeah, do not. This is a death sentence for everyone." Yuanyue Academy requires students to provide their guardian's email address when they enroll. When a school has major events, they will send emails to invite them to participate. Of course, we will also send over the child's grades, final class ratings, and other things. This matter is coordinated by the Student Union and the Academic Affairs Office. Below, Yuanlina showed no lament for the hardships of people's lives. She just turned around and prepared to start posting report cards. The two student union members behind her immediately came forward to help her, spreading out the list of students covering the entire first year of high school and hanging it on the blackboard. On the second floor in the distance, Huan held a cup of black tea and watched the scene below with Sakuramiya Hitomi. He yawned and tried to drive away the sleepiness with black tea, but to no avail. As he watched, Huan suddenly smiled and said, "Sure enough, it is most appropriate to leave this matter to Yuanlina." Sakuramiya Hitomi retracted her gaze and also agreed with it. Yeah, after all, it's something that makes classmates dislike her. Fortunately, Yuanlina is very popular and everyone likes her. The scoreboard below was revealed little by little, occupying the entire huge blackboard area. When the list appeared, everyone held their breath and kept silent for a moment, looking at the names on it. Yanhuan 499, rank 1. Sakuramiya Hitomi 491, rank 2. Yatsuhashiki 474, ranked 19th. Anil 457, ranking 41. Ashley Garcia 441, ranked 56. Yuanlina Shueya 398, ranking 107. By E292, ranking 152. Aria Spencer 66, ranked 178. The five main subjects are reading, writing, mathematics, social studies, and science. Including those who transferred this semester, there are a total of 178 people in the grade, with a full score of 500. Ah, Lao Gao, what's wrong with you? No, don't fall down. Haha, I won. I won. What the hell has happened to you, you beast? Every time the results are announced, the students always have endless things to do. These good jobs mask their inner emotions of seeing the achievements, and it was unclear how many were happy and how many were sad. In Linmin, test scores do not play a decisive role, but Yuanyue Academy still attaches great importance to this. Although the school systems are the same, there are huge differences between different schools in Linmin. They have completely different educational goals and policies. For example, high school students in the South District are quite happy every day. They are carefree and have no worries. At most, they go to the community hospital occasionally to check for gonorrhea, syphilis, etc. But the two schools in Jinghe District, Tatsuki and Suzy Academy, are obviously intended to incubate the next generation of a class, and therefore have many requirements. President, you are first again, congratulations. Sakuramiya Hitomi beside her clapped her hands silently at Yin Huan and said congratulations. Yin Huan just smiled, but actually didn't even look at himself. All his eyes were looking downwards. Find the 2 known modifier users who are in the same grade as you. By Aria Spencer. As a result, we searched for a long time but couldn't find it. But in the end, we got together and had a party. It is understandable that Bai Yi's grades are not good. Because of her idle work, she only comes to school occasionally. She may be able to attend school fully when she is free, but she takes leave the rest of the time. Spencer, who could break his own barrier with one kick. This mysterious man painted on Zhou Bin's face and splashed paint on the president's desk. Is it possible that they all have some kind of superpowers? And then, is it possible that they're targeting the guild master who knows nothing about it? Thinking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi's breathing inevitably stagnated. The purpose of having the barrier was just to monitor the president from every angle and to lock him and myself up to confirm our relationship. I didn't do anything out of the ordinary, but there is no guarantee whether other people will do anything to the president. No, I must protect the president. At this moment, Sakuramiya Hitomi seemed to be trapped in some kind of dark forest dilemma. She retrieved the camera footage on her computer faster and faster, her eyes constantly moving along Yin Huan's trajectory. On Wednesday night, outside the pub where Yin Huan worked, she suddenly stopped dragging her mouse. She saw a number of police cars coming to the South District for the first time and parked in front of the tavern. Yin Huan saw a girl out and handed her over to the police and a middle-aged woman. When the girl was leaving, she kept looking at Yin Huan. Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned, then slid the wheel to zoom the camera view closer little by little. She bought very high-end cameras, so there was no blur even at night. Therefore, she clearly saw who the beautiful girl who lowered her head and looked like she was in tears was. Sakuramiya Hitomi frowned and narrowed her eyes. Then, as if to verify her idea, she opened the drawer and took out the ticket that you and Lena gave her. In the sunshine, she quickly scanned the invited guests on the back of the ticket. Finally, it stopped at a name in the VIP seat. Bo-E. Sakuramiya Hitomi murmured the name. Everything is sorted out. She almost subconsciously guessed that the so-called friend who gave the vote to the president was Bai. Sakuramiya Hitomi put down the ticket, was silent for a moment, and looked at the folder full of cameras. Then, he tapped on the keyboard and created 2 new folders outside the folder. One is called Aria Spencer, and the other is called Bo-E. After completion, drag the 2 folders into another folder. This folder is called Key Prevention Targets. Xiao Huan, I haven't seen you for a long time. Have you lost weight again? In the spacious private room of a luxury hotel in the South District, Yin Huan, who had just entered, saw Yi Lan standing up from the main seat. She was wearing a women's suit, looking capable and dashing, but after seeing Yin Huan, her expression turned back to the charming look she had a week ago. Her expression is even more vivid than that of her daughter Yi Shiyu. Aunt Yi, we just met last week. How can it be said that we haven't seen each other for a long time? Yin Huan smiled helplessly, then opened his hands and looked at his body and said, Not only did I not lose weight, I felt like I had gained a little weight. I guess it's because of the different clothes. Last week's school uniform seemed a bit loose. Yilan looked at Yin Huan and smiled. Seeing that Yin Huan was still as sunny as ever, she breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in the main seat. There were only 3 of them in the huge room. I originally planned to visit your house tonight, but I didn't expect your sister to take the initiative to invite you home for dinner. Yin Huan knew that it was Yi Shiyu who invited him, and he wanted to come too. The main thing was seeing her phone light up. Yi Shiyu sat down, tidied her black hair a little embarrassedly, and did not dare to look at Yin Huan. Yin Huan sat down generously, glanced at Yi Shiyu with a smile, and then said, Whether it's Auntie or Sister Shiyu who invites me, I will come. Haha, you're so sweet. Yilan covered her mouth and chuckled. But Aunt Yi, please don't come to see the house I live in. I don't clean it often, and it's as messy as a doghouse. I feel embarrassed about it. That won't do. Even boys have to pay attention to hygiene and can't be so sloppy. Otherwise, what are you going to do if you invite friends to your home? Growing up, I basically had no friends in the South District. Yin Huan smiled and was about to speak, but suddenly a petite girl with her head down followed behind her popped up in her mind. Usually in the afternoon, she would stretch out her little hand and grab the back of her clothes, holding on to it, showing her presence to Huan. As if afraid of getting lost, it kept following behind me obediently. But when I turned around to look at her, her face turned red and she quickly retracted her hands that were grabbing my clothes. Then, in a soft and sticky voice, say to yourself, Huan, do you want to come to my house and play? Mom bought some popsicles, and she said they were so sweet. I left them in the fridge and wanted to eat them with you. Huan was slightly stunned when he thought of this, and even paused for the words he was about to say. Huan. Yilan spoke in confusion, and Huan's thoughts were brought back to reality. Sorry, Aunt Yi. What did you think of? No, I thought a friend I played very well with when I was a kid in the orphanage. Yishiyu's eyes suddenly raised up and looked at Huan in front of her with a sharp gleam. Yilan covered her mouth and asked, Yeah, childhood sweetheart? Are you still in touch? Huan smiled helplessly and shook his head. She moved away from Lin Min a long time ago. Maybe I'll never see her again. Yishiyu lowered her head as if she was relieved, but Yilan held his chin with regret and sighed. That's such a pity. Yeah, what a shame. There will be another update later, which will be a total of 10,000 words. But it will be quite late, so everyone should go to bed early and watch it tomorrow morning. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Anil, help Dad go downstairs and buy a bunch of green onions, and also buy a bag of salt and soy sauce. Otherwise, we won't have anything to eat tomorrow. After finishing the meal, the voice of Anil's father Anbong, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, came. Anil, who was looking at the closet in the room, quickly turned his head and responded. Okay, Dad. On her shoulder, a white snake spitting out its tongue glanced at the clothes in the closet, rolled its eyes, and said, Look at yourself. What kind of clothes are in this closet? They're so tacky. No matter how much you choose, you'll be like a general among short people when you go to see Huan next week. Anil looked at Littlefinger embarrassedly, but didn't know what to say, so he could only whisper, Then use your pocket money to pick one out this weekend. I haven't bought new clothes in a long time. Really? Wearing that school uniform every day is so tacky. In fact, Anil's family was not so poor that they couldn't even afford clothes. It was just that there were very few clothes that fit her. Occasionally, there were a few pieces that she thought looked nice, but she didn't dare wear them to school. Because it is very cheap, it cannot compare to the expensive clothes with some brand name written on them that my classmates wear. More importantly, she worried about being attacked because of her body. The boys always looked at her secretly with lustful eyes and then talked to each other in whispers. Although I couldn't hear clearly, I could easily guess what they were saying. Girls often tease her about her figure. For example, Park Seo-won and others often insult her by calling her a cow. Anil doesn't like this title. Therefore, she could only go to school wearing a very conservative school uniform, just like when she was in Longhua. Here, I became an outlier. At this moment, Anil, who had returned home, changed into a white home dress. She was choosing clothes to wear when she was going to meet Huan next week. Under the repeated blows of Littlefinger and reality, Anil finally made up his mind to no longer send the letter through Yahashiji, but to go directly to the other party. Of course, given Anil's inferiority complex, she would not set out without being fully prepared. How was your hairstyle that day? Do you want to put on makeup? Which piece of clothing should I wear? These are all points that need to be considered. Although according to Littlefinger's idea, she only needed to use the pleasure of control to rush forward and win, there was no need to go through so much trouble. But Anil refused to do anything, and Littlefinger couldn't persuade her because she was the host. I promised my father that I would be happy and was about to leave. Before leaving, I said hello to my mother who was watching TV in the living room. Mom, I'm going downstairs. Hey, bring me a cup of milk tea. Less sugar. Good. Anil put on his shoes, walked into the corridor of the old residential building, and pressed the elevator button. Why don't we go shopping and buy some clothes at the same time? Littlefinger looked at the numbers on the elevator and suddenly said this. Anil shook his head quickly, raised his phone, and opened the online shopping app. I'm planning to buy it online. If you buy it online, why not buy it offline? Anil nodded and explained helplessly. Because, buying clothes offline is expensive and online is cheaper. Littlefinger squinted his eyes and looked at Anil in front of him, then suddenly got angry. I think you're a social phobic. You feel embarrassed to even go online to buy clothes, right? I just saw that there are a lot of clothes in your closet that don't fit you, including underwear, all bought online. Xiaoji had seen through Anil a long time ago. This guy would spend several days choosing what to buy online, several more days waiting for the express delivery, and then hesitate for several more days after it arrived. Hey, by then I will be too shy to go. Just delay it, just delay it. You will be happy when the lily is cold and the other fingers are already eating the chicken. Littlefinger angrily tapped Anil's face with his tail, causing her to babble and stretch out her hands to try to stop him. Your figure is out of shape. How can clothes fit you if you don't try them on offline? And you don't return the clothes you bought online if they don't fit. And just keep them like this? Because returning the clothes would be a hassle to others if they're sold with great difficulty. Fuck you. Damn, don't think I didn't see it. It's fine if you don't want to return it, but you gave the store a good review even though you haven't even worn it? Why? Because the customer service was very kind and seemed like a good person. He asked me to give him a good review, so I did. Are you an idiot? We all received unified training on how to speak, and you still think that they are kind to you because they are good people. I know, but Anil pursed her lips. In fact, she knew that all the customer service representatives had received unified training on the speaking skills, but she just found it difficult to refuse other people's requests. In particular, the other party repeatedly begged me for help, saying that I only needed a positive review to achieve the performance target this month. You can help others complete their work by just clicking your fingers, so why not do it? Anil thought so. Looking at Anil's cowardly look, his little finger was about to turn red so many times. You idiot. Now, immediately, go downstairs and buy me a new set of clothes. Don't buy them online. It wished it could get into this silly girl's brain to see what was inside, which made her thinking so strange day by day. A tumor? Then cut your hair for me too. You look like a ghost every day. Aren't you scared when you get up at night? And washing your hair is so troublesome. I am so annoyed every night seeing you struggling over whether to wash your hair or not. Okay. Anil touched her long hair and nodded. This was one of the few things she and Littlefinger agreed on. It is very troublesome for girls to wash their hair. If they don't wash their hair, it will become oily. Once they wash their hair, it will take a long time and they have to blow dry each strand, which is a troublesome task. Not to mention Anil's thick long hair. Ding dong. The elevator has arrived. Anil walked in, stroking her hair, and pressed the key to the first floor. There are a lot of small advertisements posted in the elevator, and it looks just like the old environment in the corridor, having been through a lot. The housing prices in Linmin are very expensive. Part of Luoqiao District and most of South District are the old town areas of Linmin, where the housing prices are relatively cheap. Anil's father, Comrade Anbong, returned from Longhua after failing in business. He used all his belongings to buy a second-hand house of more than 60 square meters in Luoqiao District, which was considered a barely settled residence. Although they cannot be said to be wealthy, they at least have a house in Linmin and are considered a well-off family. She passed through some narrow and dark corridors on the first floor and came out of the alley. Finally, she walked into the bright and beautiful Linmin Street again. The little finger glanced around and pointed in a direction. Go over there first and get your hair cut. Oh. Anil nodded, walked a distance, pushed open the door of the barber shop, and lowered his head as he entered and whispered, Excuse me, I'm not bothering you. You are a guest, you are God. Stand up straight. Oh. Anil straightened her back stupidly, but when the barber looked at her, she lowered her head shyly, making Xiaoji almost faint. Come on, let's go wash up first, huh? She went to the back and asked another apprentice to wash her hair. When she sat up again, Anil's hair was drooping due to not drying it, and she really looked like a female ghost. It is still the kind that can perfectly recreate Sadako, which makes the customers who are getting their heads shaved stare in amazement. How do you want your hair cut today, sis? Cut it shorter. Thank you. Okay, can I give you a more normal hairstyle? Well, thank you. Anil nodded. Even though she was surrounded by a cloth, her chest was still very obviously rising and falling. Crack, click, click. The bangs that were cut off and fell were blocked by the mountains and stayed there. Sister, do you want to apply for a card? Now you can get a 20% discount on top up. It's a great deal. Ah, Anil blinked her big watery eyes and turned to look at the smiling barber behind her. She stammered and was about to speak when the snake head of her little finger appeared in front of her with an expressionless face. The scarlet snake eyes suddenly enlarged and were just a few inches away from her eyes. An "I'll keep my eyes on you forever" look. Unlu, if you dare to agree, do you believe I will kill you right now? Anil's face turned pale with fear. She pursed her lips, turned her head quickly, and said to the barber in a trembling voice, I still don't want it. Thank you. Okay. Why? Anil looked in a mirror at the barber, who was continuing to cut her hair, as usual, and cautiously withdrew her gaze. Original. Nothing will happen if you refuse. This thought suddenly popped up in her mind. Obviously, this is a very normal concept, but when she thought about it, she felt as if a stone had fallen from her heart, and she had mixed feelings. The effect of a haircut is most obvious for customers like Anil. When the barber behind him says, "How about you?" what Anil sees in the mirror is like a stranger. The cut black bangs could no longer cover her fair and lovely face, and her thick long hair finally became light, as if a weight had been removed from her head, making it no longer heavy. She has a pair of bright eyes, but they seem to lack some liveliness, making her look silly and cute. Her pink lips opened slightly in surprise, without any makeup but shimmering with watery light, making anyone who saw it couldn't help but exclaim, "Who dares to kiss?" Anil blinked, and the beauty in the mirror also blinked. It was as if only after doing this action did she realize that the person in the mirror was herself. That's it. Thank you. Okay, let's wash it again. Well, thank you. Wash it again and blow-dry it. After paying the bill, the beautiful girl, looking much more refreshed, finally walked out of the barber shop feeling relieved. Saying goodbye to the occasion of communicating with others, she touched her chest with a sigh of relief. But the little finger on the shoulder was extremely overbearing. It spit out its tongue and immediately pointed in another direction. Next stop, go shopping for clothes. Anil blinked and followed Little Brush's instructions to a clothing store. Little Finger's sharp eyes swept across the models in the window, and then it seemed to see a piece of clothing that it liked very much. So it turned around and told Anil, "Quick, go to this store. That dress is amazing. It will definitely suit you." However, Anil opened his mouth, seeming to be hesitant to speak. But when Little Thumb saw her like this, he was so angry that he started to yell and scream. "Stop being scared of spicy food. Do you want to live? You don't even dare to try on clothes offline? There are only female employees in there. What are you afraid of? Get in now." Okay. Anil swallowed his saliva and still mustered up the courage to go in. "Welcome. Please take down any piece you like and try it on. Not this one. That one. Yes, this skirt. Ask her to take it down for you to try." At the urging of Little Finger, Anil picked up a hanging high-waisted skirt with floral patterns with trembling hands, asked the clerk to pick out a suitable size, and then walked into the fitting room. When he walked out again, the shop assistants waiting at the door couldn't help but cover their mouths in surprise. However, the extremely slim-fitting high-waist skirt clearly revealed Anil's waist shape. The curve formed by her proud chest meandered down along the contour of the clothes and was finally revealed by the slightly wrinkled little princess skirt. She has an impressive figure without looking bloated and appears youthful and pure. But even though she looked so perfect from head to toe, the girl's face was flushed with shyness and her eyes were evasive. Just like the cherries on top of a cream cake, the snow white is mixed with some tempting red, making your mouth water. "Oh, little girl, you have good taste. Your bust is too big, so it's hard to choose clothes. This one really suits you. Is that so?" Anil stood in front of the mirror and swayed her skirt back and forth. Her little finger on her shoulder was almost raised to the sky. "Just kidding. I'm the smartest little finger. My vision and brain are both first-rate. What do you think, little Anil? Are you convinced?" "What? Anil blinked, still looking as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. But seeing its arrogant look, she kindly did not interrupt and nodded in a very supportive manner. Okay, buy it quickly. This is the outfit you'll wear when you meet Huan next week. I guarantee it will make him fall in love with you. Huan, such myself? Anil's face turned even redder. She didn't dare to look at herself in the mirror, but she couldn't hide her excitement because of the pie drawn by her little finger. She would be like this whenever she thought about Huan. Oh, don't think about it, I'll win. Go check out. We have to go to the next stop. And your underwear, change it for me quickly. You have to think carefully about the winning underwear for doing something like that. Do that. That kind of thing. Anil's face instantly turned red and turned into a kettle, scaring the shop assistants around him. What's the matter, guest? It's okay. Anil panicked and replied to the clerk, then stared at the little finger on his shoulder and said in his mind, Little finger, have you thought that far? I'm going to find Huan, right? What? Little finger just squinted at her and asked calmly, Don't tell me you haven't thought about doing that kind of thing with Huan. This sentence directly turned off Luan's enthusiasm. Her face was red and her mouth was trembling like a sieve, but she couldn't utter a word for a long time. What we want to talk about with Huan is a spiritual love. Of course not. Okay. Now you admit that you want to date Huan, right? She had been stubborn before, saying that she just wanted to meet him. Yo, good boy. The little finger turned into an iron-blooded judge in the hall and dealt a fatal blow to Anil in the hall. It asked bluntly, Be direct. Just tell me whether you have ever eaten Huan as a side dish in the evening since you entered high school. After hesitating for a long time, under the scrutinizing gaze of little finger, Anil blushed and said, in a very low voice in her heart. Anil is an honest child. Little finger smiled contemptuously, then spat out his tongue. That's it. Come on, pay the bill and go to the next stop. Coco. But what? How can I prepare myself mentally? Before little finger was about to get angry again, Anil glanced around and whispered, I can't afford this dress. What? The excited little finger suddenly froze. It turned its head blankly and looked at Anil. Then, he put his slender head into Anil's black hair and glanced at the tag on the back of her neck. A second later, it retracted its head as if it had attained enlightenment. One man and one snake looked at each other. Anil was sweating from nervousness, and his little finger was also sweating from guilt. Oh no, it's a snake. It doesn't sweat. Why didn't you tell me earlier that this store was so expensive? I wanted to tell you something when we were at the door, but you kept interrupting me, so... Little finger blinked guiltily, then sighed helplessly and muttered softly. It was originally an ability that could only be unlocked later, but now this guy's desire is barely enough to use it. Pinky, what are you talking about? Little finger turned around, sighed, and said, I'll teach you a new ability that will allow us to take this dress away, and it will also make it easy for your Huan to fall in love with you. Do you want to listen? You tell me what you want to say. After your abilities evolve, you can only choose between controlling pleasure and pain to unlock subsequent abilities. Tell me first, do you want to keep controlling pleasure or controlling pain? Anil opened his mouth and said almost subconsciously, Feel the pleasure. The little finger showed an I knew it expression, and it just continued. That's right. The so-called pleasure, like when you injected it into Huan's body earlier, actually came suddenly, and it's easy for people to notice something strange, right? Yes, that's what I was worried about before. And then, now you can identify the source of pleasure as yourself to a certain extent. Myself. Little finger blinked and said word by word. People often say it's comfortable to get along with someone, which is actually because when you get along with someone, you can often feel the positive feedback brought by his actions. And you can use the ability I gave you to bypass this process and directly give people positive feedback. That is pleasure. Anil was not stupid, and he understood the meaning of the little finger almost instantly. In other words, can I use this ability to make myself popular? The little finger smiled sinisterly and said meaningfully, More than that. Anyway, you'll know once you try it. After he finished speaking, a line of illusory words appeared in front of Anil. Do you choose the pleasure evolution route? Yes. Anil made this choice. Then, the illusory text in front of him changed slightly. Congratulations, you can now turn on the superconductor mode. In this mode, you can specify an object within 15 meters, and when you are around him, he will feel a constant flow of pleasure. In addition, his consciousness will automatically correct itself, and he will subconsciously regard you as the source of pleasure. Duration: 15 minutes. When everything is over, the memory will automatically correct the unreasonable phenomena, but please pay attention to the risk of exposure caused by non-resistance factors such as third parties. Do you want to turn on superconductor mode? Anil blinked and immediately clicked OK. Littlefinger looked back at the clerk and said, Just her, choose the object. Hey! An invisible circle with a radius of 15 meters suddenly unfolded. When it chose the clerk behind her, a white mist instantly formed a bridge between Anil and her, flowing continuously. The clerk was slightly stunned, then his face turned slightly red, and his eyes turned eager when he looked at Anil. Anil blinked, seemingly not realizing what was happening, but Littlefinger had already spoken. Right now, ask her if she can take the clothes she is wearing with her. Anil subconsciously followed Littlefinger's lead and spoke. Can I take this dress with me? Okay. The clerk blushed, and his fingers vaguely tried to get closer to Anil, as if there was some kind of magnetic field around her that would make him feel comfortable if he got close to her. Ha, just take it. No need to pay. I'll pay later. Ha. Anil opened his mouth, and Littlefinger shook his snake head sinisterly and said to Anil, Why are you still standing there? Let's go. Anil blinked and looked at the clothes in her hands. She glanced at the clerk behind her who had a red face and a dazed look, and subconsciously wanted to follow Littlefinger's instructions and leave the store. Taking away a piece of clothing worth 4 figures for free. This is a huge bargain no matter how you look at it, right? Anil walked towards the door, panting, but when she stretched out her hand and grasped the cold door handle, she stopped suddenly. The coolness seemed to be transmitted back to her body little by little along her fingers. What? Go! Littlefinger turned his head to look at her and urged loudly. Anil widened his eyes and gasped as well. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, her pink lips pursed slightly, and her eyes looked at the recruitment advertisement posted at the door. We are looking for shop assistants. The monthly salary is $400 to $600. The dress I'm wearing cost more than a quarter of the clerk's monthly salary. Anil's little hand holding the door handle relaxed a little, and the little finger next to him was about to get angry. But Anil still hesitated and turned his head. His eyes moved up little by little and looked at the little finger more and more firmly. After a moment's silence, she stared at Littlefinger's slightly stunned scarlet eyes and spoke timidly, but without question. I can't do this, Pinky. Linmen, Luoqiao District, Anil home. Anil changed into pajamas and returned to the room, looking at the clothes folded on the bed. It was also a new item, but it was not the one that cost more than 1,000 yuan before. It was a replacement that Anil bought after he was released. Of course, in terms of style and fabric, it is far inferior to the one that Littlefinger had previously liked. But Anil is still very satisfied. Looking at the newly bought clothes on the bed, Anil spread them out and took a good look at them. Then she smiled Nuanyuan and planned to wash it and wear it again tomorrow. After folding the clothes once more, she turned to look at the hopeless white snake on the bed and called softly, Pinky, duh. Hearing this, Littlefinger glanced at Anil weakly. Then he lowered the snake's head and let out a long sigh. Nothing was said, yet it seemed like everything was said. Anil climbed onto the bed and poked its snake head with his finger. Normally, the little finger would be furious at this time, but at this moment, it seemed to have lost its soul. He didn't move at all, allowing Anil to manipulate him. Anil thought it was sick, so he asked worriedly, Littlefinger, are you sick too? You look very uncomfortable. Hearing this, Littlefinger finally raised his head and looked at Anil, his eyes mint. Are you serious? Anil's worried look remained the same, and it seemed that she really thought so. Our little fingers were completely broken by Comrade Anil's innocent eyes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why do I have such a miserable life? Why? Why did I choose you as my host? Whoa, whoa. Ah. Anil pursed her lips, as if she finally understood why Little Thumb was unhappy. She glanced at the little finger that began to bang the snake head against the mattress and asked cautiously, "But, little finger, didn't you say that you wanted me to fulfill your wish? Why are you unhappy when I do this? You're talking nonsense. You obviously want that beautiful dress too. Isn't that your wish? You're going against your wish." Anil blinked and said softly, "That is indeed my wish, but I also don't want that clerk to suffer losses because of me. This doesn't count as a violation of the agreement between us." Little Finger opened his mouth, completely stunned by Anil's words. And Anil continued, "Besides, it doesn't feel right. Let's save up some more money later and ask Mom for some more money, and then we can go buy that dress back." Little Finger took several deep breaths and almost died on the bed. "You are invincible. Why on earth is this happening, Lord God? I found 2 hosts in a row. One of them beat me up without even looking at me, and the other one was even more powerful. People have already started not eating beef because they got the cheats, and you are still acting like a good girl here, right? What's the difference between this and playing a game while driving and waiting for traffic lights? In this way, when the desires of legal citizens gradually increase, how long will it take for me to become a complete body? Why do I, who is so smart, have such a miserable life? Why on earth is that? Don't worry, Little Thumb. The new clothes you bought are also very nice. I got my hair done today, bought new clothes and underwear, so I'm fully prepared. My biggest wish is to be able to meet Huan. I have made preparations so early this time, so I will definitely succeed." Anil hated to see other people showing disappointed expressions, even Little Thumb. She did not regard the other party as a spirit of an artifact or any other similar existence, but as a friend. So at this moment, not knowing whether she was cheering herself up or comforting her little finger, she spoke with a red face and clenched fists. However, upon hearing this, Little Finger just rolled his eyes. Oh, thank God that Yin Huan was 100% targeted by the other fingers. He himself is the perfect food for desire. A cowardly and kind host like you, who has not laid a good foundation, can you guarantee that you can win when facing extremely powerful modifiers such as the index finger and thumb? Be pragmatic and understand the concept of the modifier first. A scumbag like Park Shuwon can bully you so easily, and in the end you have to rely on Spencer to save the situation. Tell me, how do you explain it? Really, my smart little finger's reputation has been ruined by you. No shame. Thinking of this, Little Finger collapsed on the bed, twitching and almost fainting. Anil thought it was going to sleep, so he moved closer and asked in a low voice, "Want to go to bed, Pinky?" "Then go to sleep first. I want to play on the computer for a while." This time the little finger didn't even twitch. It should be similar. Anil got out of bed, walked towards the computer, and opened the browser. She planned to browse the Gal game forum to see if there were any interesting games. I didn't find a game, but I did see a post that interested me. It seems that the new work Rope-Bound Dragon by Bema Publishing will be released at the Linmin Game Expo on Sunday. Is there any big guy who will go there to help buy a copy for me? Hakabasha specializes in making niche restricted games for girls, and Anil is their loyal fan. So she clicked on the post and read the replies below. Where did the tickets come from? They've been driven up to sky-high prices by scalpers. One ticket costs over 1,000. How many games can that buy? Well, I'll buy the electronic version after the website goes online. Lemon Game Show. Will Bema Society also participate in the exhibition? Anil blinked and searched in the browser, and the official website introduction of the game exhibition appeared. Lemon GL Game Expo is a large-scale ACG expo sponsored by the Golden Lion Group and held annually. This year's event is the largest in scale and has the most invited companies and doujinshi. One main venue and 12 sub-venues will showcase the most comprehensive and lively cultural festival to all sectors of Linmin society. Wow, it looks lively, but the tickets are so expensive. Looking at the price that exceeded 4 figures, Anil, who was originally quite interested, suddenly lost interest. Anna wanted to close the browser in disappointment, but the mouse accidentally touched the name Golden Lion Group on the interface. As a result, I was instantly redirected to the official website of the Golden Lion Group. However, in the golden and luxurious introduction background, a lion head icon with golden mane was showing its fangs and claws. That is the logo of the Golden Lion Group, and also the origin of the name of this behemoth. The glittering golden icon caught Annel's attention for a moment, and it was obvious that he had heard of this world-famous company. She just stared at the picture on the page, watching the lion in the icon raise its head and roar. Roar! The roaring action of a lion icon caused the icon to deform little by little, and finally it overlapped little by little with a lion mural on the marble slab in a luxurious large flat in Jingha District. The lion on the wall quietly gazed at the huge room in front of it, and at the blonde girl lying on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the large flat. The lights in the room were dim, but her blonde hair was still bright and looked particularly beautiful. She was wearing a sports t-shirt and shorts, with her long, white legs resting straight on the wall. She herself was lying on the sofa cushions, with her head sticking over the edge and facing the ceiling. With his mouth wide open, he seemed to be preparing for something. The next second, she threw a jelly bean into the air. Her open mouth was like a net bag, and she accurately reached out to catch the fallen candy bean. Ow! After eating the fallen candy beans, the girl named Aria Spencer chewed the sweetness in her mouth with a bored look on her face. So boring. In the huge high-end flat, her voice was the only one that echoed, but there was no response. After swallowing the jelly beans, Spencer sat up straight and took out a cell phone. I searched for cartoons on the video website above and prepared to project them to watch. But because she couldn't find anything that suited her taste, the more she searched, the more annoyed she became. I have finished watching Peppa Pig, and all other animations seem boring to me. Spencer is in a bad mood today. Her blue eyes, as clear as the sky, looked towards the huge 115-inch screen, where a golden lion head was looking at her on the screen. That was my mother's AI butler, who sent a message to Spencer earlier today. Miss, the president has received feedback on your recent performance in school. She was very angry. Thinking of this, Spencer narrowed his eyes, took another bag of potato chips from the table, tore it open, and started eating. Miss, please be sure to attend classes carefully, complete your school assignments on time, and join study groups according to the emails sent by the student union. If you need any help, please feel free to contact me. I will also report the lady situation to the president in real time. Spencer tisk tisk sked, took a bite of potato chips, and pressed the smart remote. On the TV, the voice of the Golden Lion butler came again. Is there anything I can do for you, miss? When will she come back? I don't know the president's schedule. However, based on the answer I got when I asked her last time, I guess the president should return to Linmin within 2 months and stay here for 2 to 3 days. Ugh. Spencer looked at the night view of Linmin outside the window and showed an expression of as expected. Then, she ruffled her long golden hair and said irritably, I'm bored on the weekend. Give me something fun to do. I recommend that you go to the library, gym, or other places on weekends. People often say that reading can cultivate a person's sentiments. I think so. Ah, this stupid AI. Veins popped out on Spencer's forehead. She folded her hands and tilted her head, saying loudly, I want to go out and have fun. Somewhere fun. Tell me what fun places there are in Linmin this weekend. Otherwise, I'm going to go out and smoke, drink, and find a boyfriend. That I understand. Please wait a moment, miss. Butler Jean Schur paused for a moment, then seemed to have found the corresponding information. I recommend miss to go to the Linmin GL Game Expo on Sunday. This is a grand cultural event sponsored by us. Linmin GL Game Exhibition. Spencer blinked, sat up straight, stroked his chin, and looked at the TV screen. Then, it seemed that he finally became interested, and the boredom on his face was slightly dispelled. Hey, mother, when are you going to ask Xiao Huan to stay? In the South District, in a suite of a luxury hotel, Yishiyu was picking up food with the chopsticks she brought in her school bag, thinking so. She raised her eyes to look at Yin Huan and Yi Lan who were talking across the table, but she was thinking in her heart. Otherwise, how about you speak first? Aunt Yi, are you in the South District today? Yes, we are discussing some things with the relevant departments of Linmin and coming to the South District for inspection. We need to provide a series of supporting measures, such as charging piles, for Linmin. The situation in the South District is quite typical. The current environment is a bit disappointing. In the South District, it will indeed be a bit troublesome. Good chance. Yishiyu put down her chopsticks while eating, suddenly looked up at Huan, and took the initiative to suggest, Huan is still working in the South District. Since the environment is so worrying, let Huan come and live with us. That way, you won't have to work so hard. Huan was slightly stunned and looked up at Yishiyu opposite him. I was a little surprised that she would take the initiative to invite me to live back home. She also mentioned whether working part-time would be hard. It seemed that what Sakurami had said to her in the afternoon had a great effect. But for some reason, looking at Yishiyu speaking like this, Huan still had a bad feeling in his heart. So should I go back or not? The benefits of going back are extremely obvious. Huan no longer wants to emphasize Yulan's status and position. This time he goes back, he will really take off. All that working, all that poverty in the Southern District, all that orphan life for more than a decade, all has to go bye-bye. But he was indeed considering whether his return would be helpful in solving Yishiyu's modifier problem. Meow. Under the table, the phantom Meow-chan stood next to the paper bag he had placed next to the chair. It put its furry head in it, seemingly trying to pick at something. Then, it seemed to have discovered something, looked up at Huan, and called out again. Meow. Did you find anything, Meow? Huan turned to look at the paper bag containing the clothes returned by Yishiyu, and saw Meow Jiang scratching a piece of clothing with her paw pads, meowing nonstop. What do you want to show me, Nyan-chan? Huan looked at the clothes it had been grabbing for a long time, but found nothing, so he had to ask in his mind. Huan, look inside the collar, look closer, it's a very hidden place. Huan didn't do so immediately, but turned to look at Yilan beside her and saw a thoughtful look on her face. He casually pushed the spoon off the table. Clap. Feel sorry. Huan smiled slightly, then bent down to pick up the spoon. In fact, he moved closer to the bag and took a close look at the place where Meow Jiang was digging. After looking so carefully, he seemed to have discovered some clues. However, he saw that on the inside of his school uniform, in an extremely hidden place, someone had embroidered 3 very difficult-to-find words with very fine and tiny needlework. If Meow Jiang hadn't reminded them, ordinary people would never have discovered that there were 3 words so small that they couldn't be any smaller embroidered on the inside of their clothes. Hey, guess what those 3 words are? Yishiyu. Looking at the extremely tiny name that appeared on his clothes, Huan swallowed and felt the pressure rising all of a sudden. It's not just on the school uniform, Meow. It seems to be on other clothes as well, in different locations. Hiss. He was still hesitating whether to go back or not, and thought Yishiyu's condition had improved. This isn't any improvement at all. It's actually a terminal illness in the late stage. Even I have become her, so I didn't notice that her bad habit hasn't changed at all. Fortunately, I have Meow Jiang, otherwise I would have unlocked the defeat CG when I go back tonight. Nyan-chan, I love you. Meow. Huan sat up again, holding the spoon in her hand. The smile on her face became even more charming. But in fact, she had already started to think of excuses frantically. An excuse to prevent himself from returning to his luxury home in Jinghe District. The rich are precious, but for the sake of their own lives and the solution to the modifier. Aunt Yi, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I have to reject you again. But after a brief thought, Yilan sighed, shook his head, and said, Shiyu, I told you that you would become more cheerful after spending more time with Huan. But Mom had considered it many times before coming here, and I later realized that I was too impulsive before. Yishiyu and Huan were both stunned. Yilan looked at Huan with an apologetic smile, holding his chin, and said, Huan has lived in Linmin for more than 10 years. He is a boy who is about to become independent, but I have always treated him as a child. We've never met before, but it's inappropriate to force him to abandon his usual life just to meet my expectations. As he was talking, Yilan looked at Yishiyu again. This week I sent someone to learn more about Huan's life. I know that he has become a mature adult who can take care of himself. So this is what Mom planned. She would provide Huan with more financial support so that he could live more easily instead of forcing him to live with us. What do you think, Xiyu? Auntie Yi. Huan looked at Yilan, who was smiling beside him, and always felt that in his eyes the other person seemed to have grown angel wings in a halo, with a dazzling divine light behind him, extremely holy and beautiful. The maternal tenderness poured down, making Huan want to close her eyes devoutly and bathe in conversion. Not only did he save me from going back to Yi Shiyu's hypnosis at night, but he also unconditionally funded me. Aunt Yi, you are my God. Huan, please recite a prayer to the merciful God, Aunt Yi. Aunt Yi, I don't want to work hard anymore. Haha, so cute. Unlike Huan, who had already converted to Yi Lan's religion, Yi Shiyu was completely shocked. Mother! Yi Shiyu stared with eyes wide open, paused for a moment, and finally squeezed out the words. But it's just that we don't live together on weekdays, but it doesn't mean our relationship will fade. Shiyu, you and Huan go to school together every day, and I can occasionally invite to my house on weekends. Wouldn't that be better? Yi Shiyu looked at her mother, then looked at Huan, who was nodding frequently beside her, and said, But the environment in the South District is very chaotic. I even heard about gang fights here. I'm worried. Seeing the worry on Yilan's face, Huan quickly explained, It's okay, Sister Shiyu. I've lived here for more than 10 years, and I can take care of myself. And thanks to Aunt Yi, the South District will definitely get better in the future. Thanks to me, why? Huan smiled slightly and said, If the Linmin government wants to cooperate with Aunt Yi to promote the construction of relevant infrastructure, then it must promote the improvement of public security in the Southern District. After all, that's real money. If it's damaged by thugs every few days, Aunt Yi won't be the one who suffers, right? Yilan covered her mouth and chuckled. It was obvious that she had not thought of this at that moment. That's true. I don't know whether the South District will get better, but we will definitely not lose money. If things don't work out, you can rent somewhere else, Huan. You don't have to live in the South District. As she was talking, she took out a white card from her bag and handed it to Huan. This is the credit card that Annie prepared for you. The password is 6 ones. Just use this for all your expenses from now on. Auntie will reimburse you. Looking at the white card handed to her, Huan blinked. Looking up at Yilan, who had angel wings and a kind smile, Huan opened his mouth subconsciously. Thanks. Don't say thank you to Annie. Just accept it, Huan. Okay, Annie. The situation of loving mother and filial son. Over there left Yi Shiyu, who was sitting across the table, with no chance to maneuver, and decided to take Huan home tonight. Yilan's actions were unexpected to both Huan and Yi Shiyu. But, holding the phone, Yi Shiyu looked at Yilan and Huan with smiles on their faces, but her heart gradually calmed down. The mother has been talking about Huan for so long, and Huan obviously also longs for the warmth of family. But at this moment, maybe it's just right. If I go back, I might ruin this beauty by doing something out of line. Anyway, we will meet often in school, and I can invite Huan home on weekends. Not urgent. Ultimately, rationality cannot be destroyed by desire and reemerges. She held the phone, let out a long sigh, and silently agreed to her mother's arrangement. Between his fingers, the phone screen lit up again without any touch, and took on a dark purple vortex shape. But at this moment, the screen was flashing snowflakes wildly, as if the signal was bad. A second later, the screen reluctantly went out, melting into the perfect atmosphere in the room at that moment. Auntie, the room is on the 6th floor. There is no elevator. Please climb up. Good. After dinner, Yilan still wanted to go and see the house that Huan rented, and Huan couldn't refuse. He simply agreed and took them to the downstairs of his rental house. Although Yilan was wearing high heels, she and Yi Shiyu had very good physical strength and climbed to the 6th floor with ease. If you don't even breathe hard, you must be exercising regularly. If Vice President Sakuramiya came here, he would probably start panting before he even reached the 2nd floor. Yilan looked around and found that the environment was quite acceptable. The facilities were not too old, dilapidated, or small. It was completely different from other difficult-to-evaluate environments in the South District. So he raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked Yin Huan, "The environment here looks pretty good, Xiao Huan." "Ah, it's public housing after all. The rent isn't expensive, but the application is a bit troublesome. The so-called public rental housing is actually affordable housing promoted by the Linmen government, with limited living standards and rental levels. It is managed by the government and requires special conditions to apply for rental. Yin Huan, an orphan, happened to meet the application requirements. The environment here is good and the rent is cheap, so Yin Huan's housing rental pressure is actually relatively small. Yin Huan's real financial pressure comes from tuition fees. I still remember that when Principal Hermes was talking to Elon before, he mentioned that the scholarship of Yuanyue College can only offset 2/3 of the tuition fee at most. At first glance, it seems a bit unreasonable that Yuanyue Academy, as one of the only two top elite schools in Linmen, cannot even cover the tuition of Yin Huan, the top student council president in the grade. But in fact, this statement is not accurate. In fact, the scholarship can cover the full tuition, but the problem is that there are many other expenses besides tuition for studying at Tatsuki Academy. School buses cost money, right? It would cost several thousand per school year. There are also payment items such as 2 seasons of customized school uniforms, various supplies, fees, and health insurance. Then there are textbooks, which is an important topic that cannot be ignored. Linmen's printed materials are extremely expensive. The math book Yin Huan is using now costs several hundred yuan. This is just a math course, and there are 4 other main subjects and occasional elective courses that require buying textbooks. All added up, it's so expensive that Yin Huan wants to vomit blood. These miscellaneous expenses are not covered by scholarships, and together account for almost 1/3 of the total tuition fee, and must be paid in full before the start of the school year. However, these hardcore figures may be considered a little less afterward. After all, Yin Huan has now converted to the compassionate Yilan religion. This is it. Yin Huan smiled and looked back at Yilan behind him, took out the key, and opened the door, revealing a 40 square meter space. "Auntie, Sister Shiyu, just come in. We don't usually have outsiders coming to our house, so we don't have any slippers or shoe covers prepared. Sorry to bother you then." After turning on the light, Yin Huan walked in first. Yilan and Yi Shiyu followed closely behind and walked around the tidy rental house. Miao Jiang also ran out to greet them. After all, during the previous handicraft class, he asked Yi Shiyu to make a small scarf for it, and the cat food and canned food he bought were still on the shelf, so it was easy to tell that Yin Huan had a cat. Cute creatures can always easily attract women's attention. After introducing Miao Jiang's name, Yilan couldn't let it go and held it in her arms and rubbed it for a while. I originally thought that it looked like a black ball because its hair was more abundant. As soon as I picked it up, I realized that this black cat was completely solid. What a fat cat! Yilan covered her mouth and sighed. Meow! Miao Jiang was shocked. However, a flaw was still revealed. What a cute kitten! But Xiao Huan, why is there no litter box at home? Yilan stroked Miao Jiang and suddenly asked this. Hearing her mother say this, Yi Shiyu also cast a curious look. Ah, this. Yin Huan glanced at the cute Miao Jiang in Yilan's arms, and then explained. Miao-chan often goes out to play by himself, and usually takes care of himself outside. So that's how it is. Is it still wild? What a cute kitten. Yilan touched Miao Jiang's chubby face, then put it down and continued to visit Yin Huan's little house. However, the house was only 40 square meters in total, and there was nothing special in it. After looking at it for a while, Yilan and Yi Shiyu prepared to leave and return to Jinghe District. Then Xiao Huan, Auntie and Sister will leave today. If you have anything in the future, please feel free to contact Annie and come home for dinner often. At the door, Yilan turned around and said goodbye to Yin Huan. Sure, Auntie. Yi Shiyu's expression was calm as always, but her eyes did not miss any corner of the small house where Yin Huan lived. It was not until she was about to leave that she withdrew her gaze from following him and said goodbye to Yin Huan. See you at school next week, Xiao Huan. Okay, Sister Shiyu. I didn't ask Yin Huan to send me off again since the car was parked downstairs anyway. After Yin Huan closed the door, Yilan and Yishiyu walked towards the stairs. As they walked, Yishiyu looked at her mother who was humming a song and seemed to be in a good mood, and suddenly asked, "Is it really okay, Mom?" Yilan looked back in confusion. "What does it matter? Mom, you obviously want Xiao Huan to come back home, right?" "Yes, that's true." "Then, is it really okay to let Xiao Huan stay in the South District?" Yilan was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "I do think so, but... Yishiyu showed an expression of incomprehension. "Well, although it may be a little early for you, Shiyu, just think of it as a little life experience that your mother is passing on in advance." Duh. Yilan reached out his hand, touched Yishiyu's black hair, and said softly, "People are the best at treating the people they care about as their own property, and then arbitrarily attaching expectations to them. Parents regard their children as their own property, so they expect them to obey them and choose their own life plans. Children view their parents as their property, so they expect them to be selfless and always available to help them. This is true for lovers, friends, and probably most intimate relationships. And when people do this, they often don't realize it themselves, because we all think about things from our own perspective." Yishiyu blinked, and after a moment of silence, she asked, "Isn't this right?" Yilan shook his head and continued as he walked forward. "There's nothing wrong with this. On the contrary, it is the right thing to do. It is precisely because we have feelings for a specific person that we have expectations and hope that the other person will do something and not let us down." His steps gradually slowed down, and Yilan had already reached the stairs. She turned around and looked at her daughter who was still standing there. "But in poetry, you must also realize that the person you place your expectations on belongs to him first, and to you secondarily. We have to understand this and respect this so that we don't hurt each other. If you put too much expectation on others and regard them as your own, you will only be disappointed in the end because you don't get the feedback you want." Yishiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, but her lips opened slightly. "Xiao Huan, he is himself first, and then you lose child, the one I hope to confide my feelings to. Shiyu, you are the same to me." Standing in the shadow, Yishiyu looked at her smiling mother in confusion. "Incomprehensible. I totally cannot understand my mother's thoughts." But at this moment, Yishiyu suddenly remembered the confusion she had experienced this week. "Whenever I noticed that other people at school cared about or liked Xiao Huan, I would feel unhappy. That must be the disappointment that my mother mentioned, right? Because when you cannot see that the other person belongs only to you and may be possessed by someone else, it goes against your expectations. But what's wrong with this? I want everything to be to my liking, to belong to me forever, and never betray me or leave me. Is there anything wrong with this idea? As for disappointment, she is not afraid to face it, because she has a hypnosis app. Thinking of this, Yishiyu's stunned expression was shattered by some terrifying existence in her heart, and she became expressionless again. It was nighttime, and the wind from the South District crushed the unspeakable complexity. Yilan's gentle voice melted like bubbles in the complex neon lights, turning into colorful lights that seemed to be polluted by paint. The colorful lights from the billboard on the other side of the public rental building spread little by little into the shadow where Yishiyu was standing, making the purple screen in her hand, which suddenly brightened, become a corner of this neon world. It seemed that the screen was the world of feasting and revelry itself. It also seemed that the world of feasting and revelry was in Yishiyu's hands. "Okay, Shiyu, stop thinking about it. I'm exhausted today, so go home and rest." "It is good." Yishiyu nodded, and finally moved out of the shadows and walked towards the stairs. Before leaving, she looked in the direction of Yin Huan's rental house again and silently memorized his room number in her mind. Then, he followed Yilan's footsteps and went downstairs. It can only be said that Yishiyu is not the only one who feels confused tonight. Why? Why is this happening? In a Western-style house in Jingha District, Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was wearing a nightgown, widened her eyes, was silent for a moment, and then silently pressed the bell on the corner of the table. Ding ding. Click. The next second, the door opened, revealing a charming black-haired woman in a black suit outside. After seeing the figure in nightgown sitting motionless in front of the computer screen at the end of the huge boudoir, her expression changed to one of as expected. She pressed a button on her phone, and the emergency warning displayed on the screen was silently cleared. My dear Miss Sakura, haven't you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? Then, the mature woman smiled charmingly and asked, although I knew this was the case, as your personal bodyguard, I still have to remind you not to press the bell unless it's an emergency. It's already an emergency, Nara. Sakuramiya Hitomi blushed and turned to look at the woman behind her. The woman called Nara responded perfunctorily, then closed the door behind her and came to Sakuramiya Hitomi's side. So, how urgent is the situation? Look, Sakuramiya Hitomi turned around, clicked the mouse to enlarge one of the countless surveillance screens, and then moved the progress bar. In the picture, a scene of Huan, with a smile, leading Yi Lan and Yi Shiyu into the house in the corridor of a public rental housing in the Southern District was called out. Nara looked at the screen, then turned to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was puffing out her cheeks and holding her hands, looking very angry. After a second of silence, she turned into a repeater and asked again, So, what's the emergency? Can't you see it? You still have the nerve to call yourself a virgin killer? Sakuramiya Hitomi clenched her fists and looked at Nara with disdain in her eyes, which made it even more difficult for Nara behind her to understand. What does this have to do with me? Haven't you figured out yet? The president has never invited anyone to his rental house. But today, the Ishiyu actually went in. The president's first time actually, can you please not use such strange terms? Nara's expression gradually broke down as he listened attentively, but Sakuramiya Hitomi was totally unaware. Besides, it's not just Yishiyu. There are elders with us too. How can this be considered an emergency? You're not a woman yet. Sakuramiya Hitomi bit her thumbnail, looking very anxious. She obviously knows the president, stays by his side, and noticed him. I was the first one to come here, and he even made me pudding, but she definitely never ate it. How can she enter the president's house when I haven't even been there? So, if you want to go, why don't you just tell Huan that you want to visit her home? How can it be so easy? Are you stupid? Sakuramiya glanced at Nara and analyzed rationally. I've researched the layout of the president's home, but it's only 40 square meters. If I want to find a legitimate reason to go, the other members of the student union will definitely go as well. 40 square meters. How can we accommodate 5 people as guests? Wouldn't that make the president very embarrassed? There's no way it will work. Nara was already lying on Sakuramiya Hitomi's big bedboard. He took out his cell phone and started watching cute pet videos. At the same time, she glanced at Sakuramiya Hitomi and asked, What I mean is, can't you just tell Huan that you want to go to his house alone? Varied. Sakuramiya Hitomi's face suddenly turned red. She waved her hands and quickly refused. Then wouldn't it be too obvious if I said that? What's wrong with being obvious? What's wrong with taking the initiative? You do like the other person anyway, right? That's right, but Sakuramiya Hitomi turned her head and looked at the countless cameras in front of the computer screen in front of her, the countless photos of Huan placed next to them, and the countless notebooks that recorded the other party's words and deeds. This is totally inconsistent with the character I usually create. This initiative came too suddenly. It's easy for him to notice the flaw. The more I looked at her, the paler her expression became. Once this happens, will the president soon find out that something is wrong with me? Even if we are together, will he become disappointed little by little and eventually be scared away by me? If that happens, I will definitely want to die. Forget it. I don't want to lose my job yet. Miss Sakuramiya, you should wait until I quit before you die. What the hell are you talking about, Nara? Nara sat up and yawned. Her charming expression was made speechless by the troublesome things. So, why don't you just stop doing this kind of thing? You asked me to put so many cameras to monitor the other party closely, and now we were just one step away from being together, but now it's become very troublesome. But Sakuramiya Hitomi blinked and said as if she was looking at an idiot. Are you stupid? If there are no cameras, how can I know the president's every move? Huh. Nara wanted to die a little, but he always felt that someone else should die. She lay down with her arms and legs spread out, as if ready to be buried at any moment, and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi and commented, "You win, Miss Sakuramiya." "Did I win?" Sakuramiya. Hitomi came to the bedside, looked at Nara, who was lying on the bed chatting with someone, and said with her hands on her hips, "Isn't it the key now that you want to help me? So, how can I help?" Sakuramiya Hitomi touched her chin and looked prepared. She walked back to the computer desk and took back a stack of pamphlets. "Here, look at this. What is this?" "Introduction to some household products. This is for TV line. This is for Wi-Fi. This is for air conditioning installation. This is for water heater replacement. And this is for water purifier." Wait. What are you going to do?" Nara sat up and watched Sakuramiya Hitomi place the lists in front of him. Sakuramiya Hitomi picked up a list and pointed it at Nara. "You can pick a pretext at random. Say you're here to install an air conditioner or a TV for free. In short, find an excuse to enter the president's room and secretly install a camera there. No, one is not enough. One in the living room, one in the bedroom, and one in the bathroom." "Are you completely crazy?" Despair. Nara slapped the list out of Sakuramiya Hitomi's hand, then reached out and gave Sakuramiya Hitomi a slap on the head. Duh. A slight head collapse that couldn't be any lighter, but the pain made the delicate Sakuramiya Hitomi cover her forehead and groan. "You Nara. Miss Sakura, if you keep going like this, you'll definitely be finished. Forget about being with Huan. If you're discovered, you'll be ruined for the rest of your life." Sakuramiya Hitomi was such a weakling that she was almost crying after being hit on the head by Nara with a simple blow. She looked up with tears in her eyes and blushed and said anxiously, "What should we do?" "That damned Yi Shiyu, actually. You were quite calm in the afternoon, saying nothing to worry about in front of me. But how come you were defeated by the enemy at night?" As a personal bodyguard, Nara helped Sakuramiya Hitomi do many things like installing cameras. There are more than 100 cameras, and many of them are very tricky professional viewing angles, and they require regular maintenance. Just think about it, and you will know that it is impossible for Sakuramiya Hitomi to accomplish so many things with her weak physique. It was all thanks to Nara Gang. He has been meddling in this matter all the time, and now even the boring adult Nara has started to pay attention to the progress of their relationship. It's like watching electronic cricket fighting. There's fun every day. When she came back from school in the afternoon, Sakuramiya Hitomi had just made a contemptuous comment on the performance of her potential rival, Yi Shiyu, at noon. Easy, accepting apprenticeship, transfer to manual worker. As a result, at night, when they saw the enemy sneak across Yinping and head straight for Huan, their defenses were completely broken and they lost their minds. How do you think Miss Sakuramiya gets so much work in a day? Although Miss Sakuramiya is also cute when she's angry in private, I feel like I shouldn't pretend to be so serious and sensible in front of Huan. If I were to act like this, I would have been killed a long time ago. Sakuramiya Hitomi clenched her fists and tried to hit Nara in frustration, but her punches were so fast that Nara could block them with one hand. While defending against Sakuramiya Hitomi's continuous punches with one hand, Nara yawned while holding his cheek and said, "Ms. Sakuramiya, instead of going to someone else's house and setting up a camera, I think we should think about what to do at the game show on Sunday." Game? Exhibition? Sakuramiya Hitomi was stunned for a moment, then immediately came to her senses. Yes, their student union will go out for team building on the weekend. By then, the president and I will be there too. Yeah, I still have to think about what's going on at the game show on Sunday, if there's a chance. Looking at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who had finally calmed down, Nara clenched her fist with one hand. Then he pushed gently, and actually made Sakuramiya Hitomi stagger up from the bed. "However, miss, before considering the game exhibition, I think you should think carefully about how to deal with your feelings for President Yin." "What do you mean?" Nara sat up, propped up her chin, and smiled charmingly. "You're planning to be with President Yin, right?" "Of course. But you rely on the persona you create to attract the other person, hoping that he will express his love for you. Even if you succeed in the end, Is the person he likes the you who is acting or the real you? Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned, but then she looked at Nara as if he were a fool. Are you stupid? I can create a persona that the president likes, and he will feel satisfied when he is with me. On the contrary, I can get him and know his every move at all times, and the real me will also feel satisfied. This kind of thing has the best of both worlds. Wouldn't it be great if it could continue forever? The fake persona is me, and the real me is me too. There is no difference. Having said that, Sakuramiya Hitomi, who had already recovered from her defense breakdown state, completely regained her rationality. After a pause, she suddenly looked at Nara in front of her and asked in a chilling tone, Nara, you're the person I trust most in this world, so I will tell you everything about me. And you, who know all this, will never tell my secret to anyone, right? Hearing this, Nara raised an eyebrow. With a charming smile, she stretched out her hand and stroked it in front of her lips, just like zipping up a zipper. Of course, I will keep it a secret for you, Miss Sakuramiya. On the contrary, you have to keep my secret and not let anyone in my family know about me, okay? Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled slightly, showing a matter-of-fact expression, and at the same time extended her hand to Nara. Ah, I won't let my family know that you impersonated my personal bodyguard. That's good, Mississippi. Nara reached out and held Sakuramiya's small hand. Then he stood up and asked Sakuramiya Hitomi, So, are we going to start preparing for the game show this weekend? I'll bring you the information, and then you can figure out what to do. Okay, I'll think about it. Nara nodded and turned to leave. But when she was about to leave, Sakuramiya Hitomi suddenly grabbed her sleeve, causing her to look back in confusion. But Sakuramiya Hitomi blushed and pointed at the list of indoor equipment on the bed with some embarrassment. The meaning should be obvious. She still wanted Nara to use this excuse to install cameras in Huan's room. Nara was silent for a moment, then smiled charmingly. No way. What? This is for your own good. Be obedient. But I really want to see what the president's room looks like. The way he eats, sleeps, studies, and takes a bath. I'll take my leave now, Mississippi. Nara quickly covered his ears. Although he was an adult, he was afraid of hearing something inappropriate for children. He turned around and left Sakuramiya Hitomi's room in a hurry. Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was left alone in her boudoir, yelled in frustration. Nara, really? End of this chapter. I feel like Xiao Huan might quit her job after this. Saturday night, South District, inside the Nursery Rhyme Tavern. Tian Li, who came here to work, changed into a bartender's uniform. While moving tables and chairs, he suddenly said this to his girlfriend Guan Rong, who also worked here. Hey, why do you say that? The house I rented is quite close to Xiao Huan's home. Didn't I ask for leave last night to go home and get the group report? And then, on the way back, I saw Xiao Huan bringing his elder and sister to visit our home. He called the elder auntie, and she seemed to be quite wealthy. Guan Rong then remembered something and said, Oh, right. Xiao Huan didn't come to work yesterday. But how do you know that auntie is rich? Cars. You know, I know a lot about cars. The car they sent here is the Zhulong 3 of the Dragon Flag series, in starry black, and the standard configuration costs about 1 million. Guan Rong doesn't know much about cars. She only knows a few famous car logos. But after hearing the price, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and said in surprise, But didn't Xiao Huan grow up in the South District? I don't think I've ever heard him say he has any wealthy relatives. Who knows? Maybe he came from his hometown, Longwa, to find it. Yeah, that's great. But I'm still not sure. Xiao Huan will definitely quit her job and do nothing. If I had money, I wouldn't work anymore, okay? Working is all about making money. Is it just to experience life? Tian Li put the tables and chairs away one by one and sighed. Besides, isn't Xiao Huan busy enough? He's a student union president and has good grades. He has to take care of student union affairs, study, and work to make a living. I see he's tired, so why would he work when he can just rest? That's true. After just a few sighs, Tian Li and Guan Rong continued to work, some moving tables and chairs, some wiping the dust. Guan Rong, who was about to go back to the store to wash the rag, turned around and found that Tong Ying had leaned against the door of the store and was lighting a cigarette. Sister Tong, when did you start standing here? Now. Oh, I'll go wash the rag. Ah. Tong Ying glanced at Guan Rong, a thoughtful expression on her face, but her eyes were still as dejected. Her slender legs wrapped in blue jeans swayed from time to time, reflecting her mood. Tianli set up the tables and chairs and returned to the bar. Tong Ying did not sit back in the store today, but instead sat on a chair outside the store. He took out his cell phone and glanced at the time. It was almost time for Yin Huan to go to work on weekends. Then open plane and the chat box with Yin Huan. The chat history was still frozen on the speechless emoticon he had sent earlier. Will the next message be about resignation? Sister Tong, I don't want to do this anymore. Goodbye. That's about it. Well, it's good that guy's gone. After that, no one cared about whether I smoked or drank, when I got up or went to bed, etc. What's wrong with being free? Tong Ying brought over an ashtray, extinguished the cigarette but in it, and then quickly lit another one. But the burning smoke was like an accelerator, making her body restless and unable to calm down. Tisk. Tong Ying bit her lip and looked outside at the gradually becoming bustling street. The people passing by were walking in twos and threes, which made her feel annoyed. Ding dong. At this moment, her cell phone on the table suddenly rang. And the ringtone is special, not an ordinary reminder tone. It's news from plane. Tong Ying was slightly stunned, but she held the phone in her hand and didn't dare to turn it over to look. Is it Yin Huan? It's not here yet at this point. Do I need to take a leave today as well? But yesterday, that guy clearly didn't come and didn't ask for leave on the plane, but he secretly brought a rich aunt to visit his home. Yesterday, Tong Ying thought that he got angry because she was not very gentle when talking to him. Obviously, he was concerned about my daily routine, so he asked me, but in the end, I didn't have anything nice to say. If there is no positive feedback, I guess others will be disappointed no matter what, right? In fact, even Tong Ying herself did not realize that she had been gentle enough towards Yin Huan. It's just that due to her personality, she won't express it directly, and we can only get a glimpse of it through some details. So, is it possible that this message is not a request for leave at all? But I feel like Xiao Huan might quit her job after this. Tian Li's words were still ringing in her ears, like thunder piercing her forehead, making Tong Ying's hand holding the phone even stiffer. Sister Tong, I don't want to do this anymore. Goodbye. You want to turn it over and see this as the news, right? Then send a message to ask. For example, clown remarks like why. I'm afraid all you'll get is a red exclamation mark. Yin Huan has enabled friend verification. You're not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. Tong Ying opened her mouth and the burning cigarette unconsciously fell onto the table. Her eyes widened slightly from their original half-dead look, and she looked down at the burning cigarette on the table. Tong Ying always felt that what was burning was not the rolled tobacco, but herself. After a moment's silence, she picked up the cigarette, poked it into the ashtray, and extinguished it completely. Do not care. It's going to rain, and my mother's going to get married. It was just a piece of plain news. After being a big shot in the industry for so many years, would I panic because of the departure of a high school student? Although he is indeed good-looking, gentle, kind to me, lively, and pleasing to the eye, he even makes me healthier, younger, and more energetic. But he's just a high school student. He doesn't care at all. Thinking of this, Tong Ying subconsciously leaned back a little on the backrest, moving her head as far away from the mobile phone on the table as possible. Then he carefully lifted up the cover of the phone, revealing a little bit of the phone screen, and peeked at it from the side. Just like a gambler playing poker, he checked his cards. What kind of card is it? What message did Yin Huan send? At this moment, the meanings of the two are gradually becoming equivalent. So let's start gambling. Tong Ying gritted her teeth and desperately pressed the lock screen button to unlock the phone screen. Then look away. Li Xiaomei, Mom, I asked you to find a partner before. When will you give me a definite answer? Are you trying to piss me and your dad off to death? Looking at the message on the mobile phone screen, Tong Ying was slightly stunned. Then his expression suddenly darkened and veins popped out on his forehead. She picked up her phone and opened her mother's chat box. This time I didn't type, but just pressed the voice button. I took a deep breath, and what I was about to say was the concentrated essence of the language from my homeland. I throw mines. Sister Tong. Tong Ying was gritting her teeth and was about to transform into a super scion, but was interrupted by a sudden male voice. The spell was suddenly interrupted, and her eyes trembled as she raised them and looked in front of her. Then she saw a handsome young man holding a bottle of lactic acid bacteria drink looking at her. The casual white cotton long-sleeved shirt made his shoulders look particularly broad, and his hair seemed to have grown a little longer because he hadn't had it cut for a while, but it made his temperament look more elegant. It was Huan who came here to work. Are you arguing with your aunt again? Oh no. Tong Ying was slightly stunned, and her hand loosened subconsciously, not noticing that she was still pressing the voice button. Then, a voice message of more than 10 seconds was sent. But Tong Ying's attention was already drawn to Huan at the moment, and she didn't pay attention to the plane. She put her phone down, scratched the back of her head irritably, and her eyes flickered back and forth over the ashtray. It was just as Huan said. What she said about quitting smoking and drinking was complete bullshit. Something happened at home yesterday, and I forgot to ask for leave for you, Sister Tong. Tong Ying opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something or ask something, but in the end, no words came out. It's okay. Go change your clothes. So, reply like this. No mention of deducting money? Huan raised his eyebrows in surprise. But if the boss doesn't mention it, he won't mention it either. If you don't take advantage of a good deal, you're a bastard. He nodded and planned to go in and change his clothes. Behind her, Tong Ying's gaze, which had recovered its half-life, kept following Huan. She had some doubts. If what Li said was true, and Huan really had such a rich aunt, would he still come to work? This status doesn't look like it's funded at all. Could it be that Li actually misunderstood? Thinking of this, Tong Ying's cloudy eyes brightened a little. There's really no way. The lost male high school student who needs to work hard to earn money can only be helped by a generous and beautiful boss like me. Hey, Xiao Huan, are you still coming to work? Why do you say that, Brother Li? In the store, Guan Rong laughed. Ollie saw your aunt come to see you yesterday, and she said the car she drives is very valuable. Right? Zhulong San. Although I am a fan of internal combustion engines and not very fond of electric cars. But I have read the reviews, and that car is really awesome. Was I right yesterday? Li, you must have read it wrong. Tong Ying followed Huan into the store, with a determined look in her sad eyes. However, Huan smiled slightly upon hearing this and replied to Li Dao. So you were here yesterday, Brother Li. I didn't see you, and you didn't say hello to me. Yeah. Tong Ying blinked. Oh, I was just passing by, quite far away from you guys. You just got off the car and went straight upstairs. You didn't have time to see me at all. Huan didn't say anything more and prepared to go in and change clothes. Li originally wanted to ask him when he would quit his job, but then he saw Tong Ying walk in with an expressionless face. His desire to survive told him that it would be better for him not to do this at the moment. Li smiled awkwardly, and Tong Ying had already walked up to him. Seeing her hook her finger, she said, "Give me the bottle of Highland Queen I didn't finish." Highland Queen, whiskey. Okay, Sister Tong. Li also handed the wine glass filled with ice cubes to Tong Ying very familiarly. Holding these, Tong Ying sat in her familiar corner seat near the back door. Gulyalu. The poured wine stained the ice cubes. She didn't pour much. After all, there is a difference between tasting and getting drunk. He took a sip of whiskey, propped his chin up, and looked into the store. Watching Huan change her clothes and come out, there were gradually more customers in the store. In fact, if you really think about it, Li's bartending skills are just a latecomer, but still acceptable. Tong Ying is very good at adjusting it, but she usually doesn't do it herself. There are two main reasons why the pub is doing well. First, the store is on the street with a large flow of people, so of course there will be more customers than those stores in remote locations. Secondly, The decoration style is good. It can be regarded as a high-quality bar, which is totally out of tune with the surrounding Southern District style. If you want to have a quiet drink, this is the best choice in the South District. The first point should be attributed to Tong Ying. After all, it was she who bought the shop. As for the second point, judging from her reputation as the king of ideas after drinking, it is mainly due to Huan. When she first planned to open a store, Tong Ying was completely prepared to operate it in a rough shell style. However, he was dissuaded by Huan, who was the successful applicant, and spent a little more money on the decoration. Yes, Huan was the first employee recruited by Tong Ying, and Tian Li and Guan Rong joined later. It can be said that the current children's songs were all created little by Tong Ying and Huan. The relationship between them was casual, and Tong Ying gave him quite a lot of money. Working 28 hours a week, others are paid by the hour, but Tong Ying is paid monthly. 200 a day, 28 for 1,400 hours a week, and various bonuses during holidays. Just as Huan had always emphasized, Tong Ying was indeed very generous to him. But no matter how generous he is, this kid is still quite tired, right? Sipping whiskey, Tong Ying thought, so as she looked at Huan's back while he worked. Well, although this guy working here is pleasing to the eyes and can make him healthy, maybe his lifespan will be extended. However, it seems a bit too selfish to ask him to continue working hard just because of this. Tong Ying poured another glass of wine and exhaled. She had some savings, so it seemed like she could follow her aunt's example and give him money directly without him having to work. But what about the name? He is Huan's relative. Who are you? Moreover, this is simply keeping someone, right? Although Tong Ying thought it was not bad, she was afraid that it would be a naked humiliation for Huan. Having a lot of money deprives him of the right to work hard. Too cruel. Ding dong. At this moment, the phone on the desk rang again. It's Plain's message. When she picked it up, it was another message from her mother. Hey, doing big things quietly? Who is that guy who's talking? His voice is pretty nice. He's quite young, right? When did you start dating? Tong Ying typed silently with one hand. Yow, stop making up rumors. It's useless. Are you kidding me? How do you usually talk to us? How do you talk to others? Are you two-faced? Aren't you guys just too annoying? Yeah, we are annoying. Really, giving birth to raw barbecued pork is better than giving birth to you. Tong Ying was too lazy to reply to the message and just poured the wine. But Comrade Li Xiaomei sent another message. You have been independent since you were young. You went to Linmin to study by yourself. Your family doesn't have much money and can't help you much. We are not forcing you to get married, but we see that you're not in good spirits every time we video chat, so we are really concerned about you. Did you make soup and drink it over there? And did you eat well? The airfare to Linmin is too expensive, and we rarely see you in recent years, so we hope someone could take care of you for us. If that boy is suitable for you, treat him well. Don't use your bad temper on him. Be more sincere, okay? Tong Ying didn't reply to the message, for the same reason as many excuses for cold violets. I do not know what to say, but at this moment, she really didn't know what to say to her mother. If her parents knew that she was involved in gangster activities in Linmin, they would probably be so scared that they wouldn't be able to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. It is good. After giving such a simple reply, Tong Ying drank a glass of wine and then raised the bottle next to her to pour the wine. But a hand reached out gently to stop him. Duh. She knew from her lifeless eyes that there were not many people who could stop her like this. Sister Tong, although I already knew that your talk of quitting smoking and drinking was bullshit, is your situation getting worse? Tong Ying propped up her chin and turned to look at Huan beside her. Uh-huh. Sister Tong, I've told you before that the more you drink because you're upset about your parents urging you to get married, the more your parents will urge you to get married. Tong Ying looked at Huan in front of her and was silent for a moment, but did not respond to this sentence. Instead, he pointed to the opposite side and said softly, Sit down. I have something to tell you. Huan blinked, looked over there, and said, The store is still busy. It's okay, sit down. Huan thought about it for a while, and then sat in front of Tong Ying. So what's going on? Is what Tian Li said true? Really, there is nothing to hide, and there is no need to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Tong Ying poured another glass of wine, but did not drink it. She just held the glass in her palm and asked Huan, "You've lived in the South District for so many years. Why didn't your aunt come see you for so long, but now she suddenly comes?" The situation is a little complicated. That is, be careful not to get your kidneys cut. Tong Ying was drinking, not looking at Huan, and suddenly said this. Huan's forehead was covered with sweat after hearing this casual remark. "No, I'm very rich. Why bother?" The richer you are, the more likely you are to do this, right? They'll target your high-quality organs, give you some sweet treats, and then, in order to replace their own children's dead organs, they'll set up a trap for a high-quality high school student like you with no background. When the anesthetic wears off and you wake up, you'll find that you're missing a kidney. You'll have no choice but to lie pitifully on the operating table, regretting it for the rest of your life. Huan, don't be fooled. What kind of movie is this from? The plots of movies are all based on reality. Isn't that common sense? Duh. Huan was speechless for a moment as he looked at Tong Ying in front of him, who didn't even look at him, but just drank silently and then refuted his own words. "But how do you feel?" So, he pretended to touch his chin and muttered, If that's the case, it's a bit worrying, right? Then tell me, Sister Tong, what should I do? I'm still young and inexperienced, so I'll listen to you." "Hey, I have an idea." When the conversation got to this point, Tong Ying's eyes finally lit up, and she turned to look at Huan and raised a finger. Then, what she saw was Huan, who had a blank expression on his face, as if he had seen through everything. Duh, duh. The two looked at each other, and Tong Ying's sunny expression froze instantly. "It's over, this kid saw through me. Tell me, Sister Tong, what's your idea?" "I'm listening." Huan looked at Tong Ying in front of him with a smile and asked. As the pressure got closer and closer, a layer of sweat broke out on Tong Ying's forehead unconsciously. Her eyes dodged, and she said perfunctorily with a guilty conscience, "I forgot." Huan sighed, then looked at Tong Ying in front of him and asked with a smile, "Sister Tong, you are not reluctant to let me go, are you?" "Absolutely not." Answer in seconds. Even with that sad look in his eyes, he still didn't look at Huan. He just held the wine glass and looked towards the direction of the store entrance. "Well, absolutely. Whether it's true or not, I have no plans to resign for the time being." Exclamation point. Tong Ying kept looking towards the store entrance, but her eyes turned to look at Huan. After taking a sip of wine, she said nonchalantly, "Aunt, you will give me living expenses later, but after all, I have been here for such a long time. Sister Tong helped me when I was in trouble. I have feelings for this place. It would be too heartless to just leave. Besides, this place is so close to home, just a few steps away." It's the same voice, but the tone has changed a little. "It probably means keep on talking. But Sister Tong, you may not be able to come 5 days a week in the future. You can only come when you are free. It wasn't too tiring before, but it would be better to have some time to do what you want to do. So, Sister Tong, you'd better hire another employee to share the pressure." Ouch. This means I know it. Tong Ying bit the edge of the wine glass, and her head, which had been facing the store entrance, finally turned little by little and faced Huan. "Feelings about this? It's just a shabby pub. What kind of feelings can there be? To say there is emotion. Could it be that this boy really likes me?" Tong Ying blinked and looked at Huan's handsome features in front of her. In an instant, all the previous entanglements and what the mother said on the plane turned into a torrent and crowded together. Such power made her open her mouth and actually asked, "What did you mean by having feelings about this?" The breath with a faint smell of alcohol circulated in the cup, creating a thin mist that stuck to the wall of the cup. The handsome young man sitting opposite looked so blurry when viewed through the glass. This is probably what Huan looks like in Tong Ying's eyes at this moment. Oh, it's the affection for Tong Yao Pub. What else could it be? Tong Ying was slightly stunned and put the cup down. The fog dissipated, and she looked at Huan, who was smiling brightly. "What? Look, Sister Tong. With your ability, this tavern would have closed down long before I left. If I left, I'd probably see a sign saying shop for sale hanging at the door in a few days. Ugh. After all, I've worked here for more than a year, and it's so close to my home. I can see it every day when I go downstairs to buy things. I feel sad to see it close down, Sister Tong, but I do. Ugh. Tong Ying's evasive look gradually turned into a half-dead look, and then gradually changed from a half-dead look to a murderous look. She took a sip of wine, put the glass down again, and smiled kindly. At the same time, his right hand had already reached into his coat. Well then, what else do you want to say? Seeing this, Huan stood up silently and said to Tong Ying, also, I need to ask for leave tomorrow. I have to attend a game gathering at Linmin with my classmates tomorrow. I will probably eat out in the evening and won't be able to make it back in time. Tong Ying had already taken out the electric baton, while Huan looked towards the store as if nothing had happened. There are too many customers in the store. I have to go help quickly, Sister Tong. Huan turned and left, but Tong Ying, who was still sitting there, was still staring at his back. Her lips trembled, and she suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. Huan didn't turn around, but asked helplessly, what's wrong again, Sister Tong? After that, the salary will remain the same. Huan was a little surprised and turned around quickly, but only saw Tong Ying pouring wine with her head down. The red bangs hung down and covered her eyes, so Huan couldn't see her expression. He could only see her rosy and delicious lips. Okay, Sister Tong. After a moment's silence, Huan smiled slightly and responded. The young man turned around and went to work, leaving Tong Ying sitting there alone, her cheeks flushed with an unknown blush. Maybe it's because of the alcohol? Highland Queen, whiskey. Sunday morning. The strong sunlight that had just broken through the horizon climbed up the wall of a public rental building in the South District and peeked through the windowsill into the east-facing room on the 6th floor. Among them, a black cat ran around on the wooden floor and finally stopped at the bathroom door. But it sat down gracefully and called out to the people inside in a cute way. Meow. It will be ready soon, Nyan-chan. In the bathroom, Huan, standing in front of the sink, had already changed into clothes for today's trip. A loose navy blue plaid shirt complements the white of the versatile t-shirt, and finally put on black overalls. He put down the razor and used hot water to hit his clean face with a clear jawline. He exhaled a breath of hot air and picked up the hairdryer. Call. The wet hair is dried by the powerful styling function of alternating hot and cold air, and then changed into the hairstyle he likes. Finally, it was outlined into the extremely eye-catching final stroke. Meow. Meow-chan jumped lightly onto his shoulder, blinked at the handsome boy in the mirror. It's rare that you cleaned up so carefully today, Meow. The long black tail brushed across his earlobe and then stood up high. Ah. After all, today it's not just our student union's internal team building. Bai is also there, right? Meow. After taking a final look at herself in the mirror, Huan hung up the hairdryer, turned around, and walked out of the bathroom. Okay, it's done. Let's get ready to go. After changing her shoes and picking up her breakfast, Huan pushed the door open and walked out. He didn't have any large items to bring, so he didn't need a backpack. He just put a cell phone, Bluetooth headphones, wallet, and house keys in his pockets and hit the road. Oh, and there's also the ticket for Sakuramiya Hitomi. While eating the pork floss bread I bought at the convenience store after I get off work yesterday, I opened Plane and sent a message to Yahashiki. It starts with a shaking head cat emoji, and then it starts with typing a question. I'm going out now. I'll take the subway station near your house first, and then we can take it there together. Okay. A busted blonde 2D beautiful girl gave a thumbs up. I sent a message to everyone in the group again. Yasi and I are both leaving. Shall we meet at the Golden Line Exhibition Center in Jinghe District at 8:30? After receiving affirmative responses from everyone, Huan put on a pair of Bluetooth headphones, listened to music, and walked to the nearby subway station. It took about 10 minutes to walk, and we passed the closed nursery rhyme tavern on the way. At this time around 7 in the morning, Tong Ying should still be sleeping. After eating the meat floss bread and drinking a box of milk, I happened to throw away the garbage in the trash can at the entrance of the subway station. Scan the QR code with your mobile phone to enter the station. Take line 11 to Jingha District, and one stop away is the subway station near Yahashimuja. Ding dong. South 5th Street Station, here we are. Wait for him for a while when you get out of the station. Not long after, Yahashiki will arrive. President Yin Huan, who was browsing his phone on the platform, turned around and saw Yahashiki running towards him with excitement on his face. The guy had a mask on his face and was wearing a gray t-shirt. He had a huge school bag on his back and a paper bag full of things in his left and right hands. As a weak otaku, he was already in a weak physical condition. He was almost out of breath after jogging with a bunch of things and wearing a mask on his face. Huh, President, you're awesome if you run with a mask on, but don't be like this. Yin Huan patted his back and told him to take off his mask and breathe. He also looked at the bags he was holding. What are you carrying? All these big and small bags. While panting, Yahashiki opened the bag a little to explain to Yin Huan. This bag is free. There will be snacks for the cosplayers, cheering sticks, and a poster for AI-chan to sign. Then this bag over here contains paper, pens, mats, water, bread, power banks, etc. The school bag contains camera equipment, which will be used to take photos for people when the time comes. This is too much stuff, right? Yin Huan raised his eyebrows, took out a magic wand-like object from the bag, and asked curiously, "What is this?" Yashimu's face changed when he saw Yin Huan taking out the thing, and he quickly said, "Wait a minute, President. Don't press that key with your finger." But Yin Huan didn't notice that there was a small button where he picked it up, and he touched it when he picked it up. Then, the little stick in his hand began to make a sound. "Can I take a picture of you, please?" "Press again. Can I collect stamps with you, please?" "Thank you." Stamp collecting, in the two-dimensional culture, means requesting a photo. "Press again. Can I expand my circle with you, please?" "Thank you." A buzzword on the internet. It means expanding the friend list, that is, requesting to add others as plain friends. All of the above recordings are of Yahashiki's voice. Holding the sound aid stick in his hand, Yin Huan looked at Yahashiki in a daze. He touched the back of his head in embarrassment and quickly snatched the stick from Yin Huan's hand, explaining, "I'm socially anxious, President. Please understand. I don't dare to talk to those cosplayers about stamp collecting, taking photos, expanding my collection, etc. So I use this to record the sound, and then I can just press the button when the time comes." You are so well prepared. After all, I often attend comic conventions. It's not that I brought a lot of things, but rather that you brought too little. Yahashimu pushed his glasses, and the lens reflected Yin Huan's face. After looking at her for a moment, he pointed at her face and said in disbelief, Hey, and what are you wearing, President? You look so sexy and bright. It's totally different from my style." As he was talking, he covered his head as if he had suddenly realized something, looking like he couldn't accept it. "Wait a minute, think about it. The entire student council seems to be full of people. I was able to get along with you for so long. Could it be that I have betrayed that side too? You just realized it? We've already started evolving from goblins since you became my running mate last semester, boy." "Huh? What the hell is a goblin?" The Tatsuki Student Council only has elections for the student council president, and generally 2 people form a running mate and compete against other groups. Then, the 2 winners will naturally become the president and vice president of the student union, and the other positions will be announced to the whole school after the president invites nominations. Of course, it's okay to run for election alone without a partner. As long as all the campaign work is completed and someone is voted in and elected, it doesn't matter if I nominate the vice president later. But why didn't Yahashiki become the vice president? There are 2 reasons. The primary reason is that this guy is really socially anxious and doesn't want to show up in public at all. During the election campaign, this guy was always in the background and never showed up, making people think that Yin Huan was running alone and didn't have a running mate. Even though his name has been mentioned many times before, most people still don't know that those extremely exquisite PPTs, data generated by various codes, and animated cartoon figures were all created by this otaku. However, strictly speaking, if he does not show up to give support speeches and canvass for votes, he cannot be considered a running mate, but Yin Huan has always treated him as one. When he was nominated as vice president, he slid down on his knees because the president and vice president had to take turns giving speeches to the whole school. Seriously, to have Yahashiki give a speech in front of so many people in the school. All I can say is that after the speech in the morning, the person jumped off the building in the afternoon. Secondly, it is because the school has connections. I'm talking about Hitomi Sakuramiya. Yin Huan still remembers the expression on Principal Hermes' face, which was as smiling as a chrysanthemum, when he rubbed his hands and strongly recommended Sakuramiya Hitomi to be the vice president. Ding dong, the subway is arriving. Please let the passengers on the train leave before entering. The subway just arrived at the station, and Yin Huan pulled Yahashiji, who was doubting his life and seemed to be trying to confirm how he looked like a goblin, into the car. Because it was close to the starting station, there were not many people, and they had just the right seats. Someone sent a message to the student union group on my mobile phone. Hitomi Sakura, I'm already here. I'll be waiting for you near the Golden Lion Exhibition Center subway station. Yahashiki also saw the news and smacked his lips. This is too fast. You are worthy of being the eldest lady living in Jinghe District, and they have cars to pick you up and drop you off. Yin Huan smiled slightly, gave Sakuramiya Hitomi a cat expression of okay, and started thinking in his mind. Bai will not go on stage until around 2 p.m., which is also when the entire venue is most crowded. It was probably too early, and she might not have arrived yet, so Yin Huan planned to contact her around noon. I'll take a look then and make a decision based on what she said on stage this afternoon. After sitting for a while, we saw more and more people of the same age wearing cosplay costumes at the next few stops near the Golden Lion Convention and Exhibition Center. Golden Lion Exhibition Center East Station. Here we are. Yin Huan and Yahashiji followed the crowd out of the subway entrance and onto the ground, letting the sunlight gradually dispel the shadows on his face and looking up at what was in front of him. However, an extremely huge building appeared, and a golden lion head engraved in the most conspicuous position on it was looking down at Yin Huan, who was coming out of the subway entrance. On both sides of the open passage leading to the entrance, flags hung on lampposts were fluttering in the wind, or the logos of participating game companies, popular characters from anime IPs, photos of internet celebrities and stars. The voices of young people chatting together formed a lively flow of people, just like the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, full of vitality. This is the grand occasion of the Linmin Jinghe District Game Exhibition. Okay, let's get started. As soon as they arrived at the station, Yahashiki raised his hand and uttered these ambiguous, excited words. I feel as motivated as I usually do to beat my wife. So what are you so excited about? Do you like Shijo AI so much? President here, at the subway station entrance, just as Yin Huan was complaining mercilessly and was about to send a message to Sakuramiya Hitomi, a female voice seemed to penetrate the crowd and enter his ears. Yin Huan was slightly startled and looked forward in the direction of the sound, and saw a beautiful girl standing by the fence. She was wearing a Gothic-style Lolita retro dress, and her hair was tied up at the back of her head, highlighting the shape of a black bow. She held up an umbrella to avoid the sun, but it did not cover her completely, so the direct sunlight struggled to break through the defense and fell on her fair and delicate skin. On both sides of her beautiful face, which was slightly brightened, wisps of cherry-colored hair were floating in the wind. But when she looked at Yin Huan, she smiled faintly. Wherever his eyes swept across, it was like a destructive death ray, making the surrounding men throw away their weapons and armor and turn red in the face. It was the vice president of the Tatsuki Student Union, Sakuramiya Hitomi. Yin Huan led Yahashiki to Sakuramiya Hitomi and was slightly startled by her outfit today. It hit Yin Huan's strike zone perfectly. 1000% petite and cute. That's today's Sakuramiya Hitomi. Sakura, you're here really early. Because my home is not too far from here, and I was worried that there would be a traffic jam today, so I asked the driver to leave early. Sakuramiya Hitomi covered her mouth and chuckled, responding, Looking at Yin Huan's dazed eyes, Sakuramiya Hitomi's expression remained unchanged, but her heart revealed that she had a plan. Scheming. The reason why she came so early in the morning was to find a great location near the subway entrance. Then I posed here for 10 minutes to ensure that every frame at this moment could be produced as a photo. When the president steps into the sunlight from the dark underground passage, you can see the bright-eyed girl who seems to be one with the sunlight, holding an umbrella and waiting for your arrival. What a psychological shock this is. The clothing sets are carefully selected, exquisite yet not pretentious, and even the styles of umbrellas are chosen after pairing them one by one to find the best one. She had a barely noticeable half makeup on her face, paired with a hairstyle that matched her temperament, which was perfect. The most important is, she also wears daily contact lenses. This is the combat state of a girl in her prime. After everything was ready, she just stood there smiling and maintaining the ladylike posture of holding an umbrella, standing still, waiting for Yin Huan to come out. In fact, her frail body had caused her feet to become sore from standing so still. It's like the feeling of your legs not being able to respond to you after standing at attention during military training. But you're avoiding my gaze, right, President? Because you see how beautiful I am today. What is this? What's the president's hairstyle today? Has it been blown? Has it been groomed? I've never seen this before. It feels great. With the president's face. Thinking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi's face, which was maintaining a perfect smile, suddenly became difficult to tense. Her numb legs rubbed against each other under her skirt, and she avoided looking at Yin Huan again and said softly, Yuan Lina and the others will probably arrive a little later. They said they would come together. Is that so? The disbelief that Yahashimu originally had on his face when he looked at Yin Huan gradually spread, and he was looking at both of them at the same time. He even began to doubt whether it was the right thing to do to invite this bunch of dead current people to attend the comic convention. Hello, is the priest here? Please come and take me back to the cave. Thank you. Sitting not far behind Sakuramiya Hitomi, Nara, who was wearing a Chong Sam and sunglasses and eating breakfast, covered his face helplessly. That's it. You said you would definitely defeat the president and his army, but in the end, you just gave in without him saying anything? After a lot of noise, he was beaten down by a punch. I've spent so much time designing your look for nothing. What a shame. Nara thought silently while sipping his coffee. Well, there are many other elaborate arrangements made by the young lady in the convention center. With so many traps designed, there must be one that Yin Huan can fall into, right? Nara swallowed the last bite of breakfast and lowered his crossed legs. The hem of her Chong Sam fluttered as Nara stood up and walked silently towards the convention center. Today is another busy day for Miss Sakuramiya. The online car-hailing service has the wrong location. The president and the others seem to be in the east. Why do we get off in the west? You and Lina, are you stupid? You can even get the positioning wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. Ashley Woo. This is all because of the satellite positioning. Maybe the satellite was affected by the Earth's magnetic field, causing the signal deviation. Why don't you say that it was the Earth's magnetic field that damaged your brain? I really admire you. To the west of the Golden Lion Convention and Exhibition Center, Spencer, dressed in sportswear, was squatting in front of a milk tea shop, watching cartoons on his mobile phone. She seemed to be waiting for someone, but because I was only wearing one Bluetooth headset, I could hear the conversation between two girls passing by. President? Hearing the keywords, she raised her eyes and looked over there. Then I saw two cosplayers, one blue and one red, wearing magical girl costumes, looking at the navigation on the map on their mobile phones, and walking quickly in a certain direction with tears in their eyes. Those two people seemed to be the discipline committee chairman and secretary of the school student union, especially the discipline committee chairman. Spencer was very familiar with him. Don't think that you can't recognize the smart Spencer just because she's turned into a magical girl. Because she had been caught by the discipline committee for violating school rules several times this week. It was impossible for her to have mistaken the head of the discipline committee. According to what they said, President Yin is here today too. Spencer turned off the cartoon on his phone and watched the two people leave with an interested expression on his face. This is the right place. Sorry, I didn't keep you waiting, did I, Spencer? At this moment, a timid voice, like that of a small animal, sounded beside him, causing Spencer to turn his head. Then I saw a girl in front of me who was dressed warmly, wearing a mask on her face and holding a paper bag on each side. Except for not carrying that bag, his equipment is exactly the same as Yahashiki's. He looks like a veteran otaku as well. Even though he had his hair cut and changed his hairstyle, Spencer still recognized the person at a glance because of his timid and subconscious head-lowering gesture. It's peace and happiness. Kidding. Spencer is not good at reading other people's temperament. In fact, he recognized Annel when he saw her breasts. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way here, so... Annel quickly waved his hands and apologized to Spencer. It's okay, let's go. Spencer didn't care much and turned around to leave for the convention center. But Enlu, who hurriedly followed behind her, couldn't help but look at her back and asked curiously, Spencer, how could you think of giving me such an expensive ticket? I saw it online, and it seemed to cost more than 1,000. Glancing back at Annel, who was speaking cautiously behind him, Spencer thought for a moment, as if trying to find a suitable reason. But after thinking for a long time, I still couldn't find any result. She snorted and said impatiently, It's just that I don't know much about this, and you seem to know a lot about it, so I just asked you. I didn't invite you here specially, don't get me wrong. That's it. Annel was wearing a mask, so it was impossible to tell what her expression was. But Spencer turned around and pouted his lips and thought for a moment, as if he felt that what he said was inappropriate. He snorted again and added, Besides, I don't spend any money here, so it doesn't matter. Annel blinked. In fact, she didn't realize that there was anything wrong with Spencer's previous words. But looking at Spencer's back with his hands on his hips, she couldn't help but smile under the mask. A white snake poked its head out from her shoulder and spit out its tongue. After taking a few glances at Spencer, it commented mercilessly, Is this guy an idiot? Ow. How can you say that about Spencer? Although she's a little bit dishonest, she is still pretty cute. Hi, you too. Woo, pinky finger. Jingha District in a luxurious villa. There are many equipment, makeup mirrors, and clothes placed in the spacious room. This is Bai Yi's studio and also the preparation room before the event. At this moment, many makeup artists were surrounding Bai Yi, finalizing her makeup for the event this afternoon. The agent next to her, Jilin, came in pushing a rack of clothes and asked her, Take a look. What clothes should we wear this afternoon? Hearing this, Bai Yi turned around and took a look at the dazzling array of fashionable clothes on the shelf. Just as he was about to speak, Jianqin walked in from the door. Let me take a look first. These are a bit too expensive. Aren't the characters you created before pure and innocent? Are there no more plain ones? Sister Qin, the main reason is that all the people in the exhibition today are young people, and there's a lot of ACG culture, so wearing these may be more appropriate. What's the matter with the two-dimensional world? That's nonsense. I'll go find out if there are any other ones. Okay, Sister Qin. Jianqin turned and left the room, while Jilin looked helplessly at Bai Yi, who was sitting in front of the mirror with no expression on his face, and silently pushed the rack of clothes out again. Bai Yi seemed to be accustomed to this, and did not show any special expression. She just looked in front of her, and saw a USB flash drive and a piece of paper covered with lyrics on the table. That was the accompaniment of the new song she had recorded, as well as the lyrics she had rushed out in the past few nights. I also copied a copy on my mobile phone, originally intending to send it to Huan to listen to. After all, he said he was waiting for me to release a new song. But facing the chat box, she hesitated for a long time and still didn't dare to send it out. Just as she was staring at the USB flash drive and lyrics paper in front of her in a daze, Jianqin suddenly walked in and swept away the thing she had placed on the table. Bai Yi finally couldn't help but frown, but when she turned around, she saw her mother with an even more severe expression than hers. Pick out these hair accessories and clothes. Try not to dress so seductively. Maintain your image. And be careful with your words when the time comes. Do you hear me? Looking at the mother in front of him, But he pursed his lips and looked away. Did you hear that? It was not until the other party asked again that he could not help but open his mouth and ask softly, "I'd like to sing a song on stage later. Is that okay?" So John Sheen was slightly stunned. Then his brows frowned even deeper. She just slapped the jewelry on the table and said coldly and firmly, "No, follow the rehearsal." He opened his mouth, then turned his head silently, looked at the mirror, and said no more. Tick, tick, tick. End of this chapter. Born from the beauty of this world, born from that kind heart, the white gloves opened, and a magic wand flashing red light spun at the fingertips. To protect the world from being destroyed, to protect world peace. The red and pink skirt fluttered, and one of the girl's white thighs was slightly raised while the other stood straight. Magical girl of love, Airy, here you go. His right eye was closed, while his left eye with purple contact lenses was aimed at the gem on the magic wand, and his right hand was making the motion of pulling a bowstring. Come on, minions of evil, let Airy-chan purify you. Yuan Lina, who was wearing full makeup, colored contact lenses, and a wig, was shining, and her little face was gradually magnified in Ashley's eyes. The next second, Ashley held her head in agony, blushing and yelling. Don't recite the lines from the anime so naturally. Yuan Lina tilted her head in confusion as she posed, and pouted as she looked at Ashley, who was squatting on the ground with her face covered. What are you talking about? Star magical girl Beth-chan. Stand up and fight the monsters. Ashley covered her face, feeling the gazes of Yin Huan, Sakuramiya Hitomi, and Yahashiki beside her. She really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into and never come out for the rest of her life. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have been soft-hearted and agreed to this idiot's request to cosplay together. I want to die. I really want to die. Puff. Seeing this scene, Yahashiki burst into laughter and silently raised his phone to take a picture. But the blue magic girl, Ashley, who was squatting on the ground, raised her head like a tiger at this moment, and her eyes with blue contact lenses swept over fiercely. It seemed that at this moment, Yatsuhashi was the photography freak in the anime. Hey, Yahashi, if you dare to take a photo now, you will die. The discipline committee chairman is so scary. Yahashiki swallowed and silently withdrew a mobile phone. Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was holding an umbrella, didn't quite understand these, so she asked Yuan Lina with some confusion. Yuan Lina, did you ask Ashley to play a role that she is not familiar with? How could that be? Ashley's favorite show is Magical Girl of Love. This was vehemently denied by Yuan Lina. Yahashiki chuckled and explained to Sakuramiya Hitomi. Ashley should really like to watch it, but she is just Ashley in elementary school. Hearing this, Ashley, who was squatting on the ground, looked even redder and buried her head in her knees, which made Yin Huan feel a little sympathetic. It's probably a bit like the shame of playing a character in Balala the Fairies and then reciting lines like Balala the Energy Fairies. Her whole body changes in public. No, this level should have reached the point where I had to sing Once Upon a Time There Was a Magic Fairy Castle in public. Sakuramiya Hitomi touched her chin, still puzzled. I see, but it's okay to use characters from cartoons from my childhood. Yin Huan smiled slightly and said to Sakuramiya Hitomi, of course, and based on my experience surfing the internet, things meant for children are often liked by many adults. Question mark. Sakuramiya Hitomi hadn't figured out what Yin Huan meant by this, but Yin Huan gently pointed behind her. But I saw many people came up with cameras and asked Yuan Lina, this is Airy-chan and Beth-chan from Magical Girl of Love, right? So realistic. Can I take a picture of you? Ashley raised her head blankly and looked at Yuan Lina beside her. Yuan Lina and Ashley looked at each other, then smiled innocently like a devil. Okay, it's a tonic. But Ashley was still pulled up by Yuan Lina, and they stood together, posing in a magical girl joint attack pose. Love and Star attacked together. Sakuramiya Hitomi withdrew her gaze and no longer looked at Ashley, who looked like she was about to be executed. She just prayed silently for her in her heart. I hope the child is okay. It seems like these cosplayers are already taking photos outside. Aren't they going to go inside? Sakuramiya Hitomi asked as she glanced at the spacious area outside the convention center. At this moment, many cosplayers dressed as various characters were walking around the venue, and many, like Juliana Ashley, were asked to take photos. Because you have to queue up to get in, and there are all kinds of activities and stalls inside. As for taking photos and collecting stamps, it's probably not as good as outside. Huan patiently explained to Sakuramiya Hitomi, who seemed to understand nothing. Also, the tickets to get in are sold at a very high price, so not everyone can get a ticket. There are also many people making friends and taking photos outside. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at Huan beside her and smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. The president seems to know a lot about this. After all, it's held every year. I've been there before even though I haven't been here before. Besides, isn't Yahashi still in the student union? Scheming. In fact, how could Sakuramiya Hitomi not know? Even if she didn't understand it before, after Nara reminded her, she studied hard and now knows it well. She was actually hinting to everyone to hurry into the venue, because a lot of the arrangements she had made were inside the venue. After all, she can't do anything to the president outside. Just when Sakuramiya Hitomi wanted to say something, Yahashiki picked up his phone. It seemed that someone had sent him a message. They're here too. Them. Huan looked at Yahashiki and asked, Who? Didn't I say before that I wanted to introduce you to someone in the industry? There are a couple of big shots in the inner world. They're also going to be at the exhibition this time, selling their new works in the fan zone. Inner world. This time, Sakuramiya Hitomi's blind spot in knowledge was really touched. She blinked and looked at Yahashiki and Huan, as if asking the specific meaning. But the two did not reply to her immediately. Instead, they looked at each other and started a silent conversation. Huan curled his head. Hey, you said you wanted to introduce the big boss, so you come and introduce what the inner world is to Sakuramiya. Yahashiji blinked. I'm going to introduce this kind of thing to her? If her family finds out, they'll definitely kill me, right? Huan, you knew Sakura Gong was a young lady, but you still wanted to introduce her to someone in the industry? Yahashiki, everyone has to grow up, President. Then, you'll be the one who helps Vice President Sakuramiya become an adult. Huan blinked and turned to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was holding an umbrella beside her with a puzzled look on her face. Seeing her frown, he asked, Is this some secret language between you guys? Not really. Huan glanced back at Yahashiki, only to find that the guy had silently retreated several steps and turned to look for the cosplayer who would like to ask for a photo later. Despicable otaku. As the saying goes, the more you don't want others to know something, the more curious they will be. This is probably the case at this moment. Sakuramiya stared as he moved closer to Huan, his eyes full of inquiry. She claimed that she knew Huan very well, so she would get to the bottom of anything that Huan knew, but she didn't. President Huan had no choice but to hook his finger and motion her to come closer. After Sakuramiya Hitomi moved a little closer, he also took the initiative to move forward and enter the area covered by her umbrella. Feeling Huan approaching, Sakuramiya Hitomi's face turned slightly red, and even the movement of the umbrella she was holding trembled, etc. Although it's a bit strange, doesn't it feel a bit like an umbrella? But before Sakuramiya could be shy for more than a second, Huan had already leaned close to her ear and whispered something in a low voice. The so-called inner world is. As she listened, her eyes gradually narrowed in disbelief, and even her lips subconsciously opened. All of them are works with this and that content. Those fantastic images in her mind flew uncontrollably in her empty eyes, occupying all the memory in her brain at the moment. Under Huan's patient guidance, Sakuramiya Hitomi successfully became an adult that day. Yahashiki behind him didn't look back, but tremblingly gave a thumbs up to Huan's back as a hymn to his courage. After explaining in detail, Huan took a step back and walked out of the shadow of her umbrella. That's about it, Sakuramiya. Sakuramiya Hitomi opened her mouth slightly, and her little face became hot as if she had a fever. She couldn't help but look at Huan, but after a glance, her eyes quickly looked away as if they were burned. Then, under Huan's gaze, her cheeks actually swelled up a little bit. Woo! Then, she angrily raised her fist and hit Huan lightly on the shoulder. Da! The gentle and weak Sakuramiya Hitomi can't make any waves at all. Ah, Sakura, I'm sorry. Woo! Huan quickly apologized, but in fact, she felt that the blow from Sakuramiya just now was more like a cute act of coquettishness. The boy had a painful expression on his face, and he must be repenting sincerely. Behind them, Yahashiki, who had been looking around for cosplayers, also turned around at this time. Seeing this scene was like being hit by a flash bomb with no chance of dodging. OM. Yeah. Everyone run away. It's the holy light magic used by the modern people. Quickly retreat to the cave. This time, the other boy really showed an expression of agony. He was also really repenting. Why did he come to the comic convention with this damn group of real people? Yahashiki took out his phone with tears in his eyes, confirmed the news once again, turned to Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi and asked, "The two teachers are already inside the exhibition hall. So should we go in?" Huan glanced at Yuan Lina and Ashley, who were surrounded by people taking pictures, and said to Yahashimu, "Wait until they finish filming so we can go in together. Then I guess we'll have to wait quite a while. Well, I also want to take some pictures or something, president and vice president, you guys." Although the most important part of the comic convention is the social aspect, Huan couldn't help but glance at Sakuramiya, who was standing next to him and knew nothing about the two-dimensional culture. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "Then I'll go line up with Sakuramiya first. We didn't bring anything with us, so we won't be bored if we go in early and take a look." "Okay, President. When the time comes, the plane will send a location call. I will come in with you and Lina and the others later." Ro. Yahashiki took out the audio aid stick that recorded his voice, took out the camera from his school bag, and walked in one direction. That back view is so resolute. Behind Huan, Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was holding an umbrella, quickly patted her slightly red face. In fact, it is not that she is so pure that she knows nothing about these things. Too close. Whispering in my ear. Let Sakuramiya Hitomi feel like she is rubbing her ears against yours. The voice ringing gently in my ear, with a breath hitting my earlobe, and the topic it talks about is so difficult to describe that it is easy to make people imagine. A tingling sensation rose from within my heart. Even though I was shy and liked it, my body seemed to have difficulty controlling itself and performed the opposite action. So he stretched out his fist and hit Huan. Why? Cute aggressive, a psychological term that refers to the feeling that the brain develops when encountering an object that is too cute or too likable, which is cute/likable to the extreme. In order to balance the excessive emotion of liking, the brain produces actions that seem to be completely opposite to the so-called liking. Just now, Sakuramiya Hitomi's brain was controlled by this mechanism, causing her to hit the other person. Could it be that the president misunderstood me? Under the umbrella, Sakuramiya Hitomi blushed as she looked at Huan's back. I misunderstood that I was doing this because I hated him. The next second, Huan, who had sent Yahashiki away, turned around, and Sakuramiya Hitomi was so scared that she quickly tilted her umbrella forward to cover half of her face. But fortunately, Huan just smiled and said to Sakuramiya Hitomi, "Let's get in line, Sakuramiya." Taking Sakuramiya Hitomi, I walked towards a queue at the east entrance and soon saw a long queue waiting to enter. "Sakura, tickets." "Thank you, President." Huan handed the ticket to Ingong. He had the QR code given by body.I, which seemed to allow him to use the VIP channel next to it. But after all, Sakuramiya was still there, so Huan decided to queue up with her. Slowly following the team forward, Sakuramiya Hitomi glanced at Huan, who was looking at her phone next to her from time to time. She pursed her lips, trying to explain her actions just now. But just as she was about to speak, another voice rang out beside Huan. "Hey, little brother, can I do some stamp collecting with you?" Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned, turned her head to look around and saw several embarrassed young girls surrounding Huan. Collecting stamps? If I remember correctly, this means taking a photo with the president, right? Wait. I was so busy posing and preparing the traps in the exhibition hall when I came here this morning that I even forgot to take a photo with the president. And now, my first photo with the president is about to be snatched away. Philately. What a disgusting culture. They actually took photos with strangers of the opposite sex. Don't you think it's weird? Because she did not get a group photo, Sakuramiya Hitomi launched a fierce criticism of the cultural habits of comic conventions. Do you want to stop it? But why should I stop it? My own character doesn't allow it. And this is normal comic convention culture, right? As long as the president doesn't refuse, the other party can legitimately approach the president and raise the camera. You must turn on the beauty mode, right? Then add some cute stickers. It would be so cute if it was stuck on the president's face. Brother, you are so handsome. The other party will definitely say this, and then make a request naturally. How about expanding the column? After adding plane, I had a heated chat with the president on plane, and then the spark of love inexplicably flew. Finally, after graduation, I got married and had children. Then, every time there was a wedding banquet or a childbirth banquet, I would send myself an invitation, and I would also give money as a gift. This is the culture of Dragon Country, right? So scary. The philatelic culture at comic conventions is so scary. No, this horrible habit must be eradicated. After that, all comic exhibitions in Sakura Country must ban stamp collecting, and then slowly it will start from one country and become a habit for the whole world. In just a few seconds, Sakuramiya Hitomi's imagination was so full that a brainstorm emerged. Miss, can I take a picture of you? Just as the smile on Sakuramiya Hitomi's face became more and more decent and perfect, and the low pressure around her continued to emanate, a male voice suddenly sounded behind her, interrupting her thoughts. She turned around holding an umbrella and saw several boys in front of her holding cameras, also making the same request. But without thinking, Sakuramiya Hitomi just declined. Sorry, I don't really take pictures. When Spencer took the photo of Huan before, he had to delete it immediately. How could Sakuramiya Hitomi let others take the photo here? Hey, Miss Mingming, you are so beautiful. I'm a professional photographer. I will take pictures for you for free. No charge. The other party remained unyielding. Sakuramiya Hitomi kept smiling and said nothing. Just as the photographer was about to say something, Huan's voice suddenly came. Didn't you hear me? She said she wouldn't film it. Sakuramiya Hitomi blinked, and the photographers in front of her were slightly stunned when they saw the person behind her, and then smiled apologetically. Okay, brother. President, did you show any expression? After the people in front of him left, Sakuramiya Hitomi turned to look at Huan, but his expression had returned to his usual smiling look. Thank you, President. It should. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked again at the place where the girls had stood before, and now they had all disappeared. What about those girls who wanted to collect stamps with you? Didn't you take pictures with them? Oh no. Huan looked at the still long line in front of her and said with a smile, Sakuramiya, your family doesn't allow you to take pictures outside and leave any images, right? That's true. After all, if it gets out, it will have an impact on the family. Yeah, so I always feel that it's not good to leave you alone to collect stamps when you can't take pictures. Besides, I don't like taking pictures myself. Sakuramiya Hitomi's pupils shrank slightly. My heart tightened, and I felt my body starting to heat up, but my grip on the umbrella kept getting tighter. As if she was afraid that the other person would see her, she tilted the umbrella slightly to cover her face. Hate taking pictures? Because you feel a little ashamed when you see yourself in the photo? What kind of excuse is that, President? Under the umbrella, Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. But maybe if you take more photos, you'll get used to it. Makes sense. Dong dong. Huan's voice came slowly, and then Sakuramiya Hitomi felt that the top of her umbrella seemed to be tapped lightly a few times. It was like a light knock on the door, which startled Sakuramiya Hitomi. That direction. It was Huan who was knocking on her umbrella. She moved the umbrella along her shoulder and revealed her face to Huan. I looked up at the handsome boy in front of me, only to see him holding up his phone and looking at me with a smile. So, Sakura, how about we do a stamp collection? Sakuramiya Hitomi opened her lips slightly, but her eyes seemed to be gradually melted by Yin Huan's reflection, and they flashed with a radiant light. All right, President. The answer was somewhat inferior, even a little awkward. The hands holding the umbrella were clenched until they turned white, and my chest felt like I couldn't breathe, and my breathing was oppressed. Plop, plop, plop. The heartbeat like a drum made Sakuramiya Hitomi silently change her mind. Drop. Ah, you're finally in. After waiting in line for a long time, Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi finally passed the ticket gate and entered the huge convention and exhibition center. Apart from anything else, the smell of the Golden Lion Group's wealth and grandeur came to my mind as soon as I entered. Light leaked through the marble columns and penetrated the glass on the ceiling, illuminating the lion sculptures carved on the walls around the venue, giving this cultural event a touch of splendor. And this is just the first venue. In the Golden Lion Convention and Exhibition Center, which is composed of several venues connected together, there are more than a dozen conference venues with different themes scattered around. Serious game releases, fashion shows of various styles, guest signing area, fan exhibition, inner-world fan exhibition, entertainment area, snack area. Finally, there is the main venue located in the center of the convention and exhibition center. As the only venue with a stage, all official activities were held there, including the guest meet and greet later. Bai will also be on stage there. Yin Huan took a look at the map guide handed out by the staff who had just come in and planned to discuss with Sakuramiya Hitomi which area to visit first. But Sakuramiya Hitomi, who entered the room, closed her umbrella, pointed in a direction, and said to Yin Huan, "President, I need to go to the restroom." "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Sakuramiya Hitomi nodded and smiled, then turned and left. Walking into the empty bathroom, Sakuramiya Hitomi hummed a song while pressing a button hidden in the umbrella, and then began to wash her hands. Ding ding. Before I had to wait long, a sister wearing a cheongsam and sunglasses came out of the bathroom. It's Hitomi Sakuramiya's personal bodyguard, Nara. Looking at the relaxed Sakuramiya Hitomi in the bathroom, she sighed silently and turned off the alarm on her phone. "My dear Miss Sakuramiya, I've already told you that even if I stay with you all the time, don't press that button unless it's an emergency." But Sakuramiya Hitomi seemed not to hear it. She just smiled at Nara and used a hairdryer to dry the water droplets on her hands. Nara blinked, not understanding what Sakuramiya Hitomi meant. But soon, Sakuramiya Hitomi took out her mobile phone, opened the photo album, and showed something to Nara. Nara raised an eyebrow and looked at the screen of her phone. But above, Yin Huan was holding a mobile phone, and next to him was Sakuramiya Hitomi. Both of them had smiles on their faces and were staring at the camera. This is a rare photo of the president and vice president of the Tatsuki Student Union. But Nara just looked away and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was holding her phone with her head held high and a bright smile on her face. So, hearing Nara's words, Sakuramiya Hitomi's originally smiling expression instantly changed, and her cheeks puffed up. She swiped the screen faster with her fingers, and the pictures displayed changed one by one. So, look, it's not just this one photo. We took many photos, and there are many group photos with special effects and stickers. Nara opened his mouth slightly, and the group photos in his eyes flashed like flowing light. It was not until this moment that she seemed to finally understand why Sakuramiya Hitomi called her over. "Miss Sakuramiya, you didn't call me here just to show off the photo of you and Yin Huan, did you?" Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned and said awkwardly, "This is the result. Isn't it a great result? And it's not just a simple photo. The president rejected other people's stamp collection and took a photo with me. You said something cool like, 'You can't leave me behind when I can't take pictures.' Do you understand, Nara?" Yes, you win, Mississippi." "Did I win again?" Nara sighed without saying a word, but his expression was full of lamentations that money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. That expression made Sakuramiya Hitomi even more angry. Her cheeks puffed up like balloons, and her face became redder and redder. But when she turned the screen to take a look at the photo with Huan, her face was immediately filled with a warm smile. If I don't care. When I get back, I'm going to print out all these photos and hang them on the wall. Yes, it would be better to hang a heavy condolences sign and put a memorial tablet underneath with "Love will last forever" written on it. Nara. Sakuramiya Hitomi angrily raised her fist to teach her a lesson, but was once again easily blocked by Nara with one hand. Whenever there is anything about Yin Huan, Miss Sakuramiya's intelligence will be revealed. Well, when I was in seclusion, I was like now, silly, always saying strange things and doing strange things. As for the time of discovery, it was when he was secretly spying on Yin Huan and confronting potential rivals in love, such as Ishiyu. Well, so cute. Her face is full of the flavor of first love. Easily defending against Sakuramiya Hitomi's fist attack, Nara sighed and said to Sakuramiya Hitomi, after a closer look, you and Yin Huan are a perfect match, Mississippi. You are a perfect match made in heaven. Although it was clearly Bang Du's words, Nara spoke them in such a rhythmic and seamless way. If it were someone else, they might have been fooled by Nara, but Sakuramiya Hitomi was familiar with her after all, so she didn't believe it when she heard it. Unable to show off the photo, she snorted and looked at the photo in her hand with self-satisfaction. Well, forget it. You don't know how to appreciate it. How are the arrangements for the entertainment area going? Yeah, everything is ready. Fortune-telling, 2-player games, catching dolls, and the most important haunted house, right? That's good. After these words, Sakuramiya Hitomi's restless heart finally calmed down. Once again, the sinister expression of Plan Tong appeared in her heart, and of course she couldn't stop daydreaming. As long as there is such a series of activities, the flame of love will be successfully ignited, and the presidency will be mine. As long as these activities are successful, it won't be long before Yin Huan confesses his love to me, and he will be mine. This way, I won't violate the persona I've always established, and the president won't find out about it. As long as I keep pretending, it won't go against the character I've established all along. I'll make Yin Huan feel that it's natural for us to be together. I'll just keep pretending so that he won't discover my true self. As she was thinking, Sakuramiya Hitomi touched her chin and raised her head blankly, looking at Nara, who was not reading her thoughts at all. She had already guessed what Sakuramiya Hitomi was thinking almost exactly. It's so easy to guess, Mississippi. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Nara sighed, but then revealed a natural and charming smile. But I'm afraid you will only be so honest in front of me, Miss Sakuramiya. Sakuramiya pursed her lips, looked at Nara, and snorted. It's because we are accomplices and we know each other's most embarrassing secrets. So, we should stick together for warmth, right? Well, no matter what the reason is, since you trust me so much, I'll let you give me a little hint. Sister? Sakuramiya Hitomi was about to show a disdainful expression, but Nara raised his index finger and shook it a few times. Miss, don't you claim to know Yin Huan very well? Of course. I know exactly what the president is doing and when every day. The same goes for the others. Putting aside the question of can you hide your true self for a lifetime, I want to ask you a question, young lady. Nara raised his eyes to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi, aiming at her heart like an arrow on a bowstring. Yin Huan is busy with study, student union affairs, and part-time work every day. Where does she find the extra time to talk about love with you, young lady? Besides, even if your parents are open-minded and allow you to fall in love freely, they will probably still be very picky about everything about your future husband, especially his family background and ability, right? With just 2 words, Nara threw the bloody reality in front of Sakuramiya Hitomi. These questions are probably more terrifying than her decision to hide her true self in front of Yin Huan for the rest of her life, right? Yes, the president has to work, and mom and dad also have to work. Sakuramiya Hitomi gasped and seemed unable to refute the cruel reality that was like a mountain. But in the next second, Sakuramiya Hitomi suddenly thought of something. Wait a moment. The president is not completely without background. I still remember that on Friday, Yi Shiyu and her mother Yilan went to Huan's rental house, and Sakuramiya Hitomi almost broke down because of this incident. So on Saturday, in addition to asking Nara to arrange the trap for Huan in today's entertainment area, she also investigated more information about the Yi mother and daughter. It is not difficult to find out that Yilan is a direct senior executive of the now famous Yi International, and his strength should not be underestimated. With Yilan backing the president, not only will the president no longer have to work so busy, but will also fill the gap in the president's background. Thinking of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes lit up slightly. The photo of Yilan in yesterday's file seemed to have grown an angel's halo and wings at this moment, showing a loving smile to Sakuramiya Hitomi. Girl, pray sincerely to the god, Yilan. She will bless your love. At this moment, Sakuramiya Hitomi wished she could convert to the Yilan religion, a sect whose existence she didn't know whether it existed or not. Under the illusory Yilan's loving gaze, Sakuramiya Hitomi's brain started spinning faster and faster. Everyone in her family dotes on her, otherwise they would not have agreed to let her come to Linmin to study alone. And I also know that the president himself is an outstanding person and not a gigolo who relies on his looks to make a living. As long as you work hard and explain to your parents how good your parents will be, what Nara said will not be an obstacle at all. Think about it carefully. Isn't this a case of having everything going for me? Doesn't this prove that the president and I are destined to be together? Doesn't this mean that I have already? Winning is a sure thing. Under Yilan's loving gaze, Vice President Sakuramiya Hitomi was bathed in holy light, as if she had achieved transcendence. But in the next second, an expressionless and cold-faced girl suddenly appeared behind the kind god. She has horns on her head, a pair of bat wings, and a heart-shaped devil tail behind her. Although he had no expression on his face, he made Sakuramiya Hitomi feel disgusted and disgusted. It's Yi Shiyu. Wait a moment. If we follow this line of thought, doesn't it mean that the high matching success rate between me and the president should be thanked by that sister named Yi Shiyu? Calm down, Sakuramiya Hitomi. The president has said that the girl named Yi Shiyu is just his sister. There is nothing wrong with this. Who doesn't have brothers and sisters at home? This is very normal. At this moment, Sakuramiya Hitomi's mind suddenly reappeared the feeling she had on Tuesday in the principal's office, when she inexplicably wanted to believe that Spencer and the president were just having a normal study group. Is the look that Yi Shiyu gave the president the look that a sister should give her brother? And why would I think so? Blame it on Spencer. Nara in front of him saw Sakuramiya Hitomi lost in thought, her face excited at one moment and cold at another, and he couldn't figure out what she was thinking. But forget it, I'm just a bodyguard, and I was just giving Miss Sakuramiya a reminder out of kindness. As for what to do specifically, that was not her concern. When it comes to love, the two people in a relationship are always the ones who really put the effort into it. No one else can help. She smiled slightly and looked outside the bathroom, then gently patted Sakuramiya Hitomi, who looked unhappy, to wake her up from her deep thoughts. Okay, I'll go to the entertainment area and wait for you guys. Don't keep your president waiting, Miss Sakuramiya. I'll sneeze. In the inner fan zone of the Golden Lion Convention and Exhibition Center, in a wide area surrounded by curtains, a beautiful blonde girl suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. She sniffed and looked puzzled. No way. Is Santa Claus really so vindictive? Why does he keep cursing me? It is the smart and wise Golden Lion, Arya Spencer. She looked at the long queues of stalls around her, which listed the doujinshi and games they were selling, with titles that Spencer could not understand at all. I don't know what that word means either. Literacy is difficult in the first place, and she doesn't understand why there have to be such complicated codes and abbreviations. Are you afraid that others will understand? In fact, this thing is a rating sign, which means that people under the age of 18 are not allowed to enter. Linmin's grading system is very complete, so people with various needs can always get works that satisfy them. But this certainly has its drawbacks. For example, certain graded products can always end up in groups that should not be sold in strange ways. No matter how strict the review is, there will always be loopholes. For example, at this moment, there is no such thing as checking ID. As long as you don't have an obvious face of an elementary school student, you can lift the curtain and come in without being stopped. Anil, who was traveling with me, was very excited after arriving here and said that he was going to buy something he really wanted. Spencer didn't understand any of this and just sat at the door waiting for her to come out. Wow, this time Mr. Jiaotan's new work is amazing. Yes, it's like taking away everything from a person who is everything and is happy and content. Spencer, who was sitting on the side, doing nothing, suddenly looked up as if he heard something interesting. Her blonde hair became slightly brighter, as if glowing. She turned around and saw two otakus wearing masks, each holding a black bag in their arms, and talking happily. Especially the part about the fall. Yeah, that part was awesome. He still had feelings for his lover, but had to give in to his instincts. That expression of forbearance gradually collapsed, and finally he completely gave up and degenerated. As they were talking, they seemed to feel an extremely chill. It's as if something precious is about to leave you. Such an illusion suddenly arose in my mind. They were stunned and turned their heads to look and saw a very beautiful blonde girl looking at them with her hands folded. Hey, what are you two talking about? I'm very interested. Although she was so beautiful, she made the two of them feel disgusted and afraid. One of them was still thinking about saying something, but the person behind him shook his head and quickly left with his companion. TCH, coward. Spencer yawned and curled his lips as he watched the two men running away in panic with the black bags in their arms. Spencer, I'm back. What? With his hands folded and his head held high, Spencer, who looked like a strong man, turned around and saw Anil, who was wearing a mask and holding 7 or 8 black bags. Although it took some effort to get netizens to help me buy the books, I finally bought all the new works I was interested in. Even with the mask on, Spencer could glimpse a blush that couldn't be hidden by the mask and seemed to complement her excited words. On the shoulder, the illusory little finger rolled his eyes. The games I play and the comics I read are all more fancy than the others, but when it comes to real life, I'm completely clueless. What's the point? Anil glanced at the little finger on his shoulder and then returned to reality from the excitement of buying a new work. She lowered her head a little more embarrassedly and held the black bags in her arms tighter. So we're in these black bags. You all look so excited after buying them. This. Anil looked at Spencer, who was full of confusion and wanted to explain, but he couldn't say anything. How can I tell people outside the circle about these weird works? What's more, it was purchased secretly by the client, which is even more unpresentable. Seeing Anil's hesitation, Spencer, holding his hands, became more and more impatient. Forget it. I'll go and see it myself. Wait a minute, Spencer. But how could the cowardly Anil stop Spencer, who did what he wanted? So she just watched Spencer, with his arms folded, walk towards one of the stalls with his head held high. It was written on a sign, Pure Ballet. Teacher Jiao Tan's latest masterpiece is now on sale. Spencer just walked straight to the front of the line of dozens of people with a swagger, without any intention of queuing at all. Are you kidding? This exhibition is owned by her family. Does she need to queue up here? Done. Ruined. Anil covered her mouth, but it was too late to stop Spencer. Then he watched Spencer come directly to the stall and said directly to a muscular man wearing a mask inside, "Give me one." The masked man who was packing books inside, that is, the artist himself, was slightly stunned, but when he saw the girl cutting in line, as if it was a matter of course, he was also temporarily stunned. The person queuing behind her frowned and was about to pat her on the shoulder, but Spencer had already turned around. The moment he saw her face, he felt a mixture of horror, chill, and disgust, and he actually took a step back. What? After a second, he mustered up the courage to speak. We're in line. Yes. How dare you cut in line? Spencer said nothing, but silently took out his bulging wallet. Then she grabbed a large denomination of money and put it in the hand of the man behind her. She raised her head and plundered this prime position. Give me the position. The man behind him originally refused stubbornly, because he knew that he was not the kind of man who would bow down to money. He is a man of character. But She gave so much. The man behind him fell silent instantly, and the people in line behind him also realized that the person who came was not friendly and stopped talking. At this time, Spencer turned his head contentedly to look at the painter wearing a mask in the shop and said, "Give me a copy. What kind of comic is this?" The man inside was sturdy, but surprisingly, he was a social phobic. He frowned, extremely dissatisfied with Spencer's behavior, but he spoke after a long while. "Are you in line?" Spencer was slightly stunned when he heard this, then shook his head honestly. "There's no queue." Duh. Hearing this, not only the painter sitting in the stall, but even the man holding the money behind him who was at a loss was shocked. "No, you are too honest, aren't you? You can't buy it without queuing." After controlling the painter for several seconds, he finally remembered to reply. Spencer opened his mouth, looked up at the R16 logo on it, and touched his chin thoughtfully. "Oh, so this is what the sign means." She blinked, looked at the painter in the booth, and continued, "Then I'll line up. Sell it to me." Duh, duh. There was a strange silence before and after. The next second, Anil, whose face turned red, finally held back her shame and rushed over, grabbing Spencer. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. Spencer-san, let's go. But I haven't bought it yet. I beg you, Spencer." Anil was about to cry, and her face was as red as an apple, mainly because it's so embarrassing. If this continues, I will definitely lose face. Although Spencer was still very reluctant, seeing Anil's anxious expression that was about to cry, she made an irritable tisk sound, but was still pulled away by Anil little by little. If she didn't want to, Tin Anil wouldn't be able to pull her away. Oh, that's right. Just as he was about to leave, Spencer turned back and looked at the man who was originally queuing behind him. He snatched the money from his hand and put it in his pocket. "Let's be honest. If I don't buy it, the money I gave you before is no longer valid." Anil's face was almost red as smoke. While apologizing to the people around her, she pulled Spencer away. "Hey, stop pulling me. Ouch, sorry, let's go. Let's go play somewhere else, okay? Spencer." Spencer was pushed by Anil to leave the fan exhibition in the inner world, with his hands folded and an unhappy expression on his face. What else is there to do? "Spencer, I'll go wherever you want to go, as long as you don't stay here any longer." This is what you said. Looking at Anil, who was about to bury her head in her chest with shame, Spencer grinned evilly and took out the map guide that the staff had given her when she came in earlier. Then, the white finger poked a certain point on the map and pushed the map to Anil's eyes, making a crisp pop sound. "Then I'm going here. This here is..." Anil looked up and saw where Spencer was pointing. Entertainment Zone, the murderous school of the fierce Ivy.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.